Yes, now I hear. Beautiful music.
Mm-hmm.
We have Alexandra joining us from China. And, hello, Alexandra. Ni hao.
Hello, ni hao.
Ni hao.
We have a YouTube transmission going on, so many people will be watching on YouTube. I suggest we maybe spend 1 or 2 minutes and then we start. Let me check. Eric wrote he's joining as well.
And will the recording happen automatically as it's streamed then?
Yes, it's in live on YouTube and it's been recorded as well. While we are starting, Marilyn, I just checked the email from you with a recording of Siu's meditation for tomorrow.
Yes.
You also wrote that there is some image which goes along. Is it in the same email or is it in a different email?
Oh, for Sue, it's in the same email.
Okay.
If you scroll down, you'll see it. Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's a heart shaped, and she talks about heart and hearth, and she works with logos in her.
Where is she based from?
Normally, she's in Nottingham in England, and right now she's on retreat in Ireland. Yes. So, Lev, did you have any sleep, or are you on your 24-hour clock now?
Marilyn, you wouldn't imagine. It works magic. Not only I had sleep, but I didn't hear my alarm clock in the evening. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. And in the evening, I went to sleep at 6 p.m. Seattle time, and for 1 hour. So I wanted to wake up at 7 and then do lots of preparation work, etc. And I didn't hear the alarm clock, even 2. And I woke up without an alarm clock at midnight or maybe 1 a.m. I don't remember. And so I was doing all the necessary things last few hours, but it really works magic. When you have to be awake, you get awake even if you don't have an alarm clock.
Mm-hmm. Yes, angelic time.
Amazing how it works. We have some beautiful videos coming up our way, so we'll see during those days the video on Living Cities Earth, our sort of global collective, and our plans, projects, current initiatives, etc. So I'm very happy that everybody who is watching us today on YouTube and who will be watching the recording of this session with Marilyn Hamilton, you would have access to some of the world's most exciting ideas, famous sort of leaders, action leaders, change makers, researchers, authors. We have several people who are writing books, and every time I speak with each one of them, starting with Marilyn, we know each other for more than 10 years now. Amazing. It's really, everything starts making sense in this world. So it's a sense-making event, and it's a connection event. So thank you again for everyone who is joining us today on YouTube, and we'll be watching in a recording later on. I see that Eric was successful in joining us. Eric, good morning. You and I will have 4 o'clock in the morning, very early.
Thank you. And you'll have to excuse me. I'll have to leave it 15 minutes before because I need to prepare a little.
Eric is leading the next session, which will be dedicated to finding our values on this happy planet. And Eric, thank you for your service to humanity and your early waking up to give us all a bit more clarity in this life. And now I pass it on to Marilyn Hamilton. Marilyn, I'll quickly introduce you. We're not so much right now in the cognitive domain, but anyway, we met with Marilyn for the first time. It was maybe 2012, sort of via electronic communication, and later in person at the first forum of Living Cities in 2014. And as I always share the story. Marilyn has written a book called Integral City. It's about, I think, 240 pages, more or less, right? Or more. And I was reading it. I was trying actually to read this book for many days. And every time it was only the first 3 pages. It was very difficult to get into this. It was really intense. The intellectual sort of richness of it was so intense that you read for 3 pages and you think you are full. You don't need more. And then I had one specific night when I read all of the book at one night, just from late evening until maybe 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. It was in English. I'm not an native English speaker. But after this experience, I felt like, they reprogrammed the computer from the older operating system to a newer one. So Marilyn is the person beyond operating systems for cities, for humans, for communities. Marilyn, welcome. Welcome from Scotland. I guess you are over there in Findhorn. And I pass it on to you for our Islands of Calm meditation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lev. It's just really an honor to be with you today, and welcome everyone who's joining us live and also later in the recording. I want to give you a little background to this meditation. It's a meditation that's in support of cities and towns and villages. And today we're celebrating Earth Day. I was inspired with this meditation through David Spangler, who has influenced the education of spirituality here in Findhorn Eco-Village and Spiritual Community here in Scotland. And when we were having very turbulent times through the last number of years, David proposed that if we could find an island of calm in ourselves, then we would have the opportunity to influence up to 1,000 other people. And I thought that was a wonderful proposition. And being, amongst other things, an accountant, I thought I would take this sacred practice and share it with others. Normally, I share it every Saturday morning here at the Findhorn Eco-Village, and we think about how our week has been turbulent and how an island of calm could help. But this week, during Earth Day, what I'd like you to think about once we start the meditation is, what or how or where are you aware of the ways that we are humaning well, or maybe not humaning so well? Where in our human habitats are you located around the world? And notice especially the human habitats, the cities, the towns, and the villages that you particularly care for or are connected with. I was moved this week working with the co-founders of Living Cities Earth. Together, we've been creating a celebration of living cities and the awareness of what we must do to restore a happy planet. So I am inspired to offer this meditation to create a sacred gateway into our time together for this Earth Day weekend. So I thank the team for inviting me and for you being present to join me today or later when you listen on our recording. I want to start with a quotation from Eileen Caddy. Eileen Caddy was one of the co-founders of the Findhorn Spiritual Community and Findhorn Foundation. Here's what Eileen said. She said, "Never sit back and feel there is little or nothing you can do to help the world's situation. There is a tremendous amount you can do to help the work you do on the inner in radiating love and light out to individuals, to countries, to nations, and to the whole world. Day by day, you do this, and because you do not see any outer results, you wonder if the work is really any good and if it does help. Let me assure you," Eileen says, "that this work, which is being done on the inner, is simply tremendous. It is holding the whole world in balance. So never cease, never let up in any way, but carry on faithfully. See the whole network of light all over the world doing this inner work. See every tiny spark of light gathering together, bringing more and more light into the whole world situation. If each individual does its part and does it in faith, without always wanting to see immediate results, so does the light grow brighter and brighter. So shine forth, my little lights, until the darkness has been transformed and all is light. So I'm going to start our meditation with a chime. And I would like to let you know that towards the end of the meditation, I call us into silence. And so we will sit in sacred silence for probably about 5 minutes. And I will call you out of that silence and then complete the meditation. So get comfortable where you are. Get comfortable in your chair. Feel your feet planted on the earth. Sense above you the sky. Notice our source above you. Take a deep breath and feel the connection of the center of the universe right down through your spine, connecting you to the center of the earth. Close your eyes or soften your gaze. And just breathe calmly and naturally. And let's start by bringing our awareness and presence wherever you are, in whatever human habitat where you live, be it a village, a town, or a city of any size, from micro-settlement to megacity. Be aware of yourself and the place that holds you. Be aware of all of us and all our places around the world. Let us include those who want to be with us, but for whatever reason, whether that be conflict, climate, COVID, or other challenges, or celebrations of Earth Day or spiritual ritual, for whatever reason, these people might be remote from this session today. But let us just embrace them in the island of calm that we are creating to benefit all living cities on a happy planet. Let's embrace the 4 archetypal voices of our cities: the citizens, the civic managers, business and innovators, the third sector, or civil society. Let us acknowledge all the cities, towns, and villages we know of personally or hear on the news. Let's acknowledge and bless all those who are caring and acting for Gaia's well-being in these places, ecoregions, nations, and their connections to neighbors, cultures, and geographies. Now feel and experience in and around you the light and love of your unique beingness, the light of your individual sacredness, however you envision and experience that. Let that light arise and hold each of us in its grace and loving embrace. And sense that light, feeling all aspects of yourself, your cells, the energies that flow through them, your feelings, mind, subtle body, soul, and spirit. Your whole presence, from the most particular part of yourself to the most expanded. Rest in the light and love and grace of this presence of yourself, and in the light and love and grace of the sacred that lies at the heart of all things. Feel and experience yourself also embedded in the life and being of the earth and her human habitats, even those that seem physically far away. Let us sense how we are connected with them because we are a generative part of the biosphere, a generative part of the noosphere, a generative part of the subtle dimensions, a generative part of the spiritual dimensions, a generative part of a vast planetary exchange of life and love and light. And now begin to focus on the qualities and energies you would like to bring to this work of subtle activism for our cities and towns and villages today. Maybe a presence of peace, of unity, of love. Maybe aliveness, happiness, joy. Maybe service, belonging, or regeneration. Maybe caring for others, place, and planet. Maybe healing, wholeness, and community. Perhaps compassion, grace, forgiveness. Maybe even a combination of qualities. Maybe a sense, perhaps, that all is well, that all is evolving, even though we may not see how, for Gaia's well-being. Whatever qualities or energies are calling you, step into them now, as much as you are able. And bring the felt sense of them into your heart and mind and body. And let yourself become a living presence of these qualities. Now imagine the felt sense of these expanding outwards to form a sphere of energy around you, around us, around our human habitats. This is an alliance space, a collaborative space. Into this space, invite allies in today's work of subtle activism, beings who are working with different elements of Earth's human habitats. I'm going to name some of these beings angels. You may have another name for them. They're all welcome by whatever name. I'm going to start by calling in our ancestors. I call in the landscape angels, Gaia's local representatives, the angels of our human habitats and bioregions, the angels of our associations, agreements, governments, the angels of our cultures, communities, outreaches, and our families, the angels of our seasons and cycles, beings from the four directions, beings of nature, earth, air, fire, water, the she. In particular, open to the presence of the soul of Gaia's human habitats, the soul of humanity, and the soul of the world. Those presences that hold an unfolding promise and potential of what we and the world can be. Sense these allies with you, with us, with all beings in our life places. Let our energies blend in a collaborative field and sense that field deepening and broadening as we do this. from this space of silence, let us be aware of our cities and towns and villages, bioregions and nations, sensing the energy and presence of this field that we have created. Hold and bless what is happening and unfolding. In your heart and in your imagination, touch or hold whatever situations or people or groupings have called your attention. Just hold the presence and energy of this collaborative field clearly and steadily in yourself, allowing it to be a resource and blessing wherever it is needed for living cities and a happy planet. Now, as we honor both the silence of connecting together, let us also become aware of how we reconnect through this meditation and all the other communications that we will share throughout the Earth Day Summit to follow. And now begin to bring this work to a close. Give thanks and appreciation to all involved. Then bless and release all who have helped and been part of this field, supporting our cities and towns and villages. Then consciously step out of the alliance space and return your attention to your own energy field and presence. Bring your awareness back to your body, to the light that fills it, that supports your boundaries and your unique presence and identity. Experience yourself grounded and balanced, and when you are ready, open your eyes and return your awareness to your room. Thank you. Thank you, and I'll return to Lev if you would like to make a bridge between the meditation and where we go next in the summit.
Thank you very much. Maren, let me ask you a couple of questions before we complete this particular session. And I wonder what other colleagues maybe they want to share. But I've been practicing different types of meditation for last 20 maybe years. And what I find about what you have shared with us, it both connects our internal state with the external awareness, not only in my physical space, which often is the case, but really on a global scale. In your experience, how does it really affect? Because you mentioned a very important point in the beginning, by being calm inside, we can positively affect thousands of people in our surroundings or maybe globally. And I was wondering, and it's a question really both to you and whoever else wants to share their experiences, between the idea of affecting other people through our state of mind, state of energy, and the reality, how do we go through this path, right? So how do we become people who by inner work really make a difference in the world in a very tangible way? If you have any ideas.
Well, Well, thank you, Lev. One of the reasons that I really get a great deal of joy to be in service when I do this meditation is because I can actually see and sense the local impact that it has. I live in the eco-village, so I know almost all of my neighbors and the other people who live here. So we have a small group who turns up regularly on Saturday morning, and everybody has a different sense of where there's turbulence in their lives, whether personally or with some of the organizations in the eco-village. When we first started this, it was as a response to the pandemic. So we had to create an action committee when we first were put into lockdown. And being an eco-village and a spiritual community, we wanted to find a way that was particularly aligned with the kind of values and relationships that we have with one another and with nature and with the world. And so when we asked ourselves about all of the practical things that we were guided to do by the government or by the health authority, we looked to our own practices here and asked, what is it that we can do in our spiritual lives to really assist us? And you'll notice that in the meditation, we introduced this idea of allies. And so these are non-human beings. And there is, of course, perhaps because we are in Scotland and also because living in a spiritual community, this is not an unusual thing to reach out and ask for nature to guide us. So I think that that's something on a very local basis that we found helped us get through not only the impact of the COVID pandemic that the rest of the world was going through, but we had other very difficult situations that occurred in the same period during that lockdown. We had fires here and lost both our sanctuary and our community center. So we had a lot of turbulence, and we still experience that as the impacts of that roll through. So what it does is it gives us an opportunity locally to notice, because we can hold this space and find the calm in ourselves, we do know that it has an impact throughout the rest of the week with everyone here. When I finish leading the meditations here, I usually ask people to share whatever came up for them. And of course, we're not normally celebrating Earth Day, but we're being in service to life here in Findhorn, but I also extend it to the rest of the world. And so people will naturally bring in their connections with the rest of the world. We're actually quite an international community. And it won't be unusual for people to say, for instance, well, I took my service or meditation today to Kiev, and I was in the Ukraine, and I was actually holding the conditions for people there. Or somebody else to say, well, my daughter in Australia is going through an illness, and I could feel that the meditation gave me a connection to them. And then later we can find out, and not unusually, that in fact, it did impact that person non-locally across the world. So those are two of the answers about both locally and non-locally. And I think it's not just in a small eco-village like Findhorn, but when I go to cities, which is normally where I've lived before I've moved here, I also take this sense of calm that I can kind of just tap into. People who come on a regular basis say they remember this sense of calm in the meditation when they might be in the subway, or they might be trying to get to the airport on time, or, you know, cooking meals for the family, that sort of thing. And so I feel that it has really got the impact that Eileen referred to when I shared that quote at the beginning. So I hope that that helps answer your question now.
It absolutely does. I would love to add something, but maybe Eric or Christoph or Alexandra or other colleagues, if you want to share any of your ideas or insights, and otherwise I'll join right after I have a couple of stories to share on this point.
Well, yeah, as I was listening to the both of you, I came to the realization that, and I think you're a vessel for this, Marilyn, and I think we all potentially are vessels but when I'm around Marilyn, and I don't know you that well, but when I'm around you, there's a ripple effect. I'm going to be honest, I'm not much of a meditator. It's, I'm not knocking meditation. I'm not knocking me. It's just not something that comes that easily to me. But when I'm around you, I feel the ripple effect of you. And I think all of us are leaders, and we're constantly creating ripple effects, whether we're conscious or not. And so I think, it's a reminder for me that I can be that ripple that I want to be, and that I need to keep identifying what's the ripple I want to create in this world. What's the ripple that I want to create for this planet?
Bravo, Eric. If Alexandra or Christoph want to add anything, you are most welcome. And thank you for joining our Islands of Calm meditation, which Marilyn was leading from beautiful Scotland. And while other colleagues are joining in, let me share a couple of stories which really came to my mind in response to what Marilyn, you have shared, and what Eric was just sharing. When we were working on a particular city case in Izhevsk about 10 years ago, and I was at the moment, representative of some business organizations and non-for-profit community. And Marilyn knows the story, but we got engaged with the local administration, with the city mayor, etc. And when we looked into, and I've never worked with local administrations before, I thought they live there on their own sort of terms. They live managing the city, doing some important things, and we are living our own lives, and there is no connection between us as citizens and the city administration. I mean, in a real, not in terms of some artificial things, but in the real sense. Everybody has his own sphere of attention. And when we got to know them a little bit, we discovered it was a very young team, people in their late 30s, who came to manage the city, and they had some beautiful ideas about ecology and citizen engagement, etc. And but what we discovered is that there was a serious mistrust, lack of connection between city administrators, the society, sort of the citizens, the business. So what Marilyn calls the four voices were very much apart from each other, no connection. And talking about our meditation today, one of the reasons those guys from administration were able to talk to me in particular, as well as my colleagues, is that because it's about our state of mind and state of energy. We would always come in a very non-threatening, in a very calm, very relaxed way to really first understand what are they about, what is their situation, what are their circumstances, to sort of have this empathy, not just to critique them if they're not doing the right job. And we discovered that bringing this calmness and openness and really empathy into all of the business and sort of local administrative conversations and dealings was very, very important. And later we took it on a sort of spread to other dealings with different kinds of administrations in different countries. And that was our experience, that if we are calm inside, as Marilyn mentioned in the beginning, it creates a completely different level of trust with people, for example, in the city setting with business, government, citizens, etc. And this affects indeed thousands, tens of thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of people. So maybe my experience is not that I'm calm and 1,000 people in my neighborhood become calmer. This I haven't noticed yet. Maybe I'm just in the beginning. But through our actual interaction throughout the day, if we're in the right state of mind, it really changed many, many things on an important scale. That was sort of my first story, and I have another one to tell, but let me check if Alexandra or Christoph want to share any of theirs. And count to three. 1, 2, 3. Yes, Christoph said that he is enjoying and learning well getting relaxed after finishing his work. So let me second a very different story. I have a newborn daughter, as Marilyn and Derek know, and she's maybe 2 weeks old now, and she's a very good child. So we were very happy sort of to have her. She came in a very natural way, and one evening I was trying to take care of her. She was not crying, but being anxious a little bit, and my wife didn't know what to do, so we were sort of lost. And then I had a conversation via Zoom with Ranjani, who is one of the co-founders of Living Cities Earth, who lives in Bangalore in India. And Ranjani has such a sort of calm and beautiful presence about her that I was speaking with her about our Living Cities Earth business, some projects, plans, etc. But the way she was present in this Zoom conversation, it had an incredible effect on my little sort of daughter. Instead of crying and being anxious, she doesn't focus yet her, vision, the sight, but she was sort of paying attention towards the screen somehow. And the way she calmed down, and she actually fell asleep. So my wife and myself, we thought, okay, this is another benefit from joining the Living Cities Earth community. We have a global, Marilyn, how do you call them? It's not caregivers, it's
stewards, but also I would call them caregivers, yes.
But also, if you need somebody to take care of your child, what's the right name for this?
Well, in colloquial terms, we might say a babysitter, but I think we're talking about
so we have a global community
the whole earth, yes.
And what's funny, it's both for our babies, whatever, our children, our grandchildren, but also for our inner child, right? So sometimes we need other people to pay attention and to give this empathetic sort of support, and this is what happens at Living Cities Earth. So maybe, sorry for my long stories. Thank you very much for this beautiful meditation. And we'll have 15 minutes before our next section start. So
but I have to intrude for a second.
Oh yes, please.
I'm sorry, but this is amazing. We're talking about ripple effect, right? And over the last 5 minutes, a friend of mine has been texting me saying, and she's live streaming right this second, and she's saying, I know this woman. I went to, is it called the village that you live in? She went there, she saw you, she was impacted by you in the eco village. She's watching right this second. She's saying this is mind-blowing, so it's just another great example of the ripple effect that can get created.
In Findhorn, we would call it a synchronicity. Yes, just breaking through the veil of separation into realizing that we're all connected. And
and she worked in the garden, and she, did the cooking there, and very cool.
Well, give her my best and say, I hope she comes back and reconnects here. Yes.
Yeah. Well, she's actually one of the people that's going to be doing the Spanish speaking workshop for LCE. So hopefully, you'll get to see her and meet her again.
That's wonderful. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that story. And thank you, Lev, for your stories too, because there isn't only one way that we can be something that creates a ripple effect. And oftentimes we never know. So I really value that the island of calm can be of immediate benefit to us as individuals, but in being of service to a greater good in the world, simply using this as a practice, it can really generate something that creates an effect that will be with you probably for the next hour or days, or hopefully for the whole weekend, as this is our gateway into the whole summit. And this is a beautiful way for, the way that David Spangler framed this kind of subtle activism is a way of us understanding and experiencing ourselves as incarnated spirituality, so that we are both inner and outer, and that when we have the opportunity to call on allies, we're strengthened and supported, not only immediately here, but at distance and in ways that we are not even aware of. There are many people who come to Findhorn, and your friend Eric might be one of them, who can connect with nature beings, actually see them, and become aware of the extent to which they really want humans to have a sense of well-being and to be in harmony with Earth and all beings seen and unseen. So I'm very, very grateful to have this opportunity to be with you today. And for the rest of the Earth Day Summit, happy Earth Day. May it be calm and full of light.
Thank you very much, Maren. All right, we have about 10 minutes before the next section starts, and the next section will be finding your values on a happy Earth Day. And it's co-led by Eric Connor, who is here actually with us, and Stephanie Balzer. So Eric and Stephanie will be joining us in 10 minutes, and I guess we could have, yes, Eric, if you want to say something.
Well, just that I have to get off to actually meet her on another Zoom link right now, but I'm really looking forward to being part of the next session.
Exactly.
Okay.
So we have time to get some tea, and we'll see you in 10-15 minutes.
Hi, good morning.
Hello,
Lev.
Eric. Hello, Stephanie. Good morning.
Hi.
As we're
Eric,
coming to an hour, welcome
yeah,
in.
I'm excited to be
Stephanie,
here.
where are you located?
I'm in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Oh, so it's about 6 hours over there, right?
Yeah, it's 5 a.m. But we like that. Where are you, Lev?
I'm in between Vancouver and Seattle.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So
Yeah,
I'm in the
which in Las Vegas, 5 a.m. is lunch.
Yeah, exactly. Or everyone's just getting home right now.
or maybe late dinner as well.
Mm.
For some. It's amazing. When I lived in New York a long time ago, maybe 20 years, I remember I was a relatively young person, and we would go to some, nightlife. And in the morning, going sort of for a walk in Central Park, 5 o'clock in the morning, maybe 5:30. So for us, it was the end of the prior day,
Yeah.
and we would have people jogging sort of in the Central Park. And for
Yeah.
them, it was the beginning of a new day. And if you read Ray Bradbury, the American science fiction writer, he has those, it's called Martian Chronicles, some stories about the exploration on Mars. It was before Elon Musk. And so he tells a story about two beings coming together in a contact, a person from Earth, sort of an astronaut, and also a creature from Mars. So the local inhabitant, which looks totally different, and they they meet sort of in the total darkness on a plane where there is nothing, sort of somewhere in Mars, and they look at each other and they try to approach each other, and at some point they want to shake hands, and their hands go through each other. So they're so different. The structures don't even allow me to touch each other. So we felt the same way in the Central Park. So when we met those people who were jogging, and I guess for them it was the same way, but the other way around. So that was very fun. Anyway, it's 5 o'clock Pacific time in the morning. In Europe, it's 5 plus 9. I guess it would be 2 p.m., right? The 14 o'clock in Amsterdam, Berlin, Zurich, and other places. And I pass it on to Eric and Stephanie. Thank you very much for joining us today. We have an interesting discussion and exploration of what our values are on the Happy Earth Day. Eric, pass it on to you. We have people watching us on YouTube, so I hope they could also participate if you give us.
Yeah, they can definitely participate. And I want to welcome everybody that's here and everybody that's watching live stream. My name is Eric Kohner.
I'm Stephanie Balzer.
Yeah, and like many of us, we are, co-founders of Living City Earth, and we're going to jump right into it. This is going to be a very, very interactive session, and depending on how many people show up on Zoom, we may put people in breakouts, and we may not. We'll see. We'll see how it works.
And can I just add a technical? I don't think I'm an administrator to break anyone out, but maybe Lev is or can help me.
We have
ahead,
our technical support people, so they would be able to do it.
Okay, great. Okay, wonderful.
All right, then we'll jump right into it. So finding your values on a Happy Earth Day is our title. And we want to start off by saying we get it. We know that we're in a critical time on Earth. And we also know that if you're either here on Zoom or if you're watching, we're making up that you're committed to being of service to our planet. And that there are some really, we all know it, there's some very, very serious consequences that are going on. And in this presentation, we're going to be asking you to focus on yourself. Both Stephanie and I are life coaches. And one of the things that I a lot of my clients feel like if they're just focusing on themselves, they feel like they're being selfish, right? And an esteemed colleague of mine, Cynthia Lloyd-Darst, who's a pioneer in the coaching world, she came up with a term called soulfish. So we're going to be asking you to be soulfish today, in the pursuit of actually getting in touch with some of your core values as it relates to Earth.
Mm-hmm. I think what, to just jump in, Eric, I think what resonated so deeply when you said, let's think about this, is that one of the strengths and one of the really special qualities that I see about LCE is that visionary quality, that ability to, it's like we're shifting from problem solving mode to really getting in touch with ourselves and our relationship to the earth. And that's something that's really unique. I don't see other organizations doing that.
Very cool. So we're going to jump into a very, very quick visualization. So you can either turn up your cameras or whatever, but like take a deep breath. And if you'd like, close your eyes and allow yourself to sink into your chair. And then take another deep breath and release whatever tension you're noticing. Just let it flow out of your body. And we want you to get in touch with a moment that you experienced in the past. And this is a moment where you felt totally connected and alive. A moment where something was going on for you on this planet that really spoke to you. You might have been on a mountain, or it could have been on the ocean, or out in a field, or it could have been on a basketball court, or a playground, or a park in a city or village that you live in. Somewhere where you are in touch with Earth in a profound way. And if a few instances come up for you, pick one for now and know that whatever you pick is exactly the right experience for this exercise. Where were you? What was the temperature? What do you see in your surroundings? What are the colors, the shapes? What's the touch of that experience? Get in touch with the smell. And if applicable, what's the taste of that experience? Allow yourself to have the sounds. And if there was anybody with you, get in touch with who they were and what they meant to you. Just allow yourself to re-experience that moment in time. and be aware of what made that moment so special. Now take a deep breath. And as you exhale, open your eyes and come back in the room, still experiencing that experience. And the people that are on Zoom, if you could turn on your cameras, we'd love to have you be part of this, because this is a very interactive session that we've created. So if you don't mind putting your cameras on, we'd love to see you.
It's
Thank
very
you.
enriching, by the way. I just had so much in those 5 minutes. It's amazing.
Well, then let's go to you, Lev. Would you mind telling us your experience?
Well, it's very interesting. I'm sort of an introverted more type of a person, and so I thought, oh, other people will really talk, but I really have such a rich experience. When you suggested us to go into those sort of places and locations where we feel energized and connected, I had a experience going to our sort of country house. We have it on a large river, bank of a river, and it also connected with my childhood, and all the, not only the beautiful nature, but really the sense of peace and also sort of flow of life energy through me was so vivid. I felt like I really moved there, not only in my mind, but really physically. So, and when I brought it back into my current experience, it also changed the way I experience the current the physical environment around me. That was very interesting. Thank you.
Great. So we're going to use you as an example. Do you mind if we're actually going to what we call mine for some values? You know, like a miner is mining for gold. We're going to mine for your values. So
could I just make one point? I also see
Sure.
how Alexandra is smiling, and I think she also had some amazing experience. Just wanted to
Oh,
mention.
we're gonna get to her. Trust me.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. In fact, we'll get to everybody on the call because there's not that many people here. And actually, we're gonna invite. Welcome. How do you pronounce your name? Burial?
Burial, yes. Hi there.
Oh, welcome, welcome. I don't know where. Are you just getting on, or did you hear the visualization we just did?
I'm just getting on. Unfortunately,
Okay.
I had nothing up until now, so I just quickly finished it and got in.
Okay, well, maybe you can catch up. We're doing we're basically we took everybody in the room through a visualization where they got in touch with a moment that they were really connected and alive with this planet. Okay, and I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but think of a time where it just, you know, you were on Earth and something you felt connected in some way. You got it.
So don't worry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Great.
My moment.
So back. I'm going to go back to Lev. Lev just told us his experience. So one of the things that I'm hearing is a real value of yours, Lev, is the peacefulness of the country. You know, that country house.
Well, to tell you the truth, that was a part of it, but more importantly was the richness of flow of life. That was more important for me.
Okay, so let's just call that flow of life. Flow of life is a value of yours.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I also heard that family was there.
It's amazing. I didn't speak much about it, but yes, it definitely was in the field. Yes.
And you heard, Alexandra, you heard, what did you notice? What's important to Lev from what he said?
What's important?
Yeah.
During this experience that I had right now, I think it's connected somehow with the previous meditation, whereas calm makes thousands around you positive, right? So during this meditation, I was in the forest, all right? It was just forest. So it's planet, it's Earth, and everything is alive, and that was dark. And a moon that has a light on me. And I felt calm at that time. So when you're really feeling calm, you are able to choose, or you have some kind of inner knowledge, what to do, where to go, how to be, and just manifest it what you have. So I think that this calmness is very important, and it connects us. I mean, people and nature and earth, world, and everything is around.
So what's important to you then is that calm. That might be a value of yours?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. And what I'm also hearing that I don't know, and by the way, I'm giving all of us permission to just use your intuition. You're going to be either right or not right. It doesn't matter. You'll let us know if this. But I also heard something about the moon shining on you. That that there's something there around. I don't know, connection to the universe. Something. What do you want to call it?
It was something bigger than me, definitely.
Yes.
Yes, and I think that somehow I can count on it. So if I'm lost, I definitely can find a way. I'm not alone. I think it's, I can say that.
Yeah.
The presence.
Yeah.
And I also, it's this kind of ties back to what Lev said too. There was a lot of listening, listening to the river, kind of listening in an intuitive sense to, what was coming down or what was around you.
Yeah. And I think also for both of you, I'm just throwing this out again. There's something about being present in the moment.
Yeah.
That was really important for both of you. And that may be a value. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Farrell, you there? Farrell. I would love to hear your, moment on Earth that you're in touch with.
So mine was very interesting. So I live in Scotland, but very recently, so as recent as a week and a half ago, I went to visit South Africa, where I'm originally from, where I was born. So I had a very incredible experience. So when I first arrived, I felt really like dissonant with this place that I was actually from, that I was born from. And I remember going to the sea. It's a beautiful area called Scarborough. And I put my feet into the sand and into the water. And it was like something like this, like as in I felt the earth connecting with me. Right. And in this moment, I remember just having tears and just feeling really shaky, you know, and in the moment this happened, it was like this beautiful initiation of ancestors saying to me, right, you're home, but we know that you have to go, you know, and the reason we needed you to be home was because we want to remind you of who you are.
Wow.
And it was, I don't know how to explain. It was something that has never happened to me ever before, right? But it was something that I stood there and it was like, we want you to remember the price that we have paid for you.
Wow.
And it wasn't ancestors only of human ancestors. It was every ancestor that was saying, we have given you the best that we could because we picked you. We understood that you could do something with what we've given you. And what we give you, you know, and it's like, we're bringing you home because we just, so the thing is that I have to give a little bit of a backdrop of going to South Africa, and I was supposed to go to trainings with big companies and doing all kinds of things like this. And all of it just didn't happen that I went there for. And all of a sudden I just was here in this ground, and the ancestor said, and because I was looking at water started speaking to me as well and saying, hey, I'm one of your most ancient ancestors, and you are made up of, you know, 75% of me. So watch me, look at me. You need to go be like me in the world. I can be in any different climate situation, and I become, I transform into what is needed for that environment. In other words, I can be ice, I can be a glacier, I can be, you know, all these different aspects of what it was showing me, and said, but look at me right now. I can also be absolute peace. And anything that comes in my way, I don't push with harshness, you know, I go around it. This thing that's in the way thinks it's winning. But I'm patient and I take hundreds of years, but I keep shaping that thing and I keep, you know, morphing around. And so it was really for me that beautiful, and said, right, so we're igniting you and we're asking you for that which is happening next in the world. We wanted you to come home so that you could go be the peace that we've intended for you. And it was like,
I'm actually here.
I was.
I'm sorry. You know, first of all, just listening to you is, you know, and I don't think I'm alone. It's you've evoked so much emotion, and I'm actually hearing like home. Whatever home means to you is a value of yours.
And
I want to invite. Yeah, go for it.
And I also hear that sense of flexibility, of shape shifting.
Yeah. Lev, Alexandra, what values did you notice, Ferial? And is it Ferial? Am I pronouncing you correctly?
That's correct.
Okay, good. What other values are you noticing?
You know,
just from that story?
I really loved it when you said going back home, or going home is the video. To me, it resonated so much. I would never think about it, but you pointed it out so precisely. And I don't know Ferial yet very well, but it gave me shivers really when you said this. And I also thought, well, it's important for every human to feel connected to whatever we see as our home, in spiritual or in material way.
I was going to say that to you. So much as I went to the soil, which was my home, the experience was about, because humans, we have to come home.
Yes.
That's what it
exactly
was.
Yeah. And that's available to us at any moment in time. It doesn't matter physically where we are, but we need to connect to home. is what I'm hearing you say. I'm also noticing that, like, you value, I don't know how to put it. You probably help me here, but there's something around being connected to your emotional instrument, like being connected to your vibration. I just picked up something around that.
So obviously that was just
do it in your words.
So that was just a moment, Eric, right? That this happened, but then it was actually the whole experience of being in South Africa for a month, and one of it was frequency. It was literally the thing that it was like, it was about the embodiment of something completely new. Like, so if I can describe it, in the past we were looking at rituals, not that it is not important, right? But that we looked to those things to give us direction, as opposed, and give us that peace, give us those things. And it was like universe was telling me, you need to embody that. Now it's the embodiment of all of that. You don't need these instruments. You actually are the instrument. And as you
are the instrument.
You change frequency wherever. So it's like, I can only explain that experience. Honestly, I've shared it with some friends, and Alexander Laszlo in particular, and I said to him, it was like a leveling up that I never experienced before. And it was this, right now, it is about us as the change agents in the world. The frequency we carry is more powerful than the work we will do, because
let's call it frequency then.
Yes,
that's it. That's a value of yours.
Yes.
Great. So what we'd like to do next is we'd like to give all of you an opportunity to continue searching and exploring your values. And I'm thinking, maybe we could split it up. Let's see. Maybe Alexandra and Farrell, you could go together, and how about Levin and you, Stephanie?
Sure.
Okay, and we're all gonna continue talking about that peak moment, or whatever it is that you want to use in order to explore the values that you have for this planet. Because when we get back, we're going to pick maybe one or two of each of us and declare how we want to honor that value more for Earth Day and beyond. Okay?
So it's Stephanie and myself, Ferian and Alexandra, right?
Yes, and I may roam if that's okay with you. Do I have access to roam, Alexandra? Okay. And for everybody that's live streaming, try to do that for yourself. Come up with, some core values that you have for this planet. Okay? So whenever you're ready, Alexandra.
I can, and I would love to get back to ferial experience, and I think that one of
you can't do. Okay, put me with ferial then. Okay.
No. I think it's my value as well, and it's kind of similar or intersected, in our small universe here. So I think that it's openness, all right? Because if your state is not open, you cannot feel. You cannot get this experience. You cannot touch it as deep as you did it.
Yeah.
And openness is also connected with calmness, as I mentioned, right? If you are not open, you cannot feel it. If you are closed and anxious and just focus on some negative aspects in your life or inside of you, it's definitely, you cannot get out of the world and to be connected with everything. That's what I feel and what I can say that. So openness for me also is a core value, openness and calmness. And what else can be? I think Lev can continue and I will get back to my thoughts.
Actually, I wanted to ask if we can stay together, because in this case, people on YouTube could watch us. Otherwise, if we go to break rooms, they won't be able to. And also, it's such an interesting discussion to have in our group. So picking up from Alexandra, if I may, I also find that it's so interesting that we all know that values are very powerful, right, in our life. But very often we forget to really use them, to leverage our connection to our values, because maybe everybody is busy and there is so much stress in the world. But now that Stephanie and Derek invited us to get in touch with what we feel inside and supported our sort of attention moving towards recognizing our values, it really changed. The world is the same, but my experience of the world is completely different. And this is so enriching. This is just outstanding.
Absolutely. And Alexandra, what you said about the openness. So I find this extremely important because so I love the work of a woman called Danila Meadows, where she talks about having the capability and the capacity to continually transcend our current paradigms. And so that openness and the willingness for new, to understand, and I think also to leverage what Lev was saying, to understand, to see some of the things that was in front of us, but to see it with these different new eyes, you have to have that openness. And so I think this is so important. So when if we talk about, changing the world and changing the way, I think it isn't so much changing the world as it is changing our vantage point of it, because when we do, it all changes. And I think that comes back to the frequency.
Yeah. I also want to give all of you an opportunity to, we call this listening for values. So I'm actually going to tell you my experience, and I'd like you to reflect back to me, and then maybe Stephanie, you could do the same thing. Sure. I'm letting go of the breakout room. Just want to kind of let it go. Okay. Okay. All right. So for me, it was very similar to you, Lev. I went back to maybe one of my first, because I grew up in New York City. Okay. And literally, I think my parents were driving out to, the country, and they stopped on the side of the road, and it was just like a hill, right, with flowers in it. And I might have been 4 or 5 years old, and I was just running through this field, exploring different flowers. And I still remember like the smells, the freshness of it, and the wonder of this little boy discovering flowers. And then my mother, we were picking daisies, and my mother taught me this very simple game called She Loves Me Not, right? And I remember having just a fabulous time with my mother picking, the petals. And I think it was actually also my first experience of what love meant. Like I think I was that young that I didn't even know the concept of love. And so that was my, like moment that I thought of when I did this exercise.
So now we can, Eric, right, have the opportunity to think about, okay, what did we hear in your story, and what can we help illuminate as your values? Exactly.
So what did you hear? What did you hear are values of mine?
My I share. I actually heard an explorer. Yeah. I heard adventure. So it did show me, oh, we here to explore an adventure. And part of that adventure was also fun, right? So sometimes I'd also point us back to when we're busy trying to change the world, get very serious. Maybe there's this aspect of fun that could make this so much easier, with much more ease, that we can do this when we're actually really having fun with this, right? And then the awe. So the awe is a very big one for me, because I think when we're in awe of things, there's something that we want to create, we want to do, so the wonderment of that child, what I heard is that, so it is that adventure, child, fun, or so is that a value we could?
Oh, definitely. It's a value of mine. Definitely.
Or like, and I live close to the beach, right? So every time I've trying to teach, kind of learn to have this awe. I'm going to the same place, but can I see something different today? Oh, it's still so beautiful. That's the hub.
Yeah. Well, thank you. That's great. You named a plethora of values, that you reflected back. Thank you. Stephanie, what was your experience?
Mine. So I picked a different one than we talked about before. I picked, when I was growing up, I grew up in Arizona, and my family camped a lot, and we spent a lot of time outside. And I was right around, maybe like 12, 13. So sort of like becoming interested in adult world and, kind of that tween experience. And we went to Death Valley, and it was on spring break, so it wasn't too hot. And we were in Death Valley for a week, and we camped there and saw all of the amazing things. And one night we went to how campgrounds have like the fireside chat. And it was about crows and how smart crows are. And I just remember, like, I never forgot. Every time I see a crow, I think about that experience of all of the adults and all of the kids and everyone. Like, we went together to this, and listened to someone talk about how amazing crows are. And so it was just that experience of everyone choosing to learn something because it was fun, because they just were out camping. Here we all are living in a community and in these different homes. And we went and heard about the crows and how amazing they were.
So what are you noticing? What are some values that Stephanie was acknowledging and expressing?
Well, I don't know whether it's correct, of course, but I sensed and felt sort of this sense of wonder, really, how this big world around me and around Stephanie is rich and amazing and full of experiences. And the crows, to me, it was part of nature, but really part of life. So it's really the awe of life. So that's what really struck me.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
How's that resonating for you, Stephanie?
Yeah. Seeing something with new eyes. Here's these birds. They're just the black birds that fly around. And then to learn how intelligent they were and how, how there's these people who know so much about them and they were giving it to us in a community was really cool. Yes, absolutely.
Stephanie, the word community came up for me.
Yeah.
Like, you loved the togetherness, the fireside chat. There was something special about that community thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, definitely a value of mine. And how the crows kind of live like that too, in murders, which is crazy. Like, there was just so much silliness in those birds too. They're very silly. And we're silly with them. Like, why do we call a group of crows a murder? That's so funny, like,
This is wonderful. I'm also noticing just, when we are giving ourselves permission to get in touch with what's important to us, and communicating it to each other. Look what's also getting created in the space. It's like, this is the first time I'm meeting you, Ferial, and and I don't know Lev or Alexandra all that well, but I'm feeling a connection with all of you right now.
Yeah.
So there's there's some universal connections that are getting created just by having this discussion. Where I'd like to take go ahead.
And connections to the similarities of our stories and the power of that, of the earth and the elements kind of speaking to us, and how it resonates so much across our stories.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So where I'd like to go next is think of one of the values that came up from this visualization that you want to honor specifically for Earth Day, and perhaps for the rest of your life. That's the invitation. Like, what's the value that, like, maybe it's the value that you have, but you haven't been honoring as much as you'd like to. And also the value that if you honored, could have that ripple effect. Let's talk about the session before about having the ripple effect. What's the ripple effect that you want to have as a climate activist? I'll go first, okay? Ferial, when you said explorer and fun, like the sheer fun of exploring and being like a lifelong learner. I'm 70, I'm going to be 71 next week. I'm 71, but I want to be that 4-year-old explorer. Specifically where it comes to my participation in LCE. So that's my call to action.
Mm-hmm.
Wants to go next?
I think mine would be frequency. Mine would be that I wouldn't. So something that Stephanie said about, I don't know if it was Stephanie, but one of you said something about that you experienced love. Or it was you, Eric. You said from your mom, you experienced love rather than you understood what it was. So I think there's so much that we don't understand. So frequency for me would be really that tapping into all of what I'm not understanding and leaning into it. And I think it's going to make the change so much when I am embodying those things rather than always trying to work it out.
Well, yeah, what I'm hearing is that like frequency, and these might be my words, so if it doesn't work, but frequency is you really trusting your body, like listening to the frequency that's happening in your body, as opposed to what you just said, having it all come from your head.
Exactly. It's like that complete connectivity into everything on this planet and getting our wisdom from there, for me anyway, rather than what I've learned in books and what is already there, because clearly that is not what's helping us. So it must be from something else. And the answer is there, but it's in all of us. And so for me, it's that, when you're studying, then you just get connected, and it's so that's the frequency that I'm talking about. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Lev, what about you?
Well, I would talk about aliveness and being fully alive. I have the sense that there is so much the universe is giving us. So when we just are open to channel this cognitive, spiritual, emotional, energetic, and all kinds of experiences, to be when we are present, not in the sense that we have to know something, but in the sense that we have to be a channel for the larger picture to go through us in a very particular ways of our life. So being alive to me is really being in touch with the higher perspective, but also being in touch with our circumstances. So sort of the sky and the earth combined together. And this feeling of aliveness, when the flow of energy goes sort of through us, and we can connect with other people and create alive circles and eventually alive sort of humanity and alive planet, I think that's a beautiful image I got from our experience here.
Fantastic. I get the operative word is alive, you know. Yes. Yeah. And Alexandra, what's the value you want to honor more?
I think curiosity. So that, yeah, it's also very close to every one of us, right? That experience, it's frequency, it's try, mistaken, then do again and get new experience, get new feelings, get new tools, and through all this way. And it also helps us to be open. As much we explore, as much we are interested in, as much we open and fulfilled with knowledge, with experience, with everything that we feel really throughout this way. So yes, curiosity.
Excellent. Thank you. Curiosity. And Stephanie.
I think maybe you guys can help me find the word for it, but there's something about, you know, creating, trusting that something magical will happen when you bring the people together. You know, like, what is that? Trusting in community, maybe?
So that's the value, trust. Go ahead.
Yeah.
There's a word called evolutionary convergence. It all just, it comes together. The life is smart enough to bring it together.
Yeah, because who knew that I would go to listen to a fireside chat that they have every night in campgrounds about crows and then be talking about it years later. And so it's knowing that when people come together like this, we don't get to say what their experience or value is. Our job is to create it and to participate in it.
I'm almost feeling like this very moment we're having our fireside chat.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's something about trusting, creating the container for the community, and then letting that do the work. So I'm going to call it container.
Okay.
That is going to be what I'm going to label this value.
Excellent. Excellent. Container. Okay. So we're at the tail end of this session, and I can't think of a better way to wake up at 4 a.m. It's been a pleasure. And I'd like to end this by, let's just go around and one thing that you're taking away from this session and one thing that you're grateful for. Who would like to go first? All right, Lev.
Well, I don't have enough words to express my gratitude, really. It was so powerful from the very first 2-3 moments of our session, when you brought our attention towards our values in a very sort of skillful way. And then how this experience I described already, how it really feels our daily environment with magic. So I would like to thank Stephanie and Eric for letting this magic flow. And I feel very reconnected with my values. And I also learned about Alexandra's and Stephanie's and Ferial's and Eric, your values. So I feel both enriched internally, but also externally. Thank you very much. And I pass it on to Ferial.
Thank you so much, Lev. Equally, I am very grateful for the opportunity, firstly, to be connected to such beautiful humans, because it brings in me this incredible hope for where we're heading for the next part of this journey. So I just want to say thank you. And I'm not going to reiterate what Lev just said, but yes, what he said as well. And I would say that what I take away from it is actually a lot of what Stephanie just said. I mean, all of you, right, what you've said, but Stephanie, I think that word magic, I take that into the future of this and say, I want to trust life to take us where we need to go. And really, so back to the water of just leaning into the flow. So I thank you for what you shared, every one of you, but I take that away. Yes, there is engineering that is to be done. There is thinking, there is strategy, there is all of that. But I think in the end, I really just want to embrace the magic.
I love what you're saying. I'm feeling like that's magic is a value within all of us. Yeah. Alexandra, you want to go next?
Yeah, thank you very much. And yes, I'm also very gratitude to everything, to everyone, and to everything that happened today. And I remember your first, some words in the beginning when you said that focus on yourself seems very egoistic, right? But if we don't focus on ourselves first, how can we focus on the outside world? Right? Without knowing ourselves, without knowing our habits, without knowing our feelings, how we react on different impulses around us, how can we react on the outside world, and how we can be connected with it and with everyone alive there, right?
Yes.
So we have to know what we feel, how we feel, and how we are going to feel, So it's really very important thing in evolution of the personality, I guess. And now I have double confirmation that everything is connected. So
yes.
People are connected, and
yes.
we can be connected. Like now we have a lot of opportunities. We have Zoom, and we have never met each other, right? But we connected thanks to Live, right? And to living cities and Earth, and connected. And we are connected with similar values. So it's already something bigger than just connected. And we have an opportunity to discuss what we have and what is really similar. And we also enrich ourselves with the experience that we have right now in this environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Stephanie.
What am I taking away? So there's a rooster that just moved into our neighborhood a couple weeks ago. So he's lived here just a very short amount of time. So I still register him all the time. So you guys don't know it, but a rooster has been participating as well in our session. And so I was, talking about crows, and then I have this other, bird who I hear all the time, and I actually kind of love it. I think I want to take away, that the, kind of echoing that what everyone has shared, like the earth is going to the world, the creatures in it are speaking to us all the time if we listen. So am taking that away, that memories and experiences are all connected to our present, connected to how we show up and the work that we do in the world. It all becomes a part of that flow. So I want to take that away. And I'm grateful I'm grateful for Living Cities Earth, pushing this forward, moving it into action and taking the values and making it real. We made it real, and that's pretty exciting.
Wow. I'm so happy that a rooster was part of this session, because roosters wake us up.
Yeah, he has a lot to say. Yeah. Yes.
You know, and you know, I really think more than ever the earth needs waking up. So yeah, what I'm taking away is, you know, so this is what I'm taking away. The learning that I'm getting is that this can happen. Look what we created in an hour.
Yeah.
It's not something that has to happen over a long period of time. We can create more of this whenever we want.
Yeah.
You know, and I so appreciate the way all of you have participated with us in the last hour. I have a lot of gratitude also for, you know, being part of this new community. For me, it's new. You know, I feel like, you know, personally, it's the beginning of a really, really important part of my life. Yeah. You know, to be connected to you all. So thank you very, very much. And we are, at least for this session, you know, there's going to be a whole lot more out. So if you're live streaming, we got 3 days of this. So hang in there. But we're complete with this particular session. Thank you. Lev, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Eric. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Alexandra, for joining from China, and Ferrell from Scotland. Thank you, everyone who was watching and stayed with us on the YouTube. And when you watch the recording of it, well, just let us share with you that this time was fantastic, really magical. And I agree, Eric, with what you have just mentioned, that we really can take this experience and make it part of our life. So, and we can change the world. And it's not just the nice words, it's the actual experience we can all share together. Thank you for this wonderful session. We'll have a 3-minute break, and we'll start our next discussion on Living Cities Earth, actually, how we are changing the world and what our plans and what's the history, what's the team, and how you can join in 3 minutes. So 3 minutes break, and we'll see you very, very soon. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, we're strictly moving on time. It's 6 o'clock in the morning Pacific time. So in Western Europe, it's about 3 p.m. 15. And in China, I guess it's already late during the day. In Scotland, should be about 2 p.m., 14 hours. And we are moving basically to the next part of our program. And we will talk about Living Cities Earth, the path, the history, the team, the vision, the mission, and all the other beautiful things. Actually, we'll talk about it for several times during the day. But before we go there, we would love to see a small video which our team has prepared to share. And everybody welcome who is watching on YouTube, who will watch in recording, also welcome. We are working on a distributed fashion geographically and in terms of time. So if we could switch on and watch the short 2-minute video, or four-minute video, the longer version, and then I'll share some ideas about the Living Cities Earth, where it came from and where we are going. So let's see if we can see the video right now. Thank you.
We are humans.
In this VUCA BANI world, what does it mean to be human? How can we human well?
How can each human feel truly alive?
How can each community and city thrive and evolve?
How can 10,000 cities on our planet interconnect for our collective benefit?
How can we live in harmony with all life on Earth?
These are the questions that brought us together at Living Cities Earth, a very young and fast-growing global collective that started 3 months ago. We are a horizontally organized action community of 25 of the world's leading integral researchers and practitioners, with a total of 300 years of research and leadership that has benefited millions of people in over 1,000 cities. Living Cities Earth interconnects both people and institutions that together reach over 100 countries on all continents. Our aim is to integrate our capacities to human well with 10,000 cities serving Gaia's well-being, and to discover how can we nurture cities as complex, adaptive, living, spiritual human habitats in the right relationship to humans, bioregions, all other cities, and the planet. To do that, we must not only learn but also unlearn, to create space for new ways of knowing, doing, and interbeing in the 5 dimensions of person, people, place, places, and planet. What exactly are these 5 areas that form our testing grounds? First, it is Earth with all forms of life. Second, a naturally emerging network of 10,000 cities. Third, each individual city as a living ecosystem. Fourth, our communities. And fifth, each individual person. On each level, we will explore what we have to learn and unlearn in order to human well. These 2 streams of research as yin and yang represent a full circle of life. As critical and complex this inquiry is, it calls for a radical and diverse set of research methods, from action research to mapping, from ULab to artistic inquiry, and well beyond. We are both dreamers and doers, and plan to present our findings in many ways. From a series of maps and LCE Global Journal to cartoons and living project templates, from a global forum for 1,000 cities to an academy for mayors and young leaders, art exhibitions, and a living journal of unlearning. And we realize that the very idea of a traditional journal may well be something we'll need to unlearn. We bring all of our inspiration, competencies, and resources to this project.
We trust that by acting together, now and in the future,
We can learn to human well and help millions of people live happier lives.
In harmony with each other.
And all life on Earth.
Wow, thank you very much. This was very nice. And I love the children in the end, definitely connects us with where we want to be in the future. I will ask our technical support to allow me to show the screen.
Yeah, it's done.
Excellent, thank you very much. Welcome again. My name is Lev Gordon. I'm one of the 50 co-founders of Living Cities Earth. It's a global collective, a movement which started, I'll show basically the history, but we met for the first time all together last year in Amsterdam in June of 2022. The combined history of all the co-founders is more than 1,000 years. So we've been around, but all together we came in Amsterdam in June 2022, and ever since we have been on a roll. So again, welcome to everyone who is joining us in Zoom and watching on YouTube. Let me start our small, we have about 10 minutes in this part, just to briefly talk about Living Cities Earth, and then we'll have a very exciting interview with Paul van Schaik, one of the co-founders, a very famous person worldwide. He lived and worked in Europe, in Africa, in Americas, and everywhere, in many places, in Asia as well. And right now he's residing in Johannesburg in South Africa. And with him, we will talk about one of the books he has just finished. It's called Down to Earth. And it talks about different practices of developing the society and the cities on a global scale. But before we move in 8 minutes to speak with Paul, right now, let me share the screen. And yes, we'll enjoy a couple of points about our organization. So what is Living Cities Earth? Some people, when they hear the name, they think about ecology. Other people think about urbanism. Other people think about sciences of life. Everybody thinks about humans, of course, because we are humans. Everybody is right, because Living Cities Earth is what's called an integral initiative. We look at life from very different angles, on different levels of understanding reality, from a very practical perspective, right? How we create the infrastructure in the cities, in the villages, which supports life, supports quality of life, to the issues of culture, how we interact with each other, what are the meanings which drive our development and our sort of interaction. So today, again, welcome. It's a 3-day global event. It goes live through Zoom, YouTube, and we'll have recordings sent out to 1,500 cities worldwide. We have a network of leaders in different places. And today is sort of a warm-up day. So the main day is tomorrow, the Earth Day, of course. And today we have the warm-up day. And I'll quickly talk about maybe vision and mission. And later during the day, we'll also talk about the history of founders and our sort of next steps and how you could join. So what is Living Cities Earth? It's a global integral initiative headquartered in Switzerland. And right now we have communications with leaders in more than 100 countries worldwide. About 50 co-founders, actually the number grows every week, so came together from 5 continents to co-create a better future, to support our evolution as humanity, and really combine our knowledge and bring other people on board to improve life of people and other forms of life in 10,000 cities. Why 10,000 cities? Because according to statistics, there are 10,000 cities. Exactly, that's amazing, right? Such a number on the planet Earth. And of course, many other smaller habitats, about 4 million villages. Most of them are very tiny, so about 1 million tangible size villages and 3 million smaller villages. Some of them are not so alive anymore, unfortunately. We decided to focus on cities first, not because we don't respect smaller types of habitats. Actually, many of us live in villages, but we felt that the highest impact we could achieve working with people who live in the cities, because there are more of them, they have more influence on the bioregions, etc., etc. So we focus on cities first. We already work with eco-villages. There is more, I would say, consciousness being present there, right? People come there on an intentional basis. So we work with eco-villages in Bali, in Indonesia, in Scotland, and in other places. And would love to connect with anybody who is part of the eco-village, for example, global network. As I mentioned, we use an integral approach to help people, communities, cities, and our planet to be fully alive. What is it? We'll be talking about it all those 3 days, but really it's looking not only on the external circumstances, right, like the roads, the city office, etc., but it's also looking at our internal condition. How do we feel? How do we trust each other? Are we able to have the vision for the future, individually and collectively? So many of those things are part of the integral approach, as well as other ways of looking at systems, people, cities, from a complex sort of multidimensional perspective. Over the last, let me see, yes, over the last 3 years, so the co-founders, all of us, we have our own projects. So we brought them together in the LCE ecosystem. And of course, we invite you to also join this growing ecosystem and bring your projects, your organizations, so we can support each other in many different ways. And across of our projects, more than 125,000 leaders. It's very important, not just citizens, just people, right? But leaders who affect other people. So we work with leaders. That's our prime sort of target audience. That's whom we want to support, with whom we want to interact. So if you are also working with leaders of positive change in your country, in your city, in your village, or on a global scale, please come and talk to us so we could find ways to cooperate. So we worked with leaders, as I said, in more than 50 countries. They joined different events, projects of Living Cities, first co-founders in the last 3 years. And today, we were doing some research, and before we came together, we really asked ourselves, do we need such an organization? Because there are thousands of beautiful organizations already working worldwide. And we discovered that what we are trying to do, it's not been done in the same way on a global scale with 10,000 cities using the integral approach and many sort of other things. Those are the pillars of our approach. This is unique, and today we are the largest integral city development community. Our vision is very simple: 10,000 living cities. Of course, cities, it's not just the houses, right? The city hall. It's the people, the communities, how we connect to each other, how we interconnect with the nature around us. So we want to see those cities fully alive. That means that people could feel fully alive in the cities. They could human well, so live our human experience in the best possible way, manifest our creative potential, and live happy, healthy lives in harmony with each other and with nature. So those two aspects are important. We're not only about ecology, for example, and we forget about society. We're not only about society and we forget about other living systems. It's really both and that's very important. So how do we do it, right? The mission, the vision is clear, everything is alive, everybody is sort of flourishing, but how do we get there? So what we understand is it's not about myself or Eric, who was presenting before, Marilyn or Alexander, or many other co-founders. It's not that 50 people, or when we grow to 100, we plan to have about 100 co-founders by the year end. So those 100 people will not change the world, of course, right? It's different scale that we need to tackle. And the way we plan to go forward is to work with the local leaders of positive change, as well as with other global organizations and leaders who affect change in their particular areas of the world. So our aim is to inspire and empower by giving the new vision, the empowering knowledge, know-how, technologies, methodologies to people who are already active in their respective areas, but also by creating connections between those people and between institutions. So I will skip part of this long list of what we are doing. We are really creating why we call it an ecosystem, like in a forest, from different sciences. Forest is an ecosystem, and all the trees and grass and other sort of forms of life, they support each other in many different ways. So the ecosystemic approach we are trying to use, and we are learning to do it, of course, on a daily basis, and we'll be discussing the ecosystemic approach throughout those 3 days, is really about, number one, getting together. Number two, learning about each other. What are you about? What are we about? Who has what kind of resources? What kind of goals and tasks? Then we try to cooperate on a specific project, right? We combine our resources, our knowledge, our social connections, and by combining all of our resources, we really create a new culture of achieving certain results, which are important to us, by working together. We create a culture of cooperation. I won't go down this line right now, but we could come later to our ecosystemic approach. We'll discuss it with many of our colleagues today and tomorrow. I see that Paul van Schaik has joined. Paul, hello, we'll start in 2 minutes. And just to quickly mention, as I mentioned, the co-founders have much more than 1,000 years of combined experience, different social projects, city development projects on a regional and global basis. We came together for the first time as Living Cities Earth in Amsterdam a year ago. Since August, we've started to organize our activities, and we have about 18 working groups on different subjects, from strategy to methodologies to communications and many other things. So when you join, you are welcome to join those working groups as well. In January 2023, we registered Living Cities Earth. We were choosing which country basically to register ourselves for various material reasons, right? And of course, there are more than 200 countries, but we decided that Switzerland, it has this aura of an international country, which also is very supportive of global development process. So we decided to establish a legal entity in Switzerland. It's called Living Cities Earth Association, and everybody is welcome to join. There are some processes how to do it, and we'll have our first LC camp in Switzerland on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of July this year for all the co-founders who would be able to come and meet, because many of us, we of course communicated on Zoom, but like Paul and I, Paul lives in South Africa. I live in between Vancouver and Seattle on the Pacific shore of Northern America. So we spoke quite a bit, but we never met in person. So who knows, maybe in July, the co-founders, those who can, will come together in the beautiful Swiss mountains, and everybody is welcome to join the co-founding circle if you correspond to our criteria, and let's work together in the years to come. Those are some of the co-founders. I think there are even more than who is on the page right here. Really people from, as I said, 5 continents, from Asia, South and North America, Europe, Africa. So it's a beautiful group of people, and everybody who joined, really, to me at least, everybody feels like a magician in a way. Some people are very serious, others are a lot of fun to be with. Some people are very experienced, others are starting their leadership careers, but everybody is really complementing each other in a very positive way. We have some objectives we are working on. So the pilot projects we are starting in different areas. If you have a city which would like to join as a pilot project, we would be happy to apply our methodologies, our tools. There are many of them. So they would really help to engage citizens, create more harmonious ways to develop the city or a particular habitat. So if you have a pilot project, do come and talk to us. By the year end, as I said, we'll have about 100 co-founders leading our development. We are also creating a circle of experts in various specific areas. They don't have to be co-founders, but they would come to work on specific cases and projects. What we're building right now is an ecosystem of institutional partners. So if you are representing an organization which is also creating a better world, helping other leaders to be more effective, etc., working with cities and regions and villages, so please do come and talk to us. We're building this ecosystemic approach, seeing how to best connect people, not just having our logos on the website of each other, but really moving it towards action network. And you could subscribe to our different media. The easiest one I find Telegram. More and more people worldwide use it, but also we have a Facebook and our website. So please do register, and so we have ways to connect with you after this event. And there are many activities. We won't go through them right now. Of course, I want to really pass the word to the hero who is joining us from South Africa. And we are moving into our next sort of part. Paul, thank you for joining. How are you? We don't hear you.
I'm good. I'm good. Great day here, but warm.
When we spoke with Paul maybe a week or two ago and discussed what kind of session we would like to conduct together, Paul is a very modest person, maybe because he knows so much, like Socrates. He says, now I don't know anything. But Paul has had a tremendous experience in many different countries, working on developmental projects, and now he resides, as I said, in South Africa, near Cape Town, right?
Right.
On a beautiful, actually, land, which I've never been to South Africa, but definitely the pictures always look very, very inspiring. And the reason we asked Paul to be sort of the hero of this session today is because being a regular Earthling, a regular citizen of our planet, Paul really manifests himself in many creative and extraordinary ways. But as a sort of shy person, he doesn't really he doesn't so much like to talk about himself. He talks about all the other people and all the projects around the globe. But today, we really want to focus at least half of our time to understand why such a person is on the planet and why he spends so much time creating various beautiful books about city development or social development or consciousness development, right? What triggers him? What motivates you in this case? And then we'll also talk, of course, about the latest book Paul has put together. It's called Down to Earth, and it's part of a large series of books called UrbanHub. So it's books about cities in a way and how people live in the cities, how they connect with nature, many other things. So Paul, after this brief introduction, is there anything about yourself you would like to share before I start asking all the questions?
Oh, really? We came out here to Cape Town, or near Cape Town, just before COVID, and we kind of my one son lives here now, and we came out here and we kind of stuck. So we're here, yeah, it's a very, very different society from anywhere I've lived around the world, and beginning to sort of try and put some of the things going on here into future books, which will probably come out in the next few months, and yeah.
Thank you. When you said that you settled down in Cape Town, where did you come from? What was your prior location of?
Well, I was born here. I was born in a town which is further up the coast, and my parents left when I was 13. They sort of, it was getting a bit politically hot for anybody who was against that government, so they decided they didn't want their kids brought up here. So we went to England. So I did all my secondary education, university in England. And I practiced there for a while, and then Barbara, my wife, and I decided, no, we wanted to see the world. So we started, but not just traveling, we wanted to actually be in places long enough. So we started looking for jobs in different countries. And the first one that turned up was actually back in Lesotho, which is a kind of a landlocked state within South Africa. And we stayed there 4 years. And then we just kept moving. And we really stopped moving, I suppose, when we came here 4 years ago. So up until then, we've been just living in different countries, working in different countries, and mostly very enjoyable. It's very hard at times, but enjoyable.
Out of all the cities or places which you visited for your professional, activities or on a personal basis, which places stood out in your perception as sort of being more alive and more vibrant, more flourishing? And what are your takeaways just from your personal experience? Why some cities are more alive and others much less so?
Well, my answer to that is quite a curious one, because in fact, it would probably be where I felt most alive, and was Kathmandu. But Kathmandu, and we were there in the 80s, and it was vibrant, and it was poor. I mean, it's poor, but it's very vibrant, and people on the whole were quite happy. The city was a mess as always. We went back 4 years ago, and the heart connection with it is still incredibly strong, but the city itself is a mess. But the minute you get out of the city, you're in the mountains, and that's, I think, people bring that together. But on the whole, people live happily and function happily. But there's corruption, there's bad traffic, there's pollution, and yet somehow it works. And I think this is interesting. But probably the one that worked, which was the most comfortable. I mean, you know, which was the most vibrant, was probably, I really don't know. I mean, so many of them are sort of not too bad. Not sure. I think each one had something to offer. Each one had aspects which were positive and negative. I think we spent time in Barcelona, very vibrant, very alive, and even more so now that they've got this new scheme going. Love London, but only central London, because of the others, and it just sprawls forever. And that's one of the things in the book was about the 15-minute city, is how places like London could become, and in fact already is, a bunch of villages, and how these villages can connect, and each of them become, you know, a centre in itself. Yeah, we lived in Thimphu in Bhutan, another vibrant city. Not as in its way as pleasant as Kathmandu. It's a very tight community, a very locked down community in terms of conservatism and attitude. But yeah, so no one clear answer.
Then how it came about that you started to publish those books in the UrbanHub series? And just for everyone to understand, if you could share what's the process of creating, how you choose the topic, number one, why you do it, how you do it, and what do you see as results of your creative work?
Well, the first book was about, I suppose, 2000 and... Well, the first two books are part of the UrbanHub series, but we're basically looking at the integral theory. And they're not part of the small book series. They're kind of almost textbooks. And then we started working on what we just were setting up the Thrivability Foundation in 2013-14. And we started working with Surrey Council or Surrey Wildlife Fund. And they started talking about, oh, we must look at building new cities, we must look at building new townships. And they just said, oh, well, we'll build garden cities. And I said, no, there is such a lot of other things out there. Just don't jump to that conclusion. So I produced the first book, which was really, it was an integral theory book on how cities develop and in terms of theory, and then different ideas. And by the time I got to book 5, I was actually kind of showcasing all the different kinds of things I had found. And the books basically come from themselves. They sort of download somehow. And in many ways, the title comes first and then the cover. And then I start searching it. But once you start searching, you find things pop up that you don't even heard of before. So it's a kind of a process of research. And interestingly enough, that in the latest book, I started using AI to research, and it makes it much easier, much quicker to do, as long as you always check what you get out of it. And so basically the ideas sort of just appear, they come of themselves, and each book kind of recommends. And the reason the last book is called Down to Earth is the 2 books before that, it's particularly the one before that, was very kind of esoteric. And I felt, let's get back down to back to earth and away from integral theory, away from Gebser and all the other theorists, and look at mud.
So, Paul, you live in a country where they grow a lot of wine, and wine is definitely very much down-to-earth product. It comes from the earth, right? The grapes. Right. And, so, thinking about what you do, in my perception, when I look at the books which you produce, right, by inviting different authors, action leaders, or collecting information around a specific topic, this is like growing a tree or growing some kind of plant. And when and you, for me, as a sort of a gardener, right? But the gardener of knowledge.
Yeah.
So my question is, again, why do you spend a lot of time to do this? What motivates you, right?
I don't know. I suppose having started the process, I just enjoy it so much. I enjoy the process of research. I enjoy the process of letting things, come to me. They kind of emerge. I enjoy the design and the graphics of them. And then, one of the books was curated by Marilyn, and that was a very interesting process of working with her and bringing, I think, about 20 people together. Another one was done by Paddy, another co-founder, on Integral Africa. And again, that was the same kind of process. And the next two books in the series will be on a community outside Cape Town, which has a wisdom council, and it's working with the different social groups and different races there, and it's very much proactive. So I've asked them to propose the subjects, and then we'll work with them to produce a book. And the other one is just literally a kilometre and a half from where I'm sitting now. There's an informal settlement of probably 50,000 people, mainly immigrants from Malawi and countries north of South Africa. And there's been a football club who's been working with the communities there for the last few years and producing an awful lot of interesting work. The football was there, was used as a way to communicate or to get involved with this sense of informal settlement. So I've asked them also to propose subjects they're dealing with, and the idea of actually taking people to say, look, what works about these, in a sense, they're not quite slums, but they're very close to it, and what doesn't work, what's it like living there, and then putting that with all the positive things that they're doing, so you get kind of a context of that. Because I think very often most of the things we do are very, very Western, very middle class, very comfortable, and we got to deal with, and I mentioned it slightly in the Down to Earth about the slums, but I would like to get more into that and showcase that a bit more, but from their point of view, not from a Western point of view of, we must make these better, but what is their ideas about it? So let them, in a sense, generate the subjects.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I mean, South Africa is a strange country. It's got a pretty bad history, but it's, in a sense, it had a very racist past. But racism is a problem just about everywhere. And here, in a sense, it's because of the past. It's so upfront that that it's something which is dealt with on a day-to-day basis. There's a lot of inherent what's the word I want? The fact that the white community has been living here all the time, so the money is there, because that is where they still have. They would say it was always them who were educated, them who were. Now that's slowly changing, but the system is very strong still. I mean, if you look around, you'll find that the system is geared to money, and money is what's really is run by the original white communities here. So those things will change, I'm sure, but it'll take a long time. It's also a country which is quite corrupt, and we have very big energy problems. At 4 o'clock, the power will go off for 4 hours, and people who can afford it are putting batteries in, solar energy. So those kind of things are kind of going to get into the books, but again, it's not something I kind of pre-plan. It's something which comes to me, and sometimes people sort of say, well, what about this? I mean, I'm so happy if somebody says, I'd love to curate a book. I say, right, I'll do it with you. But so far I have only 2.
It's very interesting. when I listen to you and in some of our conversations as well, I get a sense that you like to be in the flow. Sometimes you are aware of the sort of higher, let's call it, capacity of the mind through different practices, traditions, etc. So on one hand, you're very much connected to those more subtle levels of human experience. But on another hand, I see that you're a very practical person. You set a goal, it might come to you sort of from above, but you set a goal to create a book, you make research, you connect to people, and you do everything on time in a very sort of high quality fashion, etc. So to me, it's relatively, I rarely see people who combine both of those worlds. There are many people who are sort of very practical. There are quite a few more and more people who are experiencing those high realms of human experience, but very few connect those two. How does it happen in your life?
I think it's partly age as well. You know, I'm no longer working in the sense of jobs. I started life as an architect, and I suppose maybe half of my life was working in architecture, very much in the development world. And then I moved on to running education teams, and we were in Kathmandu and Bhutan, and you're very much exposed to Buddhism. So that developed. I mean, we've always had a very strong sense of spirit. I mean, I'll use it in that sense. Both Barbara and I, when we were young and as we grew up. But after Bhutan, I went to Bangladesh and worked there with the World Bank and then with UNICEF. And with UNICEF, we connected with Ken Wilber. And it was kind of a good time to connect because I was kind of a bit disillusioned with what was happening. And Ken kind of revitalized me in terms of his writing. And so for quite a period, maybe for the next 15 years, I was very much working with Ken's integral theory. We went to Boulder, we were part of the setting up the Institute, International Integral Institute, which never kind of really flourished. I suppose that spiritual side was always strongly there. And what I've realized as I got older is that conceptual part of integral theory, and that includes spiral dynamics and all that, is very much still of what Gepser would call the mental mutation, because it's conceptual still. Once you move into the integral mutation in his sense, then you can no longer, there's no diagrams, there's no so I spend a lot of my time outside the diagrams and just being, but then I come back and work with my books, which are very conceptual, very diagrammatic. So it's kind of, you know, you have to flow between the two. How and why, I don't know. Just maybe living experience.
Right. Well, it's interesting that you mentioned the Integral Institute, which I visited Ken in Boulder, so I spoke with him, and I see the work of Integral Institute on the website. So I've never met people who organize those activities. And if I understand correctly, you mentioned that it has never flourished, right?
Well, it's interesting because one of the things I set up with Gail was the Integral Without Borders, and that we ran for a long time. And Maryland's on the board of that, and it went quite well, and then we kind of died down. But the institute itself really became integral. I think an integral life or integral. It's, you know, it's got
integral life.
It's not an institute anymore. And the idea of the institute was that we set up Integral Without Borders originally as being part of what was going to be the Integral University, which Ken had the idea of setting up. So we started an Institute of Development, or something, I can't remember the name now, and that never took off. So then we changed that to Integral Without Borders, and then we kind of kept Ken as an advisor, but we went in our own way. That has kind of also gone quiet, and may never wake up again. I don't know. I then set up Integral Mentors at kind of in 2008 because I wanted to do something a little bit different to what Integral Without Borders was doing. And I suppose in a sense, kind of selfishly in a way, in that I wanted to work in certain areas which were that interest me, and that's the case of what I've carried on doing. But as much as possible, where it makes sense, including people, and always, being part of groups, but also, at times being quite a hermit, sort of keeping away from things, just reading, thinking. So yeah, the Integral Institute kind of for me, and even the association with Ken kind of has been very, very tenuous. I mean, not tenuous, but it's just faded away. And I've kind of moved a little bit away from that integral theory, Aqualin, spiral dynamics, and into more Gebser's areas of work.
Interesting. So I suggest we have about 15 minutes left. I would love to go and if you could be our guide through the book. Of course, people would be able to download it later, but if you could sort of highlight those parts of the book you really feel passionate about or find specifically interesting from some perspective, if we can maybe share the screen, I could do it from my side and browse through it.
Yeah, I'll just before you start that, I think what people must also know is that all the ebooks are free. I mean, you can download them on SlideShare anytime. And I put them on Amazon as well, because I quite like copies, hard copies. But it's the ebooks are available for free.
Mm-hmm. That's perfect. So let me open the presentation, and I will quickly go through it. And when you want to comment on one of those specific cases, please stop me. And here we go. Beautiful. I will share my screen. Okay.
Okay, that's. I mean, again, that's the cover. That it's so that shows you what the book is, and that kind of the format, which is quite a small. It's quite a small book. It's that size. That's UrbanHub 5, and so that's the cover, and they all seem to have that sort of look to them. And this quickly, just briefly explains what they are about: taste, ideas, theories, graphs, praxis, to spark interest. They're not detailed. They're very often done for people who don't have an understanding of the breadth of it. I just like the quote on that one. That's all. It's a kind of an African one. In order to find our way, you must become lost, generously lost. It is only when you are lost that you can be found by something greater than you. And I think that's. I mean, that's bio, but it's basically an African.
It's interesting. Before we go down the pages of the book, you are the person who introduced bios, presentations and thinking to me, and I found the bio Akamalafi a very enriching, enlightening, and inspiring person. So, how do you got in touch with him? Where did you see him, and how did you learn about his work?
I'm actually not sure how I found him. I think there's another person, Tyson. I can never forget his name. Who's an Australian Aboriginal, and I worked in Central Australia with Aboriginal for about 2.5 years. And he wrote a book called, I think it's Sand Talk. And I think from that there was a mention of bio, or maybe not. And I just started watching and looking and following him, and I just enjoy his writing. He's an activist. He's a disruptor, but a positive disruptor. I just love his writing. He's Nigerian, but he basically lives in India now, I think, in Chennai. But he travels. He's a lecturer. You can't actually get hold of him very easily because he's really busy. But if anybody's wants a little bit of disruption in their lives, to read it, I mean, he writes to me very well, very verbose, but very well.
Wonderful. Okay, so if we move down to the next pages.
Now, these ones, what I've said is this UrbanHub 31, which is the down to earth, basically comes out of the last three ones, which is stepping into step out, which is basically going into oneself and then pushing, out into the world. Then 29 was basically taking that stepping out into more detail, and then to go on to 30, and then 30 was looking at Ken Wilber's idea of cosmos, the old idea of cosmos, which is the world of both the inner and the outer. So it takes those and develops them more. And there's an article that Susan Goethe wrote for UrbanHub 23 in there about Weird World, which is the white, I think it's, I don't remember, it has the white, intelligent, educated, rational, whatever it is, which is quite a good view of the integral side of things. And then the bottom two are just the current number of books. That's what's out at the moment. And as I say, they can all be, if anybody's interested, they're all on SlideShare. The first four are more on integral theory and the city, and it developed out of the city and more into thrivable. So it went from thrivable cities into thrivable worlds, but there's always a kind of a city connection to it.
Okay. You mentioned a couple of times the service where people could download those books. Could you, by any chance, later write it down, maybe after we're done, so we can share?
I'll send it to you.
Perfect. When I look at your books, what really surprises me is the combination, again, of different parts of our life experience. For example, they're very aesthetically attractive. And sometimes you talk about very mundane things, like how to revive sort of disenfranchised communities. But you have this beautiful graphic. And also the words you use, thrivable worlds, meta-pragmatic approach, entangled cosmos, etc. To me, they open up the whole, universes, not even one, but multiple. And then again, you talk about very minor details and how to do specific steps. So how are you able to pay attention to both the conceptual level and the very sort of rational and pragmatic level?
I don't know. I mean, the starting point was that people don't read. So on the whole, it's not, I can't always keep to it. On the whole, there should never be more than one page, half a page of text on each page. Sometimes we get more, sometimes we get quotes, but I just think, having set up the kind of the framework, and I kind of break out it every now and then, that gives it a structure, and then I start just filling it in. If one thing may suggest another thing, or I may come across something, I want to put that in. And I often repeat things because I think people need to be reminded, that this kind of is important too.
Exactly.
And when I was doing, the next section on, when I call it Down to Earth, which is to me the very practical part of this book, on page that one, I basically started looking at, I wanted to do Earth architecture, and then I realized, of course, timber is Earth, bamboo is Earth, and then there was this interesting little competition that was done in Africa about, it's mainly houses, and just the kind of creativity coming out of this place. I think it was more, not so much South Africa, but further north, was just mind-boggling. I had not realized how much people are getting into that there. And then this Yemen one now, it's just the most incredible place. So I've just put these in, to give people tasters, to give people ideas. And further down, there's a hospital in Nepal, which could only be built out of, as I say, rammed earth, mud, because it's so far from Kathmandu. It's there's nothing on site. And I mean, when I built a school in Bhutan, up in in one of the valleys, and we basically mined the site for rocks and stones, things like that, to build the walls and things like that. So it's that kind of thing where you're just using what you find. Then the timber one was interesting because I always thought this timber would be a good reusable or recyclable or sustainable substance. But in fact, they're saying now that mass timber, and we make everything out of timber, is very unsustainable because it just uses so much. So everything you use has to be used, with the care of, what is it? Is it sustainable, or is it, like this one it's on show now, that would not be sustainable in the long run because there's just so much timber. Everybody did that. Whereas the bamboo goes those ones, which are quite beautiful, I think, and that one's in Bali, are just much more so. So, using earth materials, using natural materials in itself can be problematic. So these need to be looked at as well as you do it. So I went from this very down to earth topic to start looking at areas in which cities are flooding, and that's the next section, where I just said, there's no one solution. Everybody on that list, and that's just a short list, has their concepts, and this is a thing they're pushing. But each one of those has a place. Each one of those should be seen, and each one must be then adjusted, changed to the context of your own place. You can't take them as a template. You can only take them as an idea. And how do you use that idea? The one I found very interesting was the middle one, the Soulful City, which I think is the next one. Yeah, it's in Edmonton, which is that they didn't come to it from the point of view of making a happy or thrivable city. They come from the point of view of wellness, and very much also being aware of indigenous, what they call First People. So, and how you let them determine rather than how you, as a top-down way. And I think so. There's work on there, but there is a lot of. If people get interested in that sort of thing, then there are some links to sites where you just Google it and you'll find it nowadays, or Bing it, whatever you do that. But if you look at the next page, you'll see, they spent some time doing it, they didn't do it. They got an individual framework done by the people involved themselves. And there's a whole little booklet on that in there, that you can download and read about. And some of the books we looked at other cultures, Australian Aboriginal cultures, Yoruba, African, Blackfoot, just to get people to realize that when you actually look at something like spiral dynamics, people tend to place some of these earlier religions in those first stages of development, and they're not. I mean, if you start to look, Gebser calls them structures, not stages, because there is an incredible wisdom there. And if you could only understand it, if you come from that point of view, not from a Western point of view. Anyhow, you can go on. The 15-minute city, I think, is an interesting concept. I think it started in Colombia or somewhere in South America, and the Paris took it on board, and Barcelona and many places. And they're like everything else, there are issues with that as well. So what one has to realize is that, how do you make it work for you in each city? If that concept has meaning, then how does it work? And there's the next slide, I think, or the one this person has looked at it from the London point of view, showing both the problems and the solutions. And so it's important that all these things can exist. Even in one region, you could have any one of these going at the same time. So it's just, don't get stuck on a concept, get stuck on a broad palette of things that you could work on, and then develop your own. And I think that's what LCE is doing, is setting a portfolio of things and tools and things like that, but which then must be used by the people themselves to determine what they want and what they're going to do with it.
Interesting. When I look at all those cases, each one of them required a lot of energy from local leaders, from business, government, social sort of organizations. Throughout creating this UrbanHub series, have you had experience of talking to people who created all those different cases? And
not on these ones. These ones I just researched them out because I thought, but and many of the sort of earlier ones, when I was working in the field, then we would had lots of experience of talking to them. And I mean, particularly the most fascinating was working in Central Australia with Australian Aboriginals, where we were advisors to the communities, and you would basically sit in the creek for a day or two and talk to them, and they would tell you what. And it was always what they wanted, and it was interesting because when they first started work, the Australian government built them 3-bedroom houses with electric cookers, and in no time they wrecked them. And the theory, so everybody said, "Oh, well, look at these terrible people," but it's not what they wanted. And in the end, we found that they wanted simple shelters. They didn't live in a house; they wanted to live in a shelter. They wanted a shelter where they could basically store their tools and their weapons, and then they go wandering around the desert. It's different in different places in Australia too, but it's that concept of actually letting people determine what they want to do, and not ever thinking maybe know best, because we don't.
It's very interesting. A couple of questions I wanted to ask you. They relate to other sort of next sessions we'll have today and tomorrow. One of them is on leadership. What kind of leaders we would need, or what kind of leaders create improvements in the world, create better world for all of us? And from your experience, are there any common threads in those people who really make all those beautiful cases happen?
I think the interesting thing to me is that you need different leaders for different parts of anything you do. I mean, you need people who are going to hold visions and share visions, and these will be a mixture of people from outside and people from inside. But you need, in the end, you also need leaders who will actually get things developed. I mean, it's in a sense, I learned that in architecture, where you would have architects producing lovely schemes, and then they say, okay, now we must build it. And if you left it to the designer and the conceptual person to build it, it always seemed to mess up. So you had different leaders for that. And I think it's the same with all these things. There are different leaders for different things. And it's important that we understand that. And in the spiral dynamic term, you need a leader who's not too far up that scale that they on working with people. Because what we did have with Integral Borders, we had problems in Nigeria where we brought some people in, and they were, in spiral dynamics term, green, and the community was orange, and there was no connection. So it's leadership. There's no one leadership. I find different people, very ordinary people leading very successfully, very intelligent, educated leaders leading very badly. So it's not easy. But I think the most thing is a sense of being humble. If you don't, even if you're an expert, still being humble.
It's very interesting. Next couple of sessions, I see that Pavel Luksha joined us, and we will speak with him about the future trends and what the future might be for our planet, and how can we participate in actually co-creating the future, and what does it mean to be an evolutionary leader. So maybe my last question to you, Paul, before we finish in 1 minute: do you consider yourself an evolutionary leader?
Not really, no. I now consider myself as a publisher.
You're being very humble.
I think now I enjoy making these books and publishing.
It's very interesting.
They will lead wherever they lead, but I myself am not a leader.
It's not amazing. When Marilyn Hamilton first spoke to me about you, the way she described you, it was very sort of inspiring. And when I got to know you a little bit, of course, I got inspired even more. And all the amazing experiences in your life, and how you created this project and that project and worked worldwide. Now you're working on those UrbanHub series. To me, truly, you are one of the sort of exemplary evolutionary leaders. And as you said, what leaders need to be is to be humble, because it's not only that they do something, right, but it's been done through them.
Yeah,
and we'll speak
absolutely
with Pavel about those issues. But I would like, Paul, very much to thank you for your amazing contribution to humanity and all life on Earth. You are really an inspiration to many people, I would kindly ask you to send the link so we can distribute it, where people could download the latest book, Down to Earth, as well as the prior books in the series. And again, thank you for taking time in your busy life. And
I think you're doing an incredible job, Lev, as a leader. So keep it up.
Thank you, thank you. I'm not as humble as you, but I'm learning.
Of course you are.
Still has some time to do this. Thank you, Paul. And
okay.
Before we move on, Pavel, thank you very much for joining us. You're also on a busy schedule and traveling worldwide. I lose track of, are you in Egypt or in Italy or in the Netherlands or in Turkey? So where are you today?
I am somewhere, I think, close to Paul. I am also in Holland, in Amersfoort right now.
Well, Paul is in South Africa, so you're a little bit away from...
So same, no, all right, it's different hemisphere, but still more or less the same time zone.
Time zone, exactly. Well, thank you for joining us from the Netherlands, a beautiful country, definitely one of the leaders, in my perspective, in developing sort of balanced way of city life. People who went to Amsterdam, they might remember there is a beautiful statue of Spinoza, the philosopher, Baruch Spinoza. It's right in the center next to City Hall. And there is his saying, he said that the purpose of any government is to support freedom of people. And to me, it's such a powerful statement. And Spinoza and Socrates and many sort of famous people throughout the world history, they thought about the future. They thought about the present, they were active, but they also thought about the future. And one of the reasons we wanted to invite you, and thank you for taking this sort of invitation, is because you're a very famous person in what considered to be the study of the future, like the future's foresight. So could you briefly, maybe 2-3 minutes, share your path and how you started to think about the future and how you are working with other people, institutions, cities and regions with their ways of understanding what the future holds?
Thank you, Lev, for asking this. So first of all, I was, I think, quite passionate about different aspects of the future since I was a kid. And one of my early interests was that I was very inspired by Soviet images of what the future will be, the space travel, getting to other planets, and all that imagery, and renowned figures like Konstantin Tsiolkovsky that were envisaging what they called the space species, humans becoming space species, moving beyond our planet, becoming cosmic, galactical, and so on. And I felt like I want to bring this future forward. And actually, my journey then was that, of course, Soviet Union collapsed. And we all sort of tried to discover our pathways in that collapsed society. And I became an economist. And years later, I felt like one of the things that is actually missing is people are only focusing on the short-term decision-making. They don't dream, they don't inspire each other, and they are always missing the point, so to say. The moment of awakening for me when I was an economist and I saw how the neoliberal model collapsed during the 2008 crisis, and people stopped to believe that it's actually going to work, that it's not going to bring prosperity. And after that, there was like a surge of different experiments around the future of education, future of cities, many things. And around that time, I felt like we really need to bring long-term thinking into leadership. And that's why I started work with education, because I think education really programs people for the future. It sort of opens up their perspective. It sort of challenges their current worldview. It prepares them for different reality. And same story goes for cities. Actually, if you shape the city for the future, then you kind of open up for next generations to come, the opportunities, the new topics, and so on. And because of that, I started developing methods that are using this kind of collective insight building, because I believe that part of this evolution is that we are not only individuals making choices about future, we are also collectives, we are also movements, we are also organizations, we are nations that are making the decision. So we need to awaken our collective intelligence and our collective consciousness to do it properly. And my work with these different forms of future thinking is not individual future thinking. It's only can be done in communities, in groups, in movements that are creating visions together. Only then the vision can become reality, if it's done collectively.
Beautiful. Well, thank you for this short introduction. I really had a hard time visualizing you as an economist, because I know you from a very different period of your life. But thank you for really sharing your perspective, and I agree that it's very important.
I also find hard, Lev, to realize that you once were a manager in the ING Bank.
Right,
but you're not now a banker at all.
It's very funny. But one of the things you mentioned is that bringing this long-term perspective and thinking into leadership and the work that leaders do around the world is extremely important. And one of the leaders, the evolutionary leaders, as we call them, was Buckminster Fuller. And to me, you were the person who introduced me to Buckminster. And I remember that we had this Earth Day celebration maybe 6 or maybe 7 years ago, and you suggested let's celebrate the idea that Buckminster brought into the humanity, which is the Spaceship Earth, that we are all part of one crew, one team, on a spaceship which flies through the, the space. We call it our planet Earth, but it is a spaceship in a way. And if you could spend maybe next couple of minutes just sharing how did you come to learn about Buckminster Fuller, his work, his ideas, just a small tribute to this outstanding individual.
Yeah, actually, the more I know about Buckminster Fuller, the more I'm interested in his work, because he was an amazing architect, system scientist who actually started to write about things such as regenerative economy decades before it even came into people's mind. And he sort of set on his path in 1920s and 1930s to create, we could call him, let's say, the philosophy of protopia, which I really like, this idea of not focusing on future that is utopian and never reached, idealistic, or dystopian, the one that we're afraid, but really on something that is achievable, but at the same time optimistic. And I think Buckminster Fuller, he tried to kind of create these principles for his own life, for his own work that can manifest that future. And because of that, he used architecture as like one of the vehicles to do this this practice. But he was talking about the idea we now would call acupuncture points of civilization. He used the metaphor of a trim tab. So trim tab is this little thing that is at the very end of a ship that helps steer big ships. So when it switches, a huge ship starts to move, and really we can think of acupuncture points and people that are discovering them as trim tabs. So Buckminster Fuller said, I am the trim tab, in the sense that I'm trying to cultivate things that are very little now, but they can make a big shift. And I think that's the idea of bringing revolutionary ideas. One other quote that really inspires me from him is that we don't need to fight existing paradigms. We need to create new paradigms that make the existing one obsolete. So the idea that we actually need to look into paradigm shift as the invitation to create something completely radically new. And that's why I'm interested in his work. Of course, the main thing he's known for is these famous geodesic domes and this particular kind of architecture, which is a little bit of a crazy architecture in my mind. But I think he's more interested as a thinker. He's more interesting as someone who offers a new perspective. There is a big fan group that exists in the world that sort of follows Buckminster Fuller work. For example, one of the things he was doing was a so-called world game, which was actually based around the question, how can we make, through spontaneous collaboration, which is basically like market collaboration, but also all kinds of collaborative forms, in the shortest time possible, an economy and a society that works for 100% of population of the planet, like human population.
Yes.
And I think this kind of question shows the perspective that was really missing, especially in his time, because he was offering something radical. And that radicality is actually something that I'm deeply passionate about. And so I discovered through a number of common acquaintances, Buckminster Fuller Institute, which is actually paying tribute to his work. I met some of the people that are leaders of this institute. We started doing some stuff together. And one of the ideas was they started this Spaceship Earth Day. And I thought, like, why not have a Spaceship Earth Day global? So they had one in the US and we had a satellite Spaceship Earth Day in Russia. And of course, now it's a global Spaceship Earth Day. And I don't even know if the Institute knows that the Spaceship Earth Day is happening today with Living Cities Earth. But I think it's important that the legacy lives on and it's not concentrated in one single point.
Exactly. What's very interesting about Buckminster Fuller, I was reading about his biography maybe a week ago, and he was a captain of a military or maybe paramilitary ship in the United States about 100 years ago in the early 20th century. And after he left service and went to his civil life, he had a family and he was quite poor. So despite his military career, he was a poor man. He really didn't have enough money to feed his family. Even maybe there was some, job market difficulties. I'm not sure. But his experience was that he was passionate about leading a decent life, but he couldn't afford very simple things. And he was thinking about he was sort of suicidal at some points because he couldn't understand how he as a father and as a gentleman could really live in such a condition. And why I'm talking about this, we talk about leadership. So he had a choice basically at a difficult, challenging moment in his time. He could go down, right, and either commit suicide or become, an addict of alcohol or drugs or whatever. But he had a certain powerful experience, and he decided that whatever are the circumstances, whether he has money or he doesn't have enough money, whether he has sort of respect in the society or not, but he will try to show what a single individual could do if he is launching on this, serving the world, improving the world path. And from a very regular person, he became really a luminary of a planetary scale, whose work influences development of many, many people and countries, even 100 years after he's gone. So thank you for your heart, Ferrell from Scotland. And to me, Buckminster is not only a great thought leader, but he's also a true evolutionary leader, because through his work, without any resources, he really made a big impact on how people live today and will be living in the future. So Buckminster, wherever you are, thank you for all the
And I would emphasize the idea that he had in general, which was informing one of the principles of his work, which was doing more with less. It's about finding that acupuncture point. It's about discovering some things that we think are not possible today, but will be possible as let's say we shift to a different reality. And part of the story is that one man, one person, one human can be that trim tab, that point of inflection for the transformation of civilization.
Exactly. Well, a quick question to you, because you are researching, and I know that you have conducted workshops and seminars and foresight sessions for companies, countries, cities, and regions. When people start thinking about their future, do they take what's called a victim mentality perspective, or do you always see people taking this leadership and being sort of the active decision maker? How do you see people work with this worldwide?
It's interesting. I would say that victim position is very common, especially when we start talking about technological changes. So, for example, in our project called School of Evolutionary Leadership, about a week ago, we conducted a conversation about the future of AI and its impact on the society, the human life, and so on. And it's like a series of conversations. We just sort of were mapping the field of what is important. Maybe 90% of conversation was dedicated to different risks. So people felt like they were sharing how vulnerable they were around this topic of AI. Maybe not 90%, but it was like the majority of conversation was around it. The threats, how it is going to control. Now, after that conversation, I put into the channel of our school, I put a questionnaire, like a poll, inviting people to vote what will they want to continue discussing. And one opportunity was to discuss how we can protect ourselves from these risks. The other opportunity was to discuss what would be the positive implications of using AI and how we can learn to become more proactive in using it, in empowering ourselves, in enhancing ourselves, and changing our leadership style. And there was overwhelming request to discuss that. So actually, when it comes to discussing the future, people begin with a victimization of different kind, with all kinds of fears. They project everything, all unfulfilled, let's say, hopes and everything. They only complain. But it's a phase of conversation, in my experience. It's where the conversation begins, because we start with frustration. We are not satisfied with how the world is. And that's why we need to talk about the future. And of course, we also know that part of the story is to accept the reality and be here and now. But part of the story as leaders is not only to accept, but to challenge. And of course, we know that there is a healthy balance between things we can accept and things we cannot accept, and things we can do something about and things we cannot do something about. So finding that balance is actually the art of life. And I think part of the story is that some things we can change and many things we can't change. And so if we move from this victimization, let's say when we feel that we are just overwhelmed by these trends and we have to adapt, or we have to I don't know, evade, or we have to stop them. Instead of that, we look into this as an opportunity for transformation, and a positive one, something that allows us to grow, but to become more beautiful, more inspiring, to lead our life as a beautiful piece of art, basically. That's something is totally different story. And that's where I think the evolutionary leadership happens, because the leadership is, first of all, leadership of yourself. How can you master yourself? It's not about telling others what to do. It's how do you master yourself? Now, if you master yourself, then you can go into and help others and empower them to do something.
I totally agree, and I immediately think about how different people are able to operate in what's called uncertainty, right? Different levels of uncertainty. 100 or 200 years ago, many people lived in a village. Everything was very clear. They had their, parents, grandparents, some friends. They would stay their whole life in one place. Most of people, right? Like in Switzerland, they had those cantons, and they would rarely really move between them. But today, everything has changed. We have informational openness and global sort of informational society. You, for example, you move on a sort of weekly basis between different countries, and many people, maybe not so much, but still they move around. And there is this term VUCA BANI world, right? The VUCA is what does it stand for? Do you remember?
Volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous.
Right, and now it's even...
BANI is brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible, something like this.
Right. So it's amazing. I remember my grandparents...
but it's basically just facets of the same thing to me.
I agree, but I remember I'm 49, so I remember my childhood 40 years ago. Everything was so stable. It's amazing. It was very, very different. And for many people, I guess it's a big challenge, right? Whether they live in the city or in a village or travel, but life became different than what it was 30 or 40 years ago. So my question before we go to evolutionary leadership, But how do people survive psychologically in the world where things are not as stable and as clear, and there is so much anxiety and stress levels are growing? How people could deal with it, even in their personal lives?
There is an interesting quote from a modern spiritual teacher I really enjoy, Eckhart Tolle, who wrote Power of Now, and has this interesting principle about being here and now. And Eckhart says that if you find ways to be comfortable with uncertainty, infinite opportunities open up in your life. So actually, one thing to say is that uncertainty was always there. But we have entered into the stage of civilizational, actually, development. It's not the first time. I think people during the First World War also experienced something like this. But it's one of those times that when society begins to crumble down, right? So if we just imagine how people felt in Russia 100 years ago, when a revolution happened, when civil war happened, when Bolsheviks started to impose all kinds of things, and it was changing every 5-10 years. I don't think it was much less uncertain than it is now. I think maybe even more. Then we entered into some period of stability, which was post-World War II stability. And then again, some reshaping began to happen. And I think if we look in the bigger scale of hundreds or maybe thousands of years, we will see, yes, something started to happen around the time of what they call industrial evolution and so on, when this period of growing acceleration, growing capacity of human civilization, growing population, growing connectedness, growing wealth, but also growing environmental footprint on planet Earth. So everything is growing exponentially. And this means that the next decades will be growing turbulence, growing uncertainty. It's just inevitable. There is no way to stabilize again until we redefine our way of being. Now, I'm telling this story to actually answer your question. So first thing is we need to learn to live with this uncertainty and accept it, that it's a fact of life, that stability is gone. So it's a different mentality. If you're, let's say, if you're in the fluid society where things are not as stable as it used to be, you just adopt different strategies. Doesn't mean you die. It's just you adopt different strategies. For example, you learn to operate on different principles that you don't expect external structures to provide you stability and guarantee. You build up resilience, inner resilience. You build up something that allows you to, stabilize things within yourself, recognize that maybe your stability lies with different things like your own personal value system, your own choices in life, your partners, your family, and so on. So things that are, let's say, much more reliable, but that's where you need to invest yourself. That's where you need to, for example, it's the time where communities of like-minded people become important again, where this opportunity for this fluid society starts to bring together people that are like-minded, that can build up these global networks. I really like that this image of living cities Earth has all these connected networks, and that's what we need. Like some people use this metaphor of imaginal cells, like in the butterfly, a caterpillar becoming a butterfly. There are these cells that already know about the butterfly, and they kind of begin connecting together, and that's what we're doing now. So the stability, the new stability, is not in the past, it's in the future. And that's where, so per first part of the answer is, well, maybe zero part of the answer is that, yes, it's very hard for people, extremely hard. The first part of the answer is to make it easier, we need to accept this as a new reality instead of fighting it. If we try to fight it, if we try to wait out until this instability is over, it won't be over. So people who said, okay, COVID, let's wait until it ends. Now things will go back again. No. Then the war happens in Ukraine. Then other things, all things that build up on top of another. I'm sure that in 2 years, there'll be another big surprise that everybody will be, what's going on? What is it? But you just have to accept this will continue to happen. And in the end, because we're talking about evolutionary transformation that is needed on a global scale to adapt our humanity to the new demands of planet Earth, let's put it this way, everybody, like 100% of population will be affected. and because of this, it means that this instability, this fluidity will continue. Now, if we are comfortable with this, if we accept it, and if we start to see, okay, where is this evolution leading us to? What does it point to? And to answer to that question, we need to look into some fundamental principles of what is that evolutionary challenge. And maybe I prepared the presentation, but maybe I'll show just 2 slides out of it.
Oh, I love your presentations. I wanted to ask you to show some.
Yeah, I actually have quite a few slides, but I'm thinking I really like a conversation, so maybe we just carry on. But I'll bring a couple of slides into our conversation. So the idea is that we need to really start sensing what is emerging and bring that into the present. Is it okay if I show something? Yeah.
Yes, please do. I was about to ask you, do you have some slides you normally share? They're so informative.
Quite a few, and maybe I'll come back to some interesting slides at the end also, because I wanted to show you a couple of things too, but let me show you these ones. So first thing, in terms of this uncertainty, which is more than just uncertainty, is that we need to recognize that the crisis we are facing is it's actually some call it polycrisis, because it's actually a range of different interconnected crises that operate on different scales. For some of these crises are here now. Some of them are going to unfold throughout the next decades and will worsen with time. Some of them are not evident, but they will happen in, let's say, 20, 30 years massively. So if we look at the effect of this crisis combined, we will see something like this. So we will see that the negative impact is going to increase in the next decades because these crises are aggravating. And actually, around the middle of 21st century, at least as far as we can see, the risk is the highest. And either we sort it out and find ways to overcome it, or it kind of washes off our civilization. And it's not only the climate crisis. I think the climate crisis is just one of the facets. Just to show you this one, I think we need to look at this picture, which is known as planetary boundaries framework, which talks about 9 critical dimensions of what are the conditions for survival of our species on the planet Earth. And as we know, on most of these aspects, we are already passing through the threshold. And threshold is actually the question: can we operate indefinitely if we create this kind of impact on planetary systems, right? So, for example, if different species die out at this range, does it mean that potentially some kind of extinction kind of event is happening? What is happening to the soil, which is degrading at a terrible speed? What is happening to acidification of oceans, and so on and so on? So the dynamics is very bad, let's say. Well, not funny, but funny.
Could I ask you a question, a very important one, about the prior slide?
Please.
in the last couple of years, really, I hear from some of the scientists, but also sort of Earth enthusiasts, people who are concerned about the future of the planet, of course. So they say we're past this point when we could really change things. So we are very near this point. It's in 2 years, in 5 years. And I don't know, right? I don't have full information about it. So I'm a relatively intelligent person, but not excessively intelligent. And I don't study this subject myself. So I tend to keep a sort of a positive perspective in a sense, not that everything is good and we don't need to act. Of course not. We do need to act on all scales, in our homes, in our communities, on a global scale. But still, I personally don't feel, like we're in a total crisis and we need just to commit suicide, right? But we need to look for ways to change, right? We need to look for ways to cooperate in a different way. And I know that we are very slow as species to do it on a large scale. So my question to you, outside of all the scientific research, which is important, but more on a sort of managerial leadership level, what are the ways to bring humanity to awareness and then to action and really changing our ways? How to do it?
Okay, I'll answer this question. Let me first say, in terms of answering the first part, is how bad the situation is. And I think let's say if, for example, someone has a lethal kind of disease like a cancer. We know that cancer has certain mortality rate, but it's not 100% mortality rate. And we know that people, even with very, let's say, serious level of development of cancer, can have what is known in science as spontaneous remission. But in fact, the spontaneous remission always, I would say 100%, happens not randomly. It happens because people dramatically change their lifestyle.
Exactly.
They change their mindset, they change their lifestyle, and that actually including the psychological aspects. Like, for example, a person starts doing something that she or he always wanted to do. And then that kind of changes everything. So recognizing that this is where I'm bringing this, Lev, we are in the center of evolutionary crisis. And evolutionary crisis, to me, means that we are in a deadly situation. And Margaret Mead, who introduced this idea, introduced it in, I'm sorry to say, in 1960s. It was over 60 years ago when she started talking about it, and she wasn't the only one. Now, 60 years is like a lifetime of some people. Maybe me and you are younger than that, right? So when we were born, we were already in the situation of an evolutionary crisis. We are living all our life in an evolutionary crisis. We think it's okay, maybe that's just normal. No, it's not. But if we think that this is the situation, the evolutionary crisis is like, for complex system, evolutionary crisis is an invitation for a transition. So when the species is in evolutionary crisis, it means that it will either die out or transform. When a biosphere is in evolutionary crisis, every time evolutionary crisis led to massive extinction, but life never ended. It actually rebooted itself, and then it led to massive expansion, the next stage of evolutionary development. So I think we are on the threshold of a big transition. And the question for us is whether we as species are going to be part of that transition. We as civilization are going to be part of that transition. This is the invitation to become what we call evolutionary leaders, right? So evolutionary leaders, to me, are people who recognize that this is a reality that is happening. It's not somewhere in the future. And actually, evolutionary leaders are, to me, people that are taking this as personal challenge. They're not thinking if someone is going to sort it out for them, like Buckminster Fuller. They need to start taking this and seeing their own life as a model of that transition. And then we need to see that the reshaping of civilization is not going to happen in the areas of technologies. It's not going to be artificial intelligence or metaverse or whatever to sort it out. It's going to be how we perceive the world, our consciousness, what are our priorities, how we communicate, how we learn, the culture, the governance, the economy. It's where the change is happening. So actually, if we want us as species to be continuing our life, it's an evolutionary invitation for those who want our species to be, maybe transformed species, to be part of the future. It's an invitation to discover how we can be part of that alignment with planet Earth, with everything. And maybe the last slide I'm going to show, and then we can switch back to our conversation, Dev, is actually this one. Is that if we want evolutionary, like this future to happen, we need to become, I call them agents of the future or leaders of the future. It's actually, we need to model this here and now. We need to start seeing that we are basically becoming the anchor of that future reality. So the next 30 years is like a time of choices where people are discovering how to live differently, how to raise their kids differently, how to produce food differently, produce energy, trade with each other, enjoy each other, whatever, have sex, many things. So it's like all aspects of our life have to be rethought to cities. Actually, that's why I think cities are so important, is because cities are like the model of all of this. It's like the concentration, like a fractal, right?
Yep.
And maybe also here I want to say that we need to recognize that we are not citizens, we are planetizens, right? We are all part, bringing back the idea of Spaceship Earth, we are all part of this complex system. And I think this is where I'm a little bit challenged. I think it was okay in the time of Buckminster Fuller to say that we need an operating guide for Spaceship Earth, but now I'm a little bit challenging that. I think it's not, we are at the steering wheel, like Enterprise, spaceship flying through space, we're making decisions. No, we are just one of elements of this very complex thing. We're like blood cells or neuron cells of an organism that is much bigger than us. So I think it's not for only us to decide, but it's for this big organism, which is a planet, which is, I think, it's not just conscious, it's super conscious in a way, I think. But we have not yet discovered that in our science, that it's super conscious. And if we are producing this, I think part of our crisis is not about the planet. It's about us recognizing that we need to become part of the planet.
Well, amazing. First of all, thank you for the amazing thoughts and sort of research results and information you are sharing. It's really powerful, and I think that with your personal energy, it really could change minds of many people and hearts as well, engaged hearts. I want to ask you a few questions, and we are moving into the subject of evolutionary leadership. We started with it, Buckminster, even Paul van Schaik before. But I also want to ask you questions in a very sort of simple way, like a regular person would ask you, even a child, as they say. So if I'm a child and I listen to you, and the pictures are beautiful, by the way, stunning. Some of them, I guess, are from artificial intelligence, perhaps, or some artists, I don't know. Thanks to them anyway. So when I listen to you, there is a big gap. There is my small life as a person, and there are about 8 billion people. I would say that people with the planetary vision is maybe less than 1%, my guess, maybe 5% today. So most of the people live in a very different frameworks and, worldviews. So they don't think about Earth. They don't think about planetizenship, etc. They think about how to, earn their living and how to meet a girl or a boy and how to take care of their children. So the level of awareness and sphere of interest for many people, I would say the predominant number of people, is definitely not at par with the challenges we face as a civilization. That leads me to the conclusion that while we try to, of course, invite, engage, teach, or learn together with all of the people, but we need to focus on those who are more ready to understand and to meet those challenges. I call them leaders of positive change, change makers, whatever, evolutionary leaders, of course. In your experience, again, you meet with people in many different cultures and countries. Who are those people? Why are they the way they are? And even more importantly, okay, they came to the point where they are today. But how do we join our energy, our forces, our resources to really make a collective impact to change things at the necessary, level of scale?
Well, first of all, I want to challenge the idea of separating people like who have the planetary view from those who don't. In fact, actually, if we don't engage literally everyone in this process of transition, exactly like Fuller said, he said 100% of population, right? He didn't say 1% that will be chosen ones that will move to the next level. No, I think there is this idea of transhumanistic, kind of Silicon Valley idea that we will build robotic bodies for this selected few who will live as immortals and the rest can die out. I think this will not happen. Either we all die out or we kind of make that evolutionary shift. Part of the story is that recognizing that we are part of the planet, we are kind of cells in the body of that organism, is actually already making that shift. So for me, I'll come to answer your question, but I think it's actually the gradual, what I call ascending to the age of planetary consciousness, which needs to happen at the 100 level of population, not 1% of population. But of course, it starts with 1%. That ascending needs to happen on multiple levels. So one of them is intellectual level, which is that we all recognize. It's basically happening when you fly from one country to another, when you recognize that there is climate crisis and things like this. This is on the intellectual level. You begin to understand that you are part of the planet and you impacted. It also, by the way, is a source of frustration, that because a lot of people just start to see, wow, like there is climate crisis, it's so big, what can I do about it? I can do nothing, right? So a lot of people are frustrated. I'll come to that also in a moment because that's an important point. Now, the second level is action. It's about what do you do? What do you do on your daily basis? For example, what kind of choices you make when you buy food, or when you talk to your kids, or when you what kind of movies you watch, or how do you entertain yourself? I don't know, all of these things. How do you do sports? So these daily choices, daily actions, practices can embody the planetary consciousness. And if we think like, how do you change your life to be planetizen? A lot of these things are very simple, but they're actually making a difference. And if a lot of people start practicing them, that's where the difference comes. So it's a kind of movement thing. And third thing, which is I think the most crucial, is about something that was also written in the chat, this idea of frequency. How do we embody this consciousness, right? So we kind of need to connect to it. And actually, a lot of spiritual traditions have that in their essence, like ranging from Taoist tradition, Christianity, the heart of Christ, Buddhism, so all shamanism, all of them actually have the facets of this. They didn't know about maybe Panchamama. Yes, it was known, but some of them did not speak about planetary consciousness. But I think they're kind of pointing to that level. And I really like the idea of Teilhard de Chardin, who actually spoke about the ascending to planetary consciousness connected with where actually the energy of Christ, the consciousness of Christ comes from. It's like the love for all, right? So it's actually that planetary level. So we can find the facets of this in every spiritual tradition. Now, 1% that is aware of this, or maybe I don't know how many percent are aware of this directly. I think many people have hints of it. Many more than just 1%. But those who practice it maybe are less than 1%, but that's not a problem, again, because I think that those who are doing it are also creating empowering systems. So they're kind of, if it's in the media, if it's in projects around us, so those who are aware is like imaginal cells that begin that awakening process for others. So I think it's more important, it's not the quantity that matters, it's more the quality of interaction and systems that continue this kind of building up of the new systems for the future. And last thing actually to say is, when I was talking about the action, I think that when we talk about planetary and global, this can be a little bit misleading, I think. Why is it misleading? Because it gives an impression that things are happening out there. And that's why I think that, for example, talking so much about the climate crisis was not a good idea. Actually, first of all, as we can see from the research of planetary boundaries, climate crisis is not the biggest crisis that is happening. Second thing, it's also the crisis that we can affect as individuals, the least of all. Actually, we can do, like, if I stop going out of my house, if I stop using electricity and so on, like if I stop all my carbon footprint, I will make zero impact on the climate crisis. Even if I'm an owner of a large company that maybe produces, I don't know, whatever, like a lot of pharma products or anything, even if I making my company zero carbon footprint, I will still make almost zero impact. That's a problem, actually, because nobody in the world, apart from the whole population, can impact the climate crisis. Now that creates a lot of frustration in people. But if we start recognizing that causes that lead to climate crisis, not a mission, it's actually something different. And first thing that leads to climate crisis is actually destruction of the biosphere, because climate is regulated by the biosphere. It's known for the last 50 years. James Lovelock was the first to introduce it, but it's actually the living organism, the community of living organism is the one that is stabilizing the climate. Now, if we start thinking, how can I enhance life, bringing back the mission of Living Cities Earth, how can I enhance life in my own little community? How can I make it better for birds, trees, everything? These, you know, when you connect with life, when you do things for life, and you do it on your local level, you become very happy. First of all, that improves your well-being, and it actually becomes a service for the planet. And you don't need to do anything else, actually. Well, you need to do some things, but this is the most important one. If you connect with life and do little things for it, the rest will follow. If more people feel it like this is what we need to engage in, I think that's to me the evolutionary leadership.
And when you talk to people in different countries, and you mentioned the evolutionary leadership idea, how do they react to it? Do they say, yes, exactly, that's what we need to do, and that's how we will change things? Or they say, well, no, I'm not an evolutionary leader, I don't understand what evolution means. So I understand you have a special, of course, a circle of your acquaintances and colleagues, but still, do you see many people signing up to this idea and becoming active, interconnected evolutionary leadership sort of network? Or how is it going?
I think we maybe need some rebranding, because first of all, also evolution, like all of these things, actually, they point to right things. It's a good name, but it's a very scientific name. And of course, a lot of people don't align with that. It sounds, okay, I am here, what is evolution? It's out there, like how is relevant to me? So for example, people like to talk about happiness much more, right? And happiness, actually, if we think about what happiness is, there are two types of happiness. The like this immediate surge of like enthusiasm or whatever, like I'm happy, like it's a momentary emotion, right? But there is a different kind of happiness, which is what Aristotle called eudaimonia, and it actually means, like, I call it strategic happiness. Strategic happiness is something that is very fundamental. Like, how do you live your life to the fullest? how do you connect with people, how do you self-actualize yourself, and so on and so on. Now that strategic happiness is, everybody agrees, that's like a purpose of human life. And actually, if we follow that purpose of human life and think how we can live aligned with this strategic happiness, and how we can make other beings happy, can it be part of our condition for happiness? We start to see that actually, if we follow that path, we're improving the world in a way that it's actually enlivening it, making people around us feel better and so on. And it's actually that where probably evolution wants us to go. And so to me, actually, it's interesting thing is we can maybe not necessarily define everyone as evolutionary leader, but or people recognize that they are evolutionary leaders. But if they're serving this, what some people call thrivability, some people call this strategic happiness, if they serve that, they already are kind of evolutionary leaders. But serve in a way that they manifest it in their life. That's really important.
Wow. I'm inspired. How can I become, or anyone who is interested, how can I become a proponent and sort of a practitioner of, as you said, eudaimonic happiness and evolutionary leadership? Any advice?
Well, I think you are, Lev, but and I think most people maybe that will be speaking today are as well. But in general, I would say a few things. First of all, to me, evolutionary leaders are people that are seeing the need to change themselves intentionally. And it's people don't like to change. They change to adapt, but recognizing that change is inevitable, so we need to learn how to change and enjoy it is the first step to become an evolutionary leader. Recognizing that uncertainty is going to be part of our new reality, and we need to enjoy it and find the beauty in things that are coming to us is a shift to become an evolutionary leader. Discovering communities of like-minded people with whom you can do beautiful things is step towards becoming evolutionary leader. Now, a leader, as Lev, you and I have discussed, and I remember taking an interview from you, of you, like you now interview me. I really like your definition, which I follow, is that leader is not someone who tells people what to do. It's like someone who empowers them to do things. So gives them power to actually act on their own. And I think that's what differentiates between a manager and a leader. Manager kind of goes and threatens and tells, but the leader empowers, so kind of opens up the potential of other people, and that actually allows them to do things. So I think evolutionary leaders start with changing themselves, inviting others to change together in the community, and start seeing the world around them as an opportunity for this growth, endless opportunity for growth, including, of course, the global evolutionary challenges. The evolutionary crisis of our species is just like fractally we can experience that crisis on a personal level. Like we all the time, to evolve, we need some parts of us die, some parts of us are born. We are going through these stages of evolution. And part of it is related to the fact that the economy is changing, the society is changing, there is a climate crisis, everything. But we can be not victims, but active players in that. And we can learn so much in the process. So that, to me, an evolutionary leadership. It doesn't have to be out there on a global scale. It is here.
I just want to add, I love what you're saying. It's all about the invitation. And I can speak for myself. I literally got invited into LCE. It was a literal invitation. And through being invited, I now am learning so much. I am now becoming, I consider an integral part of this community. And so thank you, Pavel. I'm inspired by what I'm hearing from you.
Right. Well, time flies. I would love to talk to you for another hour, but we have about 3-4 minutes left, and then we'll have a 2-minute break, and then an amazing discussion, including several speakers. Pavel and Alexander Laszlo would join, and Marilyn Hamilton and other co-founders and guests of our sessions today. But before we are over, let's touch upon another subject. I know that in all of your personal and professional travels, you came to the point when you are building like a school, right? Sort of a new type of institution to support people in their leadership and evolutionary leadership trajectory. So could you tell me a little bit about the plans or the vision of you and your colleagues? How do you see the school in a year, for example, from now? Is it global? What type of people are coming there? What type of programs it offers? Because I would love to send there my daughter, who is 6 years old. I would love to come there myself, my wife, and everybody else. So please share with us what will be the opportunities in a few months from now.
Yeah, so first I want to say that for me, School of Evolutionary Leadership is like an experiment. It's actually a learning community, first of all. It's not the idea that, there are these teachers that can tell everybody how to become evolutionary leader. It's more like nobody knows how to be an evolutionary leader unless you're engaged in a community of learners. So we are, first of all, a community of learners, and I think that this community of learners will gradually expand. And therefore, we started a club, and we started like a club which is like exactly that community. We started a number of forums. We started a number of programs. At the moment, everything is happening in Russian. And actually, to me, that's an open question whether we want to keep this school multilingual, or we want, because my bigger dream is, I call this project University for the Planet. Mm-hmm. And that's something that I'm working on. And actually, that's just another name for this idea of raising communities of evolutionary leaders around the globe and all planetizens, helping these leaders to learn, and not only leaders, but everyone, to learn how to live in this reality that is transforming and actually lead the way, right? Mm-hmm. So one way or the other, we expect that in a year from now, there will be either branded by the School of Evolutionary Leadership or branded by University of the Planet. There'll be a range of programs. There'll be a number of hubs, intergenerational learning spaces where people can learn together how to be the future they want to see. And we also want to create what we call platforms for supporting projects. And we actually, as a University for the Planet, we're also starting with this process of visioning. We want to collectively start envisioning what is that future that we are moving to in, let's say, 30, 50, 100 years from now. What is the future we are creating for our children and for ourselves, maybe? That is like one of our first projects that will start happening in the next few months. And as a School of Evolutionary Leadership, the Russian-speaking one, we want just to kind of learn how to dance with all these kind of questions. And we want to offer a number of programs that are doing this. And all of it is done on the community-driven basis. So it's an evolutionary process. I cannot 100% know what will be the future of School of Evolutionary Leadership in a year from now, because it will evolve. That's the main thing. And right now it evolves to become increasingly community-based, increasingly involving different facets, but I'm sure we will work more with business, with cities, and my main purpose is that we start making impact. It's not only about learning, but it's how we positively change the life of people.
Well, it's very exciting, and I hear from many people when I tell them about the School of Evolutionary Leadership and the Planetary University, they want to collaborate. They say, "Could you connect me with Pavel, because we in India or in other countries, we in United States, etc. We also want to build or learn, right?" So people are interested, and we look forward to the growth and sort of evolution of this idea. And my daughter is definitely waiting. So I also hope that we'll create some programs. I call them online mass education or mass sort of learning programs for teenagers worldwide, because there are so many amazing knowledge, understanding, support we as Living Cities Earth, as our community, could provide to younger generations. We could learn from them, yes, but there is also some things we could share. And I appreciate your time and your ideas. We have a 1-minute break, and we'll continue to the discussion. What is happy city?
Just one last thing. I feel like this is a really good and important catalytic point, and I would like to also say that I've been discussing this with some colleagues, like Learning Planet Institute in France. They're really excited to move forward together on this kind of programs. So let's make sure that within the year that all of that happens.
Sounds great. 30 seconds break, and in 30 seconds we move on to our next session. Thank you very much, Pavel. Thank you everyone who watches us online in YouTube and in recorded version. See you soon. All right. Carlos, welcome. Thank you. We are all vibrating, as you say, on the level of unity. Greetings to Chile, greetings to Scotland. Farrell, hello. We have several amazing speakers joining us today. Marilyn Hamilton is also in Scotland, and Alexandra Laszlo comes from Latin America, somewhere lost in this beautiful faraway continent, maybe in Buenos Aires, I guess, based on your surroundings. Again, thank you to everyone who is joining us today, who will be watching in the recorded version. And we are moving to our next session. It's called What is a Happy City? Because eventually we all want to live in places which make us feel fully alive. And Pavel was speaking at a prior session about eudaimonic happiness, right? Not the consumption happiness, but happiness of creation and happiness of evolution. So we will be talking in this session with several highly respectful and sort of distinguished individuals from different areas of life about what is a happy city from their perspective. Before we start, so we have about 55 minutes left for our session, I want to ask a very practical question. In 45 minutes, I will have to take my daughter to a kindergarten. So in the beginning, for the first 30 minutes, I would love to lead the discussion, if you don't mind. But then I would like to ask either one of you who would like to be the co-host or co-facilitator of this discussion.
I vote for Marilyn. It takes a village.
I was going to vote for Alexander.
Me too.
We have two. Sounds great. I was sharing earlier today that one of our colleagues, co-founder of Living Cities Earth, Ranjani, she's from India. She was actually taking part in upbringing of my younger daughter, who is 2 weeks old. She was really helping us to put her to sleep, and it worked better than the original parents who were next to the child. So, and now Marilyn and Alexander would help me to take my elder daughter to school. So it all works very well. It takes a village to raise a child, indeed. Because we are working in a participatory sort of mode, and we make decisions together, we have an option. We either spend 3.5 minutes watching a short video about Living Cities Earth, which our team compiled for our discussion, or we could skip it and move directly into the conversation. I have my preferences, but I shut up and ask, what are your preferences? And anybody who wants to vote, please indicate your preferences in text or in a voice. So who wants to go for the video? Please raise your hands, or, it looks like a predominant majority. Oh, even, yes. So it's total majority. In this case, let's ask, I'll ask our colleagues in the support team to switch it on, and we'll enjoy a short video about the Living Cities Earth, our ideas, and we'll see some of our team members. So hopefully it will start soon.
We are humans.
In this VUCA BANI world, what does it mean to be human? How can we human well?
How can each human feel truly alive?
How can each community and city thrive and evolve?
How can 10,000 cities on our planet interconnect for our collective benefit?
How can we live in harmony with all life on Earth?
These are the questions that brought us together at Living Cities Earth, a very young and fast-growing global collective that started 3 months ago. We are a horizontally organized action community of 25 of the world's leading integral researchers and practitioners, with a total of 300 years of research and leadership that has benefited millions of people in over 1,000 cities. Living Cities Earth interconnects both people and institutions that together reach over 100 countries on all continents. Our aim is to integrate our capacities to human well with 10,000 cities serving Gaia's well-being, and to discover how can we nurture cities as complex, adaptive, living, spiritual human habitats in the right relationship to humans, bioregions, all other cities, and the planet. To do that, we must not only learn but also unlearn, to create space for new ways of knowing, doing, and interbeing in the 5 dimensions of person, people, place, places, and planet. What exactly are these 5 areas that form our testing grounds? First, it is Earth with all forms of life. Second, a naturally emerging network of 10,000 cities. Third, each individual city as a living ecosystem. Fourth, our communities. And fifth, each individual person. On each level, we will explore what we have to learn and unlearn in order to human well. These 2 streams of research, as yin and yang, represent a full circle of life. As critical and complex this inquiry is, it calls for a radical and diverse set of research methods, from action research to mapping, from ULab to artistic inquiry, and well beyond. We are both dreamers and doers, and plan to present our findings in many ways. From a series of maps and LCE Global Journal to cartoons and living project templates, from a global forum for 1,000 cities to an academy for mayors and young leaders, art exhibitions, and a living journal of unlearning. And we realize that the very idea of a traditional journal may well be something we'll need to unlearn. We bring all of our inspiration, competencies, and resources to this project.
We trust that by acting together, now and in the future,
we can learn to human well and help millions of people live happier lives.
In harmony with each other. And all life on Earth.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, everybody who collaborated on this short video. Very inspiring. And so the first question, I guess I would like to ask our esteemed panel participants is, do you personally want to be happy? Would you like other 8 billion people to be happy, in the profound sense, of course, of being happy? And what does it mean to you? Are you a happy person? Is your family happy? Before we go to the planetary scale, let's start with ourselves. And if I may, I will take half a minute just to start it off, and then I pass it on to Pavel. And I ask everyone to pass it to the next one. So am I a happy person? 100% yes. So I'm 49 years old. I have lived and sort of worked in many, many different countries. I have an amazing family. Actually, it's my third beloved wife. So I had 3 wives, one after another, and we have wonderful relationship with each one of them. We support each other, and so I feel that family is part of this happiness. The second one is definitely the prior generations. Also was very lucky in this respect, and we keep in touch and support each other, etc. But I also feel very much connected with the broader world, different cultures, the different forms of life, the nature. So to sum it up, I feel that talking about, I have a right to talk about happiness. I guess that's my point. Talking about happy cities, are we happy people? Are we happy families? Are we happy communities? So definitely I'm not ideal. I have a lot of drawbacks and sort of things I should work on, etc. But I feel happy inside. I try, and sort of it works that I create an atmosphere of happiness in my surroundings. And on a global scale, I also feel that what we are doing is very important to me, and I invest my energy, resources, etc., because it's sort of a natural flow of life energy. So I'll stop here and respectfully pass it on to Pavel.
Thank you, Lev. We discussed earlier that there are 2 types of happiness: the tactical and the strategic happiness. And the tactical happiness is like the surge of emotions that we can experience from time to time, whereas strategic happiness is actually creating conditions for this emotion to be more present in your life, let's say. And this is how we self-actualize, how we build up relations, everything. And if I think, am I happy? Yes, I'm very happy on many accounts, even though, let's say, the last year and a half, because of all the situations that were happening in 2022 in Russia, Ukraine, and Europe, made my life very uncertain. Like I don't have a home right now. The family is also moving out of Russia. So like it's a process, but a process that I think is strategically also enjoyable, because it opens up to many new beautiful possibilities, learning more things. And I think that even in situations that people can find desperate sometimes, we can discover opportunity for happiness. And I think it's more the attitude. How do we perceive things? Less and more and less the actual like physical conditions and so on. I think the happiness is first of all the product of our own perception of reality. And I will pass now to Ferial.
So for me, the question would be, firstly, do I want to be happy? Absolutely. I think life without being happy is just a horrible, horrible existence, right? And then I want to agree absolutely with what Pavel said about it is a choice. So am I happy? Absolutely. So does my world have challenges in it? Yes, but it is that new eyes with which I look at those challenges, because it's that moment where I start to realize that life is this grand adventure. And the moment that I have that awe with which I approach it with that adventurous spirit, then even that which is perhaps really hard, I understand that as, so for me, happiness would be to embrace life with everything that I have in me, and to really make it that beautiful, grand, amazing adventure. And it does include things like what Lev had described. It includes family, friends, community, being able to express myself fully. And then I'd say one other thing, I'd talk about that connection with nature and the connection with everything around me. But there's one thing for me, having been born in apartheid South Africa, I think the idea of freedom. And that's the beautiful thing that adventure speaks to me of. So freedom for me is also that idea of really, truly being able to express ourselves and write our part of this beautiful human story. So if we can create opportunities that every human is able to have that freedom, that to me is happiness.
Thank you, Farrell. I'll pass it on maybe to Marilyn and then to Alexander. But before, Marilyn, before you talk, quick note, we worked with a book called Happy City, right, relevant to our discussion. And to what Farrell has mentioned, the freedom, it's actually is considered to be a cornerstone part, the freedom to live in a city, to the freedom in terms of mobility, social mobility, physical transportation mobility, many other things. Without freedom, people just don't feel happy. That's interesting. So we'll come back to this. But Marilyn, on to you.
Thanks, Lev. And Farrell, you really remind me of something that I chose very early in my life, and that was to choose adventure over stuff. And so that was always something that attracted me. And because of that, and I have a basically optimistic personality. So there's just a spirit in me that is always looking for the best in things and expects the best. And I would say has experienced the best. I feel very privileged. I live in Findhorn Eco Village in northern Scotland. So when I listen to Pavel share about what I've been observing over the last year in Europe, which has really struck my heart, because the first thing I thought of when I saw the war start and there were 7 million immigrants, I thought, whoa, that's going to change every city in Europe. And because the Findhorn Eco Village is actually international, we have Ukrainian refugees here. And so we also have some Russians here. And along with our other international residents, it makes for really interesting and diverse relationships. So I would say that for me, happiness arises not only from my optimism and my expectation that there is adventure in the world, but my capacity to appreciate beauty all around me. So I grew up in Canada and have had the opportunity to live in many parts of the world. And everywhere I have ever gone, I've always thought that we had the most incredibly beautiful planet. And I also find beauty in all of our cities and our towns and our eco-villages. And when I think not only of freedom, because that's something that I realized when I first went to Russia for my first book launch, well, first time I would meet Lev, I realized, oh my goodness, I had grown up in a society that was, and all the ones that I had based my assumptions on were democratic, and that had much more freedom than I would say even in our democracies would admit to now in current years. In the last 10 years, I think democracies themselves have become less free. So I have optimism, I have adventure, I have freedom. But there's one other thing that I think that the happiness in my life comes from, and that is from care. So I talk about within cities of karma yoga. So caring for self so that we can care for others, and all together we care for our places, and together with the person, people, place, we care for the planet. And that's, for me, the deep care that Pavel talks about. That's where, quote, the strategic care comes from, because it's as big as a planet, and it comes down through all the different ways I interact and relate to people and all life on the planet, and with beings both seen and unseen. So I would say there is even such a thing as a happiness angel. And that is something that can give me a lot of support when life seems to be challenging. So that's a little bit about how I experience happiness. And Alexander, I pass the flute to you.
Well, I'm going to take it in the form of the peace poll. Got it here. Thank you. Look at this. We get passed from northern Scotland to southern South America, where I am in Buenos Aires. It's here we are. This is the interconnectedness of our interbeing. Am I happy? Right now, wow, yes. But listening to all of you, to each of you, the inspiration here fills me. And in this sense, you are humaning me. And I feel well. So that's wonderful. Picking up on some of the things that you were saying, which was just so rich. Care, as Marilyn was just saying, care. And this is what we can do with each other, with ourselves, with nature. We can care for our ancestors and for future generations. We can care for our spirit. This care, I sometimes was during the whole coronavirus pandemic, I was thinking we need the karunavirus. And karuna, from the Hindi expression, has to do with compassion and mercy and care and love. And so this, I think, for me is about, well, Ferial was touching on that. I mean, just listening to Ferial, looking at her, you get the exuberance. I mean, exuberance. This is happiness. It doesn't have to be all the time the ecstaticness of this, but it has to do for me with this continuum of being. And there's a continuum. How can we always move that continuum further up? If we're in ecstatic exuberance, it's tiring to do that all the time. I don't want to be there all the time. I want the ups and the downs, but I would like on the whole to be able to have this be something that is life supporting, future creating, and opportunity increasing. That is enlivening. So we're talking about happy cities and living cities. How do we have those places that curate, that are greenhouses in the good sense for this kind of well-being, being well together, being able to human well? So for me, there's this spectrum. You can think about, I like to put it on the spectrum of happiness and misery. Okay, so the two ends of the spectrum, I think. And I think it's much more useful to think in these terms than to think what we often do in terms of eradicating poverty or seeking to have wealth. Wealth and poverty are not as powerful a spectrum to think about in cities or in life as happiness and misery. Because people are, it was Bob Marley who said, some people are so wealthy that all they have is money. Sorry. Some people are so poor, that all they have is money. Well, right? And then there are other people who live very frugally, but are very connected and very happy. So it's not, so this is the question for me. It's about thriving, about flourishing. And I think some indicators for me is how well connected are we to each other, to ourselves, to nature, to our ancestors, to future generations? How well connected are we? And if we're in cities, we can be either very well connected because of the density of human interaction and indeed also nature, or we can be very disconnected. There are so many situations in cities where we can be in our home, do everything via, order our food via the internet, never go out, basically. It's a kind of connection which ironically, through the internet connection, makes us also disconnected. How do we connect along those three levels? I'm going to stop here with just one mention of something that one of our One of our colleagues who would have loved to be here today, but wasn't able to make it, Violeta Bulc from Slovenia. She was Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister of Slovenia, and served as a Minister of Transportation with the European Union. And she talks about three natures: the nature of the world around, the living world, the green world, the world of the ecosystems and the birds and the trees and the rivers and the water cycles. Then there's nature 2, which is our cities, the constructed world, our humanly constructed world. That's also nature, but it's not one that we can plant and grow per se. But it is something we can cultivate and curate with that care that Marilyn was talking about. And then there's nature 3, which is the virtual world, the world of cybernetics, the world, not cybernetics, but cyberspace, excuse me, the world of cyberspace, the world that is now exploring through many dimensions the emergence of artificial intelligence in truly interactive ways. That has its own nature as well, its own natural dimensions of evolution within its own kind of algorithms. How do we relate all these? Which ones connect us to life, to happiness? Which ones disconnect us by connecting us too intently to things that aren't living and aren't human? How do we connect? So I think that is, for me, the key to happiness. And I'll take my flute talking piece, Paul, and pass it back to Lev.
Thank you very much, Pavel, Marilyn, and Alexandra, for sharing your perspectives. I put together some notes and just want to read them aloud. Family, inner or vertical development, freedom, connection, community, impact, creativity, and some others. So those are the key ideas we just mentioned in our first round. And we have another 35 minutes together. Time flies. We just started, right? And it's almost half of our hour. So if we go, oops, I hope it works. So if we go forward, I wanted to ask the next question, because we are talking about a happy city, right? There is our internal state of mind and state of our heart. We have relations in our immediate sort of home, etc. But then we're also talking about this larger ecosystem, the complex living organism, which city is. So let's go around and share just some of your perspectives on what is a happy city. With all of the things we mentioned, we keep them in mind, but what makes a city, Buenos Aires, or a smaller place in Argentina or in Brazil or in Asia or in Europe or anywhere in the world, what could make a real city more happy, right? So conditions are different, but how can we influence the level of happiness in the city? And I'll start with myself and then pass it on to Pavel, just to keep the flow. Also try to be very short. So I was editing a Russian translation of this book, Happy City, from Marilyn knows him very well, Charles Montgomery. He's a Canadian author and sort of journalist. It was an interesting topic initially for me, because my experience of cities was that they're not very happy. There are many difficulties, many challenges. Many people are not happy at all, actually. So when the publishing house suggested me to do this work, I initially turned it down. I said, no, I don't believe in happy cities. But then I reconsidered. I read it. So I turned it down, then I read it. Then I thought, no, there is a lot of sense in what he's talking about. And we got into this topic of happy cities maybe 5-6 years ago now. And ever since, we were on a roll, because we discovered that in addition to all the material aspects of happiness, right? The wealth, the nature, which some cities have access to, others don't. And sort of good relationship which are building, which takes years to build. There are a lot of things about happy cities which relate to the culture, right? How people perceive their life, how they perceive the relationships in their life, how they perceive themselves. Who are they? Are they the bodies with the intellect and the passport, or are they sort of the eternal spirit manifested in different forms? And we discovered that depending on the way people understand who they are, it completely changes the ability to be happy in any circumstances. So we developed this model of 3 levels of happiness. Pavel spoke about 2 levels. We looked at 3 levels. So the first one is about, we called it happiness of consumption, and it's both material and immaterial consumption. So we could consume, a new car, a new house, a new movie, or it could be a new relationship, or you want to get care and you get to get attention from other people, you still consume. And we found that the happiness of consumption is very unsustainable. It requires a lot of resources to be happy. And it also very fleeing. Sometimes people like you, then they don't like you, right? It could be the same person, and so on and so forth. The second layer, which is much more stable and much more sustainable for the planet as well, we called it happiness of creation, the eudaimonic happiness Pavel referred to, but it's also happiness of care, right? Caring for other people and larger living systems, or for life in general. So happiness of caring, happiness of creativity, that's the second level. Because when we create, we always feel happy, whether it's playing a flute or writing a book or creating, children. All of this is very sort of, it gives you pleasure because you are in some sort of creative flow of life. And the third level of happiness we also sort of discovered, we call it absolute happiness or unconditional happiness. It doesn't depend on any circumstances. What you do, what you believe in, it really is it's a reflection of your state of openness to your sort of nature of your being, who you really are behind all the forms we could see. And when you have this deeper connection, then you can feel happy in any circumstances, in the war zone, in a prison, in a high stress working environment. So we discovered that talking about cities, it's very important to consider all those 3 levels, because we need to consume food, right? We don't go without food for days or weeks. So consumption is there, but also creation, connection, and care. And finally, we do need to develop this culture of inner growth on a broad scale. So those are some of the points I wanted to bring into the discussion from our group. And we have this global Happy City Lab together with Marion, by the way, and a few other people, Shweta and Marina and others, and Anna-Marie. And I pass it on to Pavel. So Pavel, how do you see we can co-create happy cities?
So I'm thinking about this question, and I remember this quote by Leo Tolstoy that all happy families are alike, but every unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. Now I want to challenge this. I think that every happy family is unique in its own way, and also every happy city is unique in its own way. There is no recipe that fits all. And I really like your typology, Lev. It's not entirely the same as what I was talking about, the levels of happiness, but I think the ideas of, let's say, different facets of happiness. And by the way, I think when we look at this eudaimonic aspect of happiness, to me, this is very similar to the idea of thriving. Actually, if we think what thriving means, and if we think what happiness, this strategic happiness means, we will find that they're very interconnected, very similar. Actually, there are many aspects, and I would say, to me, different cities require different dimensions, let's say, of creating their own happiness. So just last week, I was traveling through cities of Italy, and I visited some of the major ones like Venice and Milano and Rome and Trieste and Pisa. And each of those cities had facets of what I could call a happy city. And each of these cities also bore some elements of which would make, I think, people unhappy in those cities. And these are very different facets because, for instance, places like Venice or Trieste maybe have more of this, let's say, a more intimate, community-based, generations-long culture where this family-like attitude in these communities makes that dimension of happiness, you know, that people are enjoying each other, they spend nice time together. But for example, in other aspects, there is very little vibrancy, there's not enough young people, there is not so much economic development happening in those areas. Milano, the opposite, very vibrant economically, very active, a lot of people moving, but probably under stress in terms of like, can they connect to each other and so on? Like, are they happy with surrounding? Is there enough green areas and so on? So different facets. And I think I really like this multidimensional thriving idea, that we need to look into this inner thriving, interpersonal thriving, intergenerational thriving, thriving together with other species, and so on. So these different facets that we need to look into and see where is the deficiencies, and look into how can we move to more comprehensive happiness, to connect, to really see that there are all aspects of this holistic well-being that we need to cultivate. So I think it's actually more of a framework that we need to look into, and we need to see how this framework for different cities may mean different things, different stories, and different unique combinations that they can cultivate. And I think I pass to Ferial now.
Okay, beautiful. So I loved what you had said, Pavel. And the thing for me, that when I think of happiness, right, I think of, well, firstly, I want to talk about, I'm going to lean a little bit into your strategic happiness, and then it providing a space for us to have the feeling of happiness. So I think of love when I'm thinking of this, right? And I think of how hard humans have pursued that feeling of love, right? And particularly that romantic love and the investment that we have made into, I mean, so much of what we're about is to find this, right? And we've gone to find it in various crazy ways, but it is still not producing the feeling that we really want. And so I'm thinking of it like from the perspective of what is beneath that we're searching for, right? So when I look to nature one, as Alexander would say, I look to nature one and I see nature one seems to portray this as an incredible balance. And so for me, it is really perhaps going back to who we are, how we function, in the sense of back to your strategic happiness, as in, is there a way that we design how we get to that happiness, or we approach that happiness in a very different way. I like someone that inspires me a lot is Alan Watts. And Alan Watts talks about happiness that cannot be pursued directly, but it arises kind of naturally when one is fully engaged in this kind of present moment and living in that state of absolute mindfulness, right? And he believed that this pursuit of happiness was often the cause. Actually, this thing that we were trying to find sometimes caused or actually produced unhappiness, right? As people were so kind of overwhelmed with that pursuit. And so for me, it's like back to perhaps looking at within ourselves, there's something of a presencing. And as communities, as cities, as people, we do the very rushing around thing. And we do go into that. I mean, we created all these nightclubs and places in our cities. And I looked at it because for a time I was, I still do dance. I do the Latin dances, and I would go into these places and I would see these young people coming because they're searching for that happiness, that moment. And they would do many things, whether it be substance abuse or whether it be all kinds of things and we see this kind of rife in our cities, right, of seeking for that feeling. But it is that that state of happiness that they want, and even if they could just have it for a moment. And I think we don't have to have it for a moment, because that happiness isn't in the top of the mountain experiences only. It is in, I think I said it earlier, it is in that embracing of all of life and finding that balance, that beautiful, that all of it is here as this wonderful experience. So I want to offer the idea that for us to create these beautiful, happy cities, we have to have people who are willing to actually create that happiness from within themselves and from without that space, living it into the world. And then it no longer becomes a searching for, right? And also the moment that we're embodying that happiness, we start to build, we start to create the world from that space. And actually, one of the things I in my work that came up for me was this bit of research that was done by Deloitte Shift Index, where they did this survey and they asked the question, are people happy, in the sense of, do they like the way that they express themselves into the world, and do they like the world that they live in? And of course, I mean, I do this in my courses and things as well. 90% of people came back saying we don't like the world we live in, and 80% said we don't like the way that we express ourselves in the world. So what that means for me is, if we're designing out of unhappiness, we end up designing the chaos and the various different layers of complexity that we now experiencing in the world as these nested crises. But I think if we, so what I'm offering is to say, how about we go inward a little bit? How about we go and find that balance that creates the happiness within us? And from that space, when we design, it is a natural cause of that happiness that we would design happy cities and happy places to be in.
Marilyn.
I hand my stick to Marilyn. Is Marilyn? There we go.
I was just going to intuitively pick it up, Ferial. Thank you. So Lev asked us, working with real cities, is it possible to make them more happy? And one of the ways that I start to interact with cities is I invite in what I call the 4 voices of the city. So the 4 voices of the city include the citizens, the civic managers, the business innovators, and the third sector. And for me, this is getting the whole system in the room. And it's possible when we invite in these 4 voices to have a very interesting dialogue. And the dialogue's very simple. I simply structure it around several questions. The first one is, if we want to consider happiness, it could be, it could be considering the economy, or it could be considering any other theme, but let's consider happiness. I ask everyone to, sitting in the circle, what is working around here? What makes you happy? And let that be the first or second cycle of the dialogue. And so people learn from each other what makes them happy, as similar way that we're experiencing here. Then the next round is, and what's not working around here? So just leaving it kind of open for people to say what's not working as far as happiness goes for them. And then the third round is to invite them to imagine if it was a more happy city, or a completely happy city, or a completely thriving or well-being city, what would that look like? And so by the time we have these 3 questions in the dialogue circle, the group has discovered a lot of the essence of who is in that city. And then we can go back to what they've imagined in envisioning more happiness in the city and ask about what wants to happen next. So we build a platform for them to notice what they're noticing and to be interested and curious about taking a next step. And so in deepening this kind of dialogue, I've worked with cities. I've moved into cities who've asked me to work with them and said, well, here's a proposal for 10 years. Most people want instant happiness. But I know that happiness in this kind of exploration actually takes a time to learn. And if we remember from that video, there was both learning and unlearning that we were imagining in Living Cities Earth. And that is very definitely my experience, that people can learn to be happy and they can unlearn what does not make them happy. And in that process, what I discover with people is that they also notice that there is a purpose to their city. And the purpose is to serve something much larger than them. I do believe that people discover not only is there an inner purpose, how do all of these four voices, the citizens, the civic managers, the business innovators, and the third sector work together to achieve something, like it could be simply economic thriving. But really, I believe that Gaia has created cities where she wants to evolve them, and that every city is in service to Gaia, is in purpose to Gaia. And when people discover that through their own storytelling, because this form of dialogue engagement inevitably calls forth the stories from people's real lives. So I think that this kind of opening of the heart and spirit chakra, if you will, allows people to connect in different ways and makes a very powerful platform or a scaffold even for happiness to emerge. So those are some of the ways that I look for happiness in cities, just through the evidence, if you will, of the storytelling, and also the discovery of the intention that we can be of service to something that's greater to ourselves. And that, I think, is the feedback loop to these more complex ways of framing happiness, whether you think of what Lev shared with us or Pavel. I think that's what happens, is the feedback loop amplifies that, and so that you can grow the happiness in the city. So thank you, and I will pass this flute over to Alexander.
Thank you, Marilyn. Just wanted to do a quick check here with Lev, who it was, are you okay, Lev? I know that you had wanted to possibly head out, but it looks like you have a babe in arms.
We switched. My wife has taken our elder daughter to kindergarten, and we're doing the local. I stay here with the computer.
Okay, wonderful. Well, good. You are Lev +1. Excellent. Well, picking up on some of these themes, how do we, the question of what makes a happy city, and how do we human well together, right? How does this come out together? What are the conditions? How do we move to, what does it mean to do that together? And I like some of the things, I like everything that everyone was saying, but one of the things that Marilyn was talking about is how do we create this in a dialogic exploration? How do we do this in conversation? This conversation is something that we need to have. And we need to have this also in ways that Fariel was talking about with ourselves. Do we have a healthy conversation with ourselves? And what do we say to ourselves when we're looking in the mirror? We say, oh, what an idiot you are. Why did you do that? That can be very hard talk. How do we do this in ways which are loving, like Fariel was saying, which bring forward our highest potential? This conversation is one we have with ourselves, with each other, as Pavel was saying, with so many different dimensions of being and interbeing, with nature, with animals, even with future generations, because we are, as a colleague of ours, of Fariel's and mine, this Yen would say, we are future ancestors. We are ancestors in training now, right? So how are we in that conversation with our, with those who will see us this way? One of the things that, and I want to mention that also another colleague of mine, David Price, comes up with the term of dialogue. I love that. It's not just dialogue, it's dialogue, which is this conversation with nature. It's a listen. It's more than talking. It's a listening conversation. It's one where you are being spoken by your attention to nature, to each other. It's really an engagement. Joanna Macy has this beautiful approach called the Council of All Beings. Wonderful. And when you sit in the Council of All Beings, you take on some aspect of your lived environment. There are no humans present. You take on, either you are a fox, or you are the water cycle, or you are maybe a river in particular. You can be a tree, you can be anything, but you bring a message to the humans in the Council of All Beings. What do we need to hear? How can we stand outside of our own chatter and listen? And I think this is also something about that's very key for cities, because one of the things that often we find in cities, particularly in metropolis and megalopolis like Buenos Aires, is that there's a rat race. We end up being the rats on the wheel and running to our job. We commute like heck to be able to get to our job, to work like heck, to be able to pay for the car that we have to use to commute, to be able to work overtime on the week. Where's our life? What happened? So it's rush, rush. And there is a movement called slow cities. Marilyn was kind of talking about what time does it take? How do we live in that way which slows it down? Slow cities mean that there's a corner grocer. You can walk to them. There are places where you can walk on the streets without cars. You can walk around to most of the things you need, the grocer, all shopping things, and so on, community activities. How can you do that in cities that bring us together to human well? And so for me, the final thing I want to share here is the frameworks of flourishing containers that give rise to thriving beings. So I like to look at it that way, because flourishing and thriving are often used almost in competition with each other as terms, and they really go together. And I like to think of an ecosystem that is flourishing, or a city that is flourishing. People can thrive in that. People thrive in those kind of conditions. And at the same time, when people are thriving in the ways that Feriel was talking about, and that Pavel was saying, that it's not conditional on your external environment, you can bring that notion of your happiness with you. Lev, you were talking about this in particular. Then you can give rise to a flourishing community, right? So there's a relationship, this positive feedback relationship. It's not actually, it's a constructive feedback, but it is amplifying. It's a positive feedback as well in systems terms, that creates greater happiness between the thriving of the individuals and the flourishing of the contexts. So how do we do that? The last thing I want to end up is something Pavel also talks about, the difference between utopia and protopia. And when we talk about happiness, that's the goal. We got to be happy. You know what? No, I want to have the protopia, the real life. And we're not going to have cities where everything is just a utopia and everything is great. So how do we live with that as well? It reminds me of this short story for Esme, With Love and Squalor, by J.D. Salinger. With Love and Squalor, life has that, it has the grit in it. It's not just all roses and cotton candy. I don't know what else we'd like to put there, but the point is, we have to take the whole flower, the rose with its beautiful part and the thorns. That's what makes it beautiful, and that's what makes us alive. How do we learn to dance with all of that together? Happiness is in both and I would like to take a moment, if I may, to invite to speak with us here one of our friends who are now on Zoom with her camera on. And this is Chantal Garneau. And she is the municipal councillor of the town of Halton Hills in the Greater Toronto area of Canada. And so she is working exactly with creating living environments. Chantal, if Lev is okay, I would invite Chantal to say a few words.
Hi, thank you, Alexander, and thank you everyone for putting together this conference and inviting me to be here today. So I was making some notes as everyone was speaking and sort of thinking about what do I think a happy city, what's involved in that. And the first thing that came to me was a sense of belonging and a sense of contributing. So looking at who calls this community home, who lives here, and including non-human, like the rivers and the forests and the birds and the wildlife and the people and the businesses and the community services. And then wondering, are there systems in place so that everyone has a sense of belonging? You know, where are the obstacles to, and identifying where do people not feel like they belong? Or where are the barriers to belonging? And then working towards minimizing those barriers and removing them so that more people, and I'm saying people, but I mean all the elements can have that felt sense and can share and contribute in their own ways. Here, our community is largely suburban, and so there's really who belongs in my community right now is really landowners. People of a certain economic bracket can purchase homes here. There's not really room for young people or people who are transitioning through life, who like doing things in the evenings. So we have very much a bedroom community here. So there are a lot of people who would not feel like they belong in this community and tend to leave. So we see a lot of people when they reach their 20s, they migrate out of our community to go to bigger cities or places where there is more diversity in terms of activities and interest. And so I agree with Pavel where he was saying that not every city is going to be a happy space for everybody, because everybody has different needs and wants and experiences. So, and we see that. So on town council, there might be a project that comes forward and so much of the community is like, this is the best thing for our community. We really need this. And then another half are like, no, this is the worst thing for a community. We really don't want this. And it's fascinating to witness that and make decisions from a higher perspective around what's good for the community as a whole. And whose voices are we hearing and whose voices are we not hearing? So I think really, in order for a city to thrive or be happy, then we need to make space to hear the voices of those who don't typically speak really loudly or haven't felt like there's been room or space for them to speak in the past.
Thank you very much, Chantal. Is it Chantal or Chantal? Chantal.
Chantal.
Beautiful.
Wow.
Thank you. I wrote down belonging, sense of belonging and contributing. So both ends, that's beautiful. And as you and Alexander, you spoke about communities, and I saw that another co-founder of Living Cities Earth, Stefano Serafini, joined us. So I don't know whether Stefano is available. He also has a small child. So, but if he is, Stefano, if you can join us for a couple of minutes. Stefano actually moved to a small community, as far as I know. Hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
Another young father.
Yes. So probably you hear something in the background. So sorry
that's
for
fine,
that.
That's fine. Stefano, among other things, he's chief editor of International Journal of Biourbanism, and he loves topics about how cities could lead to happiness or unhappiness for both people and the nature and other forms of life. So, Stefano, if you could share maybe a couple of minutes, what does it mean a happy city to you? But even more importantly, how do we create more happiness in the cities in the real world, in all those 10,000 cities on our planet?
Well, I was listening to the wisdom you were spreading your discourse. I listened to very interesting notes. I would like only to add one thing that's been already remarked, by the way. So that's the city is communal effort. It used to be. I'm a middle-aged man, but I've always been a man from the Middle Age. So in the Middle Age, especially in Italy, we have the cities were communities. So they have a common goal, and they were meant as a tool for something existential, something metaphysical. So life was considered something that was absolute. Nowadays, this conception has been lost, and cities are mostly machines for producing growth in economic terms, not growth of happiness. The only danger when we talk, lovely, when we talk of happiness, many people tend to mud the water, considering happiness like the ability to consume more. not to have this kind of life that is presented to everybody as a model, but that doesn't produce happiness. So we should rather restore this idea that we have to refound cities in the sense of communities where people can become who they are. Because happiness, there is no happiness without putting to act what we are in potency. And this is more and more difficult nowadays. There is a chance that we can do that individually. So when we speak about, for example, meditation, the ability to get in touch and connected with the universe, with nature, etc., this is true, but we are social creatures. So we cannot save ourselves alone. By nature, we need to be happy with other people happy around us. And that cannot be only our family. We need an happy community for being happy ourselves. And this is, I think, the most important challenge that cities represent. Possibly, this is not possible in huge cities because of dimension, of scale, except that the city may have inside little neighbors or area or communities, etc. So I really believe that the future in that direction is for small and middle cities, where you can have a communality of project, a communality of ideals, a communality of existential goals. That's it.
Thank you very much, Stefano. And as we coming to the closure of our discussion, I suggest we go the final round, and we can take another 5-7 minutes, so maybe 1 minute each, more or less. And I would ask you actually, because I'm trying to connect our ideas with the day-to-day life, and Marilyn, thank you very much. You brought a very real situation of how you bring together all those voices in a city to consider where we are today, where we want to be, and how we go there. So maybe you have answered this question to some extent, but still, I would love to hear everyone's perspective. If you were the city leader, whatever it is, city government leader or business leader with a lot of influence, or maybe a very active citizen who has power to coalesce, to bring people together, inspire, etc. So what would be your 3 steps this year, if you listen to us, for example, from some city, what would be your 3 steps to do in 2023 to really increase significantly the level of happiness in your particular city? And I will pass to Pavel and will join as the last one. Thank you.
It will be interesting to answer because I need to understand which city to model. Very different answers depending on global south, global north, what kind of conditions. But I think whatever region is, one of the things to make sure there is a dialogue. So dialogue with the city. You cannot just, you cannot make city happy. You can co-create happiness with the city. Yeah, and I think the rest will follow. So it's the rest is like to create a process of learning that comes out of that dialogue, which is about collective visioning of what the happy city, this particular city can be, and then some specific projects that can come out of it. Yeah, and I will pass to Ferial. And Lev disappeared. He's like he didn't answer this one. Look at him. He refused to answer it.
Yeah, you didn't answer that one, Lev. But yeah, mine would be really tacking on to what you said, Pavel, about dialogue. I think this is probably like pivotal. So I would implement, I like the idea. I remember I come from Scotland, and in Edinburgh, it was the kind of where the Enlightenment, where they sat in cafes and they talked and they dialogued, and I would reinvent that. And what I mean by this is and I hope to do so. Actually, I want to call it Scotland Makes Sense. But the idea is to really talk to one another and I think what Marilyn said, on every level, government level, people, people that are living on the streets, and and so how do you find these people to talk to one another about what they see as a vision for their city and for what happiness is, and how do we then attain that? Because Chantal said it's not the same for every city and every place, and Pavel said that too. So it's a case of finding it for that place, which means those people have to talk to one another and negotiate this. And so the other thing I'd also do is focus on education, and I'd really focus on education that is not, because we're already doing okay when it comes to IQ. I want to kind of focus the education more on the EQ side of it and go, right, can we start with our children? Because they're these next level of thinkers, the next level of leaders. And I would say, can we begin to really develop that evolutionary thinking inside of them, not just as a tack on like it is for us, but as a very integral part of who they are, as how they develop. So those would probably be my ways in which I would, hopefully see that this happy city hopefully comes to light. And I pass my stick to Marilyn.
Thank you, Veriel. So I'm going to build on the increasing momentum that Pavel and Veriel have indicated for dialogue. So I would bring together, first of all, the 4 voices, because I do believe that's universal. I think it's transcultural. And when you purposefully bring those 4 voices, the citizens, the civic managers, the business innovators, and the third sector together, you get that whole system in the dialogue. And I would encourage and hold the space so that it can be very rich storytelling. I have a colleague in Edinburgh, Veriel, who would want it to be conviviality. So I would probably feed those people before they were in the dialogue, because that is a way that people always connect with each other. And I also would encourage them in their storytelling to notice what wants to happen next and see if we could discover an early win. So instead of trying to do the whole purpose, the grand purpose all at once, what is something that people could work together to increase their happiness, because they would have another feedback loop if they could create an early win that showed them something they wanted they could accomplish. So that's what I would do. And I will pass over the flute again to Maestro Alexander.
The virtual flute. Thank you, Marilyn. Thank you, Lev. Thank you, Pavel. Thank you, Veriel. Thank you, Chantal. Thank you, everyone who's here. Stefano. Well, yeah, indeed, it's making me think, this little round of thank yous, about the fact that we're a virtual city right here. What does that mean? What is, when we go to, that comes to nature 3, right? I mentioned those 3 natures. What does it mean when we're in this way, in this process? But that's for another moment. I have to go back to the question that Lev asked. And so what would I do? First, what comes to mind is, how do we create the conditions, and Stefano spoke to this a little bit, so that people are not really oppressed. They're not constrained. They are empowered, enlivened, happiness, living cities, integral cities. Right? So how do we create those conditions? And Pavel was talking about how you don't just go ahead and create this living city by design in this way, but you can create the conditions, curate those conditions like a gardener in a way that can give rise to this flourishing of a city. How do we garden along these levels, along the 4 conversations that Marilyn was talking about? And I think that is key. So having greater conversation points, spaces, places. Here in Buenos Aires, in Argentina, I was amazed, for example, at the degree to which everyone came together and was so happy. It was so exciting. It was a little scary almost when you're out in the streets after the World Cup, right? Just want to remind everyone that Argentina won the World Cup. Just saying that again, because very important. But so after that in soccer, we had that game, everyone's out in the streets. It was insane in a good way, that euphoria. And everyone's together. It doesn't matter who you are, you're all from here and you're all celebrating. Very soon, we're coming up on the elections here. And it's going to be us versus them again within the city. And this person and that neighbor and us and them. And it's going to be, don't we remember we were out all together? How do we do those things that help us remember? And I put a dash there because it's about bringing our membership back in, remembering ourselves and each other. And I think, yes, in Nature 1, Nature 2, Nature 3, it's dialogue, it's storytelling, it's breaking bread together. Like Marilyn was saying, having good food where people can sit together and be nourished by each other. They're sharing of bread. Sharing helps break down the us and them. And frankly, dancing together. I mean, we're dancing with nature, dancing with each other, doing things that are not just the dialogue, rational talk to each other. Now we got to talk, we get into politics all of a sudden, and we get into touchy topics, and then we start getting divides again. How do we create that trust where we see each other as nature? We see ourselves together. And with that, I'm going, can I pass the dove? Are we still doing okay? Can I pass it to Chantal? Right. Okay, the peace poll gets passed to you, Chantal.
Thank you. I was going to say community celebrations. So finding something, so in my community, we have the Credit River flows through, and so organizing celebrations where people can come to the river and connect. And like Alexander was saying, the shared, like, what do we have in common and how can we start celebrating that and meeting around those common, like what we love about our community that we all have in common. And then there's all the little things that we're like, oh, I don't like this part or that part. But rather than focusing in on those, focus first on what do we have in common and what can we celebrate together. And then from that celebration and that sense of belonging to that bigger community, then next layers can come through from a creative space rather than from a space of focusing on what we don't like and what we don't have or don't need. So that would be my first step, would be identify some core elements of the community that the community already has a lot of pride or connection to. And then the next step would be to find community champions or community groups that are already working with those elements, bring them together, and then facilitate community events.
Wow. Celebration, community celebration.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. Thank you very much, Chantal. We're neighbors in a way. I am right now residing nearby Seattle, in between Seattle and Vancouver, so not too far, maybe a few thousand kilometers from you. But what I wanted to mention is that I happened to get here by chance. I just was visiting my sister who lives in Seattle, and somehow, I don't know how, but somehow we're here right now as well. And what's interesting is the small city where we're in, it always felt extremely, extremely alive. And I didn't sort of contribute to it at all outside of my perception. But it's so simple and yet beautiful. And I was listening to our discussion today, and everything which we said, sense of community, sense of belonging, celebration, small win, not small, but early wins, interconnections, and all those things, now I see that they have them implemented here. So at some point, I'll definitely invite all of us to come together. So we visit Marilyn in Scotland, we'll visit Alexandra in Buenos Aires, and I see that Marina has joined us, our next speaker, and Marina is also part of this global family. We plan to have, by the way, all the co-founders of Living Cities Earth will have our summer camp for co-founders in Switzerland, because one of us, Robert Fischer, actually the president of Living Cities Earth Association, he has a beautiful retreat house in the Swiss mountains, and he kindly invited all of the co-founders to come over first days of July and really share in-person experience. So we'll definitely enjoy it all together. And as we have 1 minute left before our next session begins, I would like to thank everyone for very wise and beautiful comments and the energy you brought to the session. And I feel that the task we have ahead, we took this task on us to support, development of 10,000 cities, to make them more fully alive, happy, flourishing, etc., sustainable, of course. And so I invite everybody who is watching us on YouTube, who will watch the recording, to consider your role in this sort of global initiative, whether you live in a particular city or you take care of a larger region, country, or maybe you think in planetary terms. Well, let's think how we can do it together. So thank you very much, everyone who joined in this session. And if you have time and you are interested, the next one will be about the art and science of Happy City. And it will be conducted by Marina Demchenko, who is the first and the only, at least known, advisor to a mayor on happiness. Do you know many advisors to the mayors on happiness? Well, I know one. So Marina, we will start in 1 minute, maybe 1 minute break for everybody to take some water and do some other things. And we start in 1 minute our next session. So thank you very much. See you on a journey.
We are humans.
In this VUCA BANI world, what does it mean to be human? How can we human well?
How can each human feel truly alive?
How can each community and city thrive and evolve?
How can 10,000 cities on our planet interconnect for our collective benefit?
How can we live in harmony with all life on Earth?
These are the questions that brought us together at Living Cities Earth, a very young and fast-growing global collective that started 3 months ago. We are a horizontally organized action community of 25 of the world's leading integral researchers and practitioners, with a total of 300 years of research and leadership that has benefited millions of people in over 1,000 cities. Living Cities Earth interconnects both people and institutions that together reach over 100 countries on all continents. Our aim is to integrate our capacities to human well with 10,000 cities serving Gaia's well-being, and to discover how can we nurture cities as complex, adaptive, living, spiritual human habitats in the right relationship to humans, bioregions, all other cities, and the planet.
We trust that by acting together, now and in the future,
we can learn to human well and help millions of people live happier lives.
In harmony with each other.
And all life on Earth.
Wow, Marina, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. You look beautiful. Thank you for bringing your beauty, internal and external, to our session.
Thank you so much. I'm really happy to be here. And I'm glad to pick an end of the previous discussion, because we will continue talking about happy cities. And it's really the collection of wisdom which was manifested here, and it's so precious, and I grateful for each of us and each speaker who contributed to this beautiful conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You were with us in spirit, and we know that tomorrow is a very special day for you. So on behalf of all of the humanity and the planet Earth, we would like to, I don't know how you say it, if the birthday is tomorrow, so a happy upcoming birthday. Happy upcoming birthday, Marina.
Thank you so much. Yes, I liked this, some sort of rhymes, Earth Day, birthday. So I'm very proud of it. So yes, I will celebrate tomorrow. And today I'm happy to be here.
Is it that every year your birthday coincides with the Earth Day, or
Yes, it is.
Always?
Always.
Amazing. Well, it's very special to be with you. Then to everyone who is watching us on YouTube, and thank you for everyone who joined us in Zoom as well. By the way, those of us who are in Zoom, I see that Farrell is here, and Dren. Hello, Dren. It was nice to see you. You're very welcome, and Chantal as well. You're very welcome to ask questions during the presentation. So it's a live and very informal, really, setting. And Marina, as I said, is well, the unique person who worked for a number of years as an advisor to a mayor of a real city, an advisor on happiness and well-being of citizens. How amazing! So Marina is also a researcher. She holds a PhD in economics and did a lot of different beautiful things in her life. First question I guess I would like to ask you, Marina, is with everything you have learned, the good things, and there are challenges in the cities, do you believe in the idea of a happy city, or is it just a dream and it's never achievable?
Well, it's a very good question, because it depends on what to consider a city. If we consider a city as a number of infrastructural objects, buildings, roads, and some cars and motorways, of course, it's, I think, far from happiness, but I truly believe that happiness is first of all, city is people first of all, and I would like to make a small presentation, if you let me, about it. And I think that it is absolutely in our power, in our energy, in our capacity to choose to be happy and to contribute to be happy ourselves, to make happy our neighbors, and of course to make our cities happy, thriving, and healthy in many, many different aspects of being healthy. So if you don't mind, I would like to maybe make a small introduction, and then we could continue discussion, because I have two small sessions today, one after another, and they are completely about one thing. They are about the story of creating of the methodology of diagnosis and development of happiness in cities. So if you don't mind, I'll start with some history, and then we will come to some ideas which were born due to Yulev, thanks to Merlin and many other our dearest colleagues who contributed to the creation of this beautiful concept of happiness in the city. So let me start, and please feel free to stop me and ask questions if you like to. So
thank you. While you are putting on the slides, did I understand you correctly that if we think about a city as a infrastructure's object, then there is no happiness inside. But if we consider city as a social phenomena with all the people, communities, then there is a hope.
Yes, because I think that happiness is the inseparable part of their living system of any kind, of any scale. And if we are talking about buildings, they don't have soul. And if we are talking about the living system, be it a person or a planet itself, I think that a planet also can be happy if all her inhabitants are happy too. So that's my idea about it. Can you see my slides that I share?
I guess I see the title. Maybe it's a title slide.
Yes, our beautiful colleagues and designers created such a beautiful titles of our presentations. I'd like to share it. So you have already introduced myself, so I will be very succinct. I think about myself as the weaver of the abundant reality, because I think that I live to contribute not only happiness, but integrity, holicity, and balance in different systems, different social systems, and different living systems. And I also think about myself as an earthling with the Slavic roots, because I think that our culture, our land gives us a lot of energy and capacity to contribute to humanity. And it's really important to have the ability to communicate with this land's energy, but we also take this energy to contribute it to planet, to contribute it to the better life, to human and well, as we say in our Living Cities Earth. So as Lev also said, that I have been working for some time as the advisor to the mayor on the holistic well-being and happiness of citizens, and it was a truly inspiring experience, and it provoked, I would say, a great research work which continues until now, and I hope that we will be able to contribute to many cities globally. So the main task for me as the advisor to the mayor was to somehow provide the comprehensive analysis of the potential of the city, how we can provide the development of happiness, to elaborate some sort of the integral happy city index, because there are a lot of happiness indices in the world, but we thought that it's really important to measure not only the level of contentment and not only the objective parameters of what conditions are created in the cities to make their citizens, their inhabitants happy, but also to measure at what extent people can realize their creative potential, how they are engaged proactively in the creation of happiness in their cities. So one of the tasks was to create such an index, to form a leadership team which will provide this happiness development, and to create their city community of these leaders who want to promote happiness, and to make an action plan, and to involve as much citizens as possible in implementing this plan into the reality. So at this moment, first of all, we faced the problem: what is happiness? And first of all, I Googled it, and I read some books, and the main idea was that happiness is the range of feelings. That is why I am convinced that buildings can't have feelings, and that is why happiness is the feature of living systems of any kind. So the term of happiness is used in the context of some mental or emotional states, and it's a range of feelings from the contentment to the intense joy, inspiration, euphoria, and so on. It is also used in the context of life satisfaction, which I have already mentioned in some happiness indices, which are used globally. And also when we speak about happiness, we speak about subjective well-being and flourishing. And at the same time, we discussed with our colleagues that happiness is a subjective assessment of inner state of a person. So you can't say whether a person, to what extent a person happy until you ask this person. So we know that sometimes people are smiling, but they are not really happy. And sometimes maybe a person is absolutely happy, calm, and harmonized inside, but this person doesn't jump, doesn't cry, doesn't express somehow their feelings externally. So we discussed that perhaps we should speak about different types or different tiers of happiness, and referring to the ancient wisdom, we defined that the most common, the most in general, we think that happiness, and we understand that happiness is something which is equal to contentment when we achieve something which we wanted very much. And this is somehow the hedonistic approach, which was coined by Aristippus in the ancient Greece. And it's not the happiness which can last for a long time, because you are happy when you have a new car, but not for a long time. You are happy when you have a new house, maybe a little bit longer than the car, but at the end you get used to it. And in this case, we can speak about different type of another type of happiness, which is the happiness of creation and care for something or for somebody. And here's the eudaimonic happiness, which was coined by Aristotle and his successors. And this is about our inspiration of giving something, not only taken by but contributing something and helping somebody else nearby to become happy. And of course, we mustn't forget about the third level or maybe tier of happiness, which is not connected with achieving something, obtaining something, or even creating something. It's the existential happiness, which is described in Buddhism and many different ancient traditions and philosophical approaches. It is about the happiness of pure being. I am happy despite of having or not having something. I'm happy despite of doing, acting, creating, and this happiness could be achieved in any conditions. And I think that Dalai Lama told a lot about this state of happiness. And his book of Joy is a magnificent embodiment of what is the happiness of pure being, describing this term and this state of happiness. So, and it's our choice to choose whether to be happy for some period of time by consuming something, or by creating something, or by purely being and simply being, or by combining all these three types of happiness, because it's not the choice of one or another. I think that we can integrally combine different states of happiness and create something meaningful out of these states. So then we coined some 3D model, because we understand that not only one person can and may and should be happy, but it is really important to think about happiness in the organizations, happiness in the societies, and global happiness, of course, because today we are talking about the planet and the humanity, and maybe happiness of many, many different other species in addition to human beings. So I will not describe it in details, but we have created this 3-to-3 metrics, and we have described the different states of happiness through consumption, of happiness which could be achieved through creation and care, and the pure state of happiness is the happiness of pure being on their personal, organizational, and societal level. So we, with this approach, we started to find out, first of all, you could use these metrics in assessment of the state of happiness on different levels and in different aspects in the city, understanding what could be done in order to increase the parameters and the state of happiness in each of these parts of the matrix. And here we I would like to refer to my dearest friend and teacher and colleague in the Living Cities Earth, Marilyn Hamilton, who coined these 4 nesting levels for peace, a master code of care in living systems. And she also describes this step-by-step increasing of our influence and of our care from simple one person to the planet itself. And of course, it is also about a person, people, for example, in the community and organization, a place, and the society of people who live on this place, and planet itself as a and the humanity which inhabits this planet. So Marilyn tells us that in her books, she tells us that first of all, a person should care about themselves. It's really important to be in the state of creativity, contentment, and being able to care for somebody else. Then we come together with the dear people, and we start to take care about each other. And after this, we become able to take care about the places where we live. These places are not only cities or some human settlements, but also the bioregions where these settlements are situated. And by connecting these places, these happy places, made happy by people who live in these places, we can make our planet happy itself by creating these harmonious interactions and relationships with many different living species in the bioregions around our places. And at the previous discussion, Alexander mentioned the term gardening, and I recollected the quotation by Martin Heidegger, which I love very much. He wrote, "To dwell is to garden," and I think that it's a really inspiring and beautiful metaphor, because a dweller, a citizen, a person who lives somewhere, he's not a conqueror. He's not a master. Heidegger also wrote, "A man is not the lord of being, but the shepherd of being." And I think that this humbleness, being the shepherd of being, is a truly great metaphor to understanding of our role for the places where we live, where we dwell, and for the planet itself. So we also understood that it's really important to take into the account different dimensions of the development of the city. And we used the integral approach coined by Ken Wilber, as Living Cities Earth is as a community of the integral practitioners who use this approach. And it is really important to take into account not only some objective aspects of the city development. We have spoken about architecture, roads, transport infrastructure. So the city is not only this objective pieces of something. Yes, it is also it has also the internal aspects, and this is about the values, about the purpose, about culture, about beliefs, about communities of people and their understanding of what for they are living, what for they are making something on this in this city and in this planet. So we also discussed that it is important to make a city happy in all these aspects. It is important to make the infrastructure which makes people happy, and maybe not only people, yes, and many other animals, birds, it will be good if plants as well, which also should be happy being in this city. It is also about some specific actions, behavioral norms which should be provided in the city, which makes people happy in the city. And of course, it is about some cultural development of the city and bringing their sense of ownership and being proud of, for people to call themselves the citizens of this city. It is about the city identity, the image of the city, the desire of people to stay in the city, to live in the city, and to contribute to the development of the city where they live. So this is also one of the approaches which we use speaking about development of happiness in the cities. And thus we come to some sort of the 360 happiness, circle happiness assessment, where we use 3 levels of sustainability, which is about not only the profit, but also about people, about planet, which is about social and environmental aspects, not only economical. And we also take into the consideration personal level of happiness in the city, organizational level, and societal level. We also look after providing the conditions for the people, for people to be happy, both with being able to consume and to satisfy their needs, I will say so, and to realize their creative potential, to contribute according to their inner values, their inner purpose, and their understanding of what should be done to human well. Yes, and so we also use these 4 vectors in the equal approach, and 4 circles of care which were created by Merlin Hamilton. And with such a holistic approach, we came to the understanding that we can make some methodological framework for creating a program of a plan of development in the city to take into account different aspects of development of happiness for the citizens. Again, I will not go in details in order to describe this framework, but as you can see, we have 3 different levels: personal layer, organizational layer, societal layer. We have 4 aspects of development, 4 quadrants on each layer, and we also use the approach of the evolutionary growth named spiral dynamics in order to assess the degree of development, the stage of development in each of these quadrants. So to finish my presentation, I would like to say that we have created this inner key approach, which is the methodology which helps to both assess and to motivate people to contribute to the development of their happiness in the cities, and to engage them in various absolutely different aspects of creating of happiness in the city according to their own values, according to their stages of development, according to their passion, of their purpose of life. And it's a really comprehensive approach, which then was scaled to many different cities. And my next presentation will be focused on specific on this approach and what could be achieved using it in every city globally. So dear Lev and dear others, if you have some questions, I will be happy maybe to answer them or to maybe speak further about this approach with which was born in the little mining city Zverevo, where I was the advisor for the city mayor on well-being and happiness of citizens. And then, thanks to this event in my life, we have created such a wonderful diagnostic instrument which helps many people and thousands of people in many cities to provide happiness in their cities with their own hands. And that's precious.
Marina, it's really special to listen to you, see those slides and sort of try to process. And I understand now why I don't have a PhD and you do have a PhD, because you work with such complex models and frameworks. And I know that you also put them into practice, making some practical research on the ground. And this is really amazing. So I applaud you with sort of from the bottom of my heart. And one quick question, and maybe some other colleagues want to ask you questions, and then of course we'll move on to your presentation on inner key. Here is the question. So you've been researching and practicing and supporting other people with creating conditions for, you know, social happiness and well-being. Over those years, and I know that at least in my view, it was about 5 years, and likely there was some more. So how did it affect you? I'm just curious, because at our panel where we started is how each one of us is able to build happiness in our personal situation, in our family life, in our community, and then how we can sort of save the planet, the 4 levels you presented from Marilyn. So it's more a personal question. So if I may ask you, how working with the social, let's say, dimension was affecting your personal situation, if there is any connection?
Great, thank you. Of course, it influenced me a lot. First of all, I am a fan of using my own methodologies in my personal personal ideas for my personal life, and this framework, which helps to assess where you have, in which aspect of your life you have gap if you feel unhappy. It helps a lot. Of course, it doesn't mean that working in this wonderful area of happiness development, I am happy and totally happy 24 hours, 7 days a week. Absolutely not. But it helps me to understand when I feel some disconnection, some discomfort, maybe some dissonance, I'm able to find where is the gap and in what, you know, it's some sort of the shelves in the library. I like this metaphor. You know, on which shelf, in which row of books, you know where you can find the answer. And this helps a lot because this framework, which we coined, elaborated, is a diagnostic tool to understand where is a small spot of unhappiness and how to fix it in order to make all the system of my life more alive, more harmonious, more healthy. And it really helps. And I use this methodology not only in consulting for the mayors in different cities, but also for individual consulting, because it really helps to understand what should be done and how all our beautiful lace of life could be more harmonious. So it's a healing system, I would say.
Thank you. Well, if there are any questions, Ferial, Joanne, or anyone else, please go ahead. And otherwise, we could move into the inner keys to our happiness.
Okay. So please feel free to stop me again. If you have some questions, I would be happy to answer them. Oh, Marilyn, keys to happiness is a healing system. Yeah, perhaps. Okay, so I will start, and we'll be happy to stop at any moment to answer questions. So as I have already said, we created this comprehensive study of development of different complex social systems, be it organizations, communities, cities. We used this approach in many different systems, human systems. It helps us to assess the quality of life, the state of well-being, happiness, and proactive engagement of the participants of these social systems. So it's not about the content, not only about the contentment and their satisfaction of needs, but it's also about the potential to express your values and to contribute to the development, first of all, to the happiness development of the cities which you belong to. So the object of this study, and first of all, we used this approach in the city of Zverevo, as I've already mentioned, and then we implemented it in many different cities in Russia, and now we are going to implement it globally because we have translated this approach into English and have checked everything, so it works properly. The objects of the study: human values, behavioral attitudes, social beliefs and customs, moreover, interconnectedness between all these different aspects of our inner life, and interconnectedness on different levels. As I have already said, it is not about only the individual, but it is also about the state of happiness and relations in the corporate or maybe an organizational sector. And of course, everything which is connected with the local communities and perceiving of people, their places where we live and what they're thinking about these places. And it is also about the correlation of sustainable development, and it's a very interesting aspect because we found out, it was found out in a practical way that if you have some discrepancies in the system becomes unsustainable, because all social crises occur when there are some dissonances in these social systems. So this approach also can help to anticipate the risks of some social tensions. And it helps us to understand what should be done in order to make the society more harmonious. And what do we measure, and what are the aspects which we are focused on? We look at not only, as I have already said, not only on their state of satisfaction, but also to the degree of proactive engagement of people. So that's combination of hedonistic and eudaimonistic approaches of happiness, which I mentioned in the previous presentation. Then it is about the creation of positive motivation. This survey or study is not only about their strict numbers. It is about inspiring people to think over what could be done by themselves and to encourage them to start acting. So it is about their some sort of inspiring people to act, yes. So we use also a qualitative and quantitative approach. It helps us to make some ideas and suggestions and recommendations for the local authorities, and if we are using this approach in the on the organizational level in corporate spheres, or maybe in development of happiness in, for example, city administration as an organization. It also could be used in this way. So we help people to look at their state of happiness on the social level, to look at some economic aspects, political and environmental aspects as well. It also helps us to find dissonances in the system, as I have already mentioned, to anticipate risks and predict some tensions and to provide the ongoing development in more harmonious way. And as I also mentioned earlier, we take into account both internal and external dimensions on development on different levels for individuals, for collectives and in the organizations, in teams and communities, for the society, and some extraterritorial aspects as well on how the city influences their region where it is situated, their country itself, and globally, what is their impact of the city to the planet. While this study is based on the survey of provided for the citizens, we are able to collect the information about the picture of respondents' views. How do they perceive their life? Because, you know, we faced with the problem that sometimes local administrations are thinking that they are doing a lot for citizens, for the development of their city, for development of the infrastructure, for making cities comfortable, but people are not satisfied with this at all, because nobody asked them whether they like it or not. Do they want such changes or not? Are they ready to contribute to these changes or not? So it's really about, this diagnostic tool is really about asking people what are they thinking about the changes in the city, and what should be done first, and how can they contribute to these changes. So I will not, again, speak a lot about the methodological base. I also referred to Marilyn Hamilton, Ken Wilber, and many other distinguished scientists and researchers of the 20th and 21st century whose work made the basis and they are underpinning our approach. So we perceive this instrument as some sort of the MRI in health systems, when we can make a cross-cutting analysis of all stages of their integral development of their human systems. We can provide this diagnostic diagnosis and make recommendations in order to understand where the spots of potential growth and regeneration, and what should be done. You know, such an acupuncture intervention, when you make some very small intervention which can give a momentum to launch positive changes throughout all living systems, be it organizations, cities, and so on. So this survey consists of 192 parameters in 24 spheres of human life. It is created, I already mentioned this framework. So we have 12 quadrants. In each quadrant, as you can see, there are blue and green font. It's about the aspects of happiness of consumption and happiness of creation and care. So it's about also satisfaction of needs and providing the opportunity to express your values as a citizen. And as I have already mentioned, we use the spiral dynamics approach. So each aspect of the human development and of the city development itself is analyzed through the matrix of 8 stages of evolutionary development according to the approach of spiral dynamics, Susan Greuter and several other authors who worked in this vertical development approach. So we have implemented this instrument in several cities. As I have already mentioned, we provide recommendations which helped both organizations in the city to understand how to provide their goods. It helped local administrations to understand how to build the communication with their citizens, how to build their partnering between public sector, private sector, civil society, how to what should be done to avoid maybe some tensions in this local communities, how to encourage people to contribute to the plans of development of cities. And as I also mentioned, we made this national-wide study named Inner Key. It was provided in 8 Russian cities. More than 12,000 respondents took part in this survey. We researched the level of happiness, well-being, and proactive engagement of citizens on the personal, collective, and societal levels. We also used Marilyn Hamilton's approach of the 4 voices of the city. We used it, and we added 2 more cities, youth and elder ones. So people who maybe are not so much engaged in the social processes because of their young or old age, but people who are willing to contribute. The young ones with their energy and the elder ones with their wisdom. So 24 key areas of city development and 192 questions which helped us to make this survey comprehensive. So that's the final slide. And oh, I'm absolutely in time. So Lev, if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them. Or if we are running out of time, I'm absolutely grateful for you and for everybody who are watching us and who will watch us later. And I'm absolutely open to any questions at this moment or later. So it's a great opportunity and great honor for me to be here with you.
Marina, thank you very much. So yes, we are open for questions. So if you have any, please write them or voice them. But Marilyn says, brilliant system, Marina, so clearly explained. I totally support. I have a very practical question. So with the 10,000 cities, all, of course, different conditions, cultures, languages, from your experience and with all the, methodological clarity you have, what are the steps we need to take as a global community to really start working? I understand there are some pilot projects we could run, but how can we support cities in those large numbers, if it's possible, of course?
We had an absolutely brilliant conversation with Marilyn Hamilton and Daniel Wall, which I know will be broadcasted here as well in our summit. And I asked him a question: what should be done to make all people, almost all people on Earth, understanding the regenerative approach? What should be done to create the worldview where people understand that they can contribute, each of us locally can contribute to make our planet healthy? And he answered that the first step is to fall in love with the place where you live. And I think that love is the answer to many, many other questions. And referring to this book where the answer to all questions was 42, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, I think that the answer to all questions on Earth in our life is love. So I think that starting with falling with love with the place where you live. Yes. So I think that falling in love with the place where you live, with your neighbors, despite of maybe some their things which you don't like. With your cities, with the planet itself, because we are the part of this planet. So I think that's the answer. And I think that Living Cities Earth is first of all about love, and then we will be able to create the global community of people connected with love and willing to contribute to the development of our planet.
So beautiful. Well, we have about 10 minutes before the next session starts. So if we want, we can take a break, or if we have some questions to discuss. I definitely have a lot of questions, always, because we have those larger tasks ahead. But Marina, do you have some energy to stay on for another 5-7 minutes?
Yes, of course, of course.
I would love actually to invite Joanne, because Joanne was smiling throughout both of your presentations. So Joanne, if you could join the conversation, if you're not sort of too humble, and share why have you decided to join our discussions on this topic, and what is your perception and perspective on what Marina has shared over the last 45 minutes? Thank you.
That's a lot of questions. Excuse me. You know, I just listen for keywords. I'm joining because I want to be part of the whole weekend, and also I'm very close to Marilyn's work. But there's things like, Marina, when you said, this isn't maybe answering your questions, but the key is like, when you ended your presentation with with their own hands, that touches me right away, because it's exactly what people are looking for. What can I do in my own hands? So that was one of the things. And I love what you just said about falling in love with the place you live. And of course, our planet I love very, very much. And when you mentioned also about being the shepherd and the places we dwell, there's just little sentences or little sayings that just appear to be just a little saying, but they touch my heart right away. They touch my heart.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm really looking forward to hearing more.
Thank you. Yes, I was influenced a lot by Marilyn's work, and it's a great inspiration for me to use in my own work her ideas of Ken Wilber, and people who I think are truly lovers of our planet.
Yes.
And it's a great honor to be some successor. So the person who develops these ideas further and implements it in all different aspects of life. And it's absolutely important. It's so simple, you know, speaking about to fall in love, because you know, we are looking for some very rational answers for the questions which couldn't be answered with numbers. And happiness, first of all, is not about about numbers. And I'm really maybe even scared then countries become countries start conquering with the indices of happiness. I think that it is insane, because the last thing I wanted is that our methodology, inner key, will become the tool of competing. I'm sorry, not conquering, competing with each other. So the last thing I wanted is that this will be the tool of competing whose index is higher, because it is not about numbers. It is about the opportunity to find the best solutions. It is about the opportunity to heal the system.
Yes.
And yes, that is why I use this metaphor of MRI, because it is about understanding where is the location of pain and to heal this pain. and healing is again, it is the act of love. First of all, it's not about medicine, about some drugs. It is about the bringing love, about care. The care about Merlin wrote so passionate and so wonderful.
Yes. I'm just really taken by all of the work that you've done and the way you describe your processes and what that reveals. That's such a gift to have different aspects revealed, and it can be revealed for anyone in anywhere. Some part will touch and some part will reveal, and then when that happens, then there's this life force that comes. Yes. So your methodology is brilliant.
Thank you. I hope that we will use it globally for the benefit of many cities, which can be more healthy and more happy with it.
Yes, I wish that for you. And I love the living cities. When Marilyn said about the living cities, I could feel it. It was like, oh, yum. Yes.
Thank you, Joanne. Well, we have a couple of minutes left, and I know that Ferial also, in the beginning of the session, expressed interest to share something on this topic. So if, Ferial, if you are around, and now might be a good time, but if you stepped out for a couple of minutes, that's fine as well. We'll just take a 3-minute break, and we'll have a very interesting interview that our colleague and friend Guy Eames will take with Pooran Desai. Pooran is a world-renowned person for many things in the area of sustainability, but for many years he's also working on a system, on a platform. He will talk about it, the technological platform and the whole concept behind it, which is called One Planet. I saw it, it's amazing. So in a couple of minutes, our next session will start. And if anybody wants to share any insights from the last hour, which we spent together with Marina on the art and science of happiness, please do so. And
yeah, just wanted to, thank you, Lev. Just wanted to say that, Marina, again, thank you so much for being. And this is also for resonating. I mean, this is the difference from finding resonance and creating consonance. And I think the way you communicate and the images you share, it's not just the content, it is what you emit. And you talk about love, but it's so beautifully embodied. And I think that is key. So I really enjoyed that. Thank you so much. And I just want to share the last thing I realized as you were speaking. I wrote down, love does not compete. You know, love does not compete. And I don't know why, when I wrote it down, when I looked at that, I was thinking, what are we doing on this planet? Because there is, and we teach competition. And I mean, I was the dean of a doctoral program in business administration, and we were looking at competitive advantage, and then we looked at all of the stuff that Darwin didn't say, but that people like Herbert Spencer took forward and presented it as the survival of the fittest, in terms of nature red in tooth and claw, as Huxley would say. But this is all of this scary stuff, and love does not compete. And so how do we create a different narrative and a different story? But you're showing us the way, Marina, and you are, in your being, you're helping us, at least giving me the energy to also live into that expression. So thank you again.
Wow.
You're muted.
So rich. It was really a treat. My daughter always asks when she comes back from the kindergarten, so what's the treat today? What's the sort of the cake or a cookie? And I understand that today we had quite a few of those treats. And Marina, thank you again for your time and beautiful presentations. I think many people noticed it as well. So thank you very much. And as we have a couple of minutes left, I will pass actually the word, the facilitator role to Guy. Guy, thank you very much for joining today and for organizing this wonderful session with Pooran. And I know that there is one more gentleman joining. So perhaps you would introduce everyone. But before we go there, let us put the short video about Living Cities Earth. It's just 2 minutes long. So if I could ask our colleagues at the technical support to put on the video, and then we'll move to the One Planet presentation. Let's see how we start the video. Thank you.
We are humans.
In this VUCA BANI world, what does it mean to be human? How can we human well?
How can each human feel truly alive?
How can each community and city thrive and evolve?
How can 10,000 cities on our planet interconnect for our collective benefit?
How can we live in harmony with all life on Earth?
These are the questions that brought us together at Living Cities Earth, a very young and fast-growing global collective that started 3 months ago. We are a horizontally organized action community of 25 of the world's leading integral researchers and practitioners, with a total of 300 years of research and leadership that has benefited millions of people in over 1,000 cities. Living Cities Earth interconnects both people and institutions that together reach over 100 countries on all continents. Our aim is to integrate our capacities to human well with 10,000 cities serving Gaia's well-being, and to discover how can we nurture cities as complex, adaptive, living, spiritual human habitats in the right relationship to humans, bioregions, all other cities, and the planet.
We trust that by acting together, now and in the future,
we can learn to human well and help millions of people live happier lives.
In harmony with each other.
And all life on Earth.
Well, wonderful. Guy, you were starting the video and Pooran was one of the first ones. So let me pass it on to you. Guy Eames, one of the most active people in the field of green construction, green building, green economy. Guy, the word is yours.
Liv, thank you so much. It's an absolute pleasure to be with everybody today. And it's a wonderful program which we're organizing. Today's or my session, which I'm going to be introducing, is introducing one of the best tools available for integrating and organizing sustainability. As we all know, sustainability is a very complex.
Oh, Guy, you're on mute. You are on mute.
Right, I'm sorry about that. Yes, to be able to organize it, it's best to use tools. I would like to introduce the next speaker, who I've known for many years, Pooran Desai, who's going to be also presenting together with his colleague Peter Anderson. Pooran is one of the most amazing people I've ever met in my life. He's an environmentalist. He's been working in sustainability for over 3 decades. And in 1994, he co-founded one of the world's first sustainability organizations, Bioregional. And he is personally, as far as I'm concerned, one of the people on this planet who's done the most to bring together a joined up, so joining up all the dots system for sustainability. Pooran, you're here with us. Can you hear us?
Yes, thanks, Guy. Thanks for that very generous introduction.
Absolutely, you're one of the most modest people as well, Pooran. That's another one of your qualities. Yeah. If I could hand over basically the floor to you, if you'd like to also tell us about your system, this one planet living, and the platform, how it came about, and how our listeners and those out there can use it to create their strategies and to change the world.
Great, thanks, Guy. If I may share screens, it's easier for me to actually explain what we're doing by sharing screens. So I will share. Are people able to see that now? Yeah. Good.
Yes, we can see that. Yes.
Brilliant. Thank you. So I sort of explained this system that we've created, this digital platform that we've created in the context of the new reality which we find ourselves in. That new reality is going to require a new way of thinking, and that new way of thinking can actually be supported or even encouraged or developed by giving us by having new tools to use that. And for me, it's now at the very core all about joining the dots. So it's not quite moving now. But it's a platform which is we've been developing for over 6 years now, and it's just over the last year been starting to get traction. It's taken us a long time to perfect it. It uses very different database technology from the databases which most people are using to organize their data. But we now have local governments around the UK starting to use it, our councils, local councils. We've just started a pilot with a national park here, which is quite a large area in the southeast of England, the South Downs National Park. But we've also got community groups using it to map what they're doing locally. And for me, the core of this, I've been working in sustainability for over 30 years. And I think if I were to distill it down into its essence, sustainability, or in fact creating a regenerative future, is all about understanding that everything is interconnected. So for example, what we build determines how much we use our cars. If those cars are internal combustion engine cars, they're creating pollutants which are damaging our health. It's contributing to climate change, supporting the oil industry, which also creates single-use plastics, which are ending up in the oceans, filling our fish up with plastics. If we choose to eat those fish, we're filling ourselves up with microplastics. And in fact, all of us are now full of microplastics. And in fact, it seems to be now the latest evidence is that every cell in our body has microplastics in it. And that is starting to impact our health. So there's a fear that that's contributing to chronic inflammation, which underpins almost all disease. But those plastics are also killing penguins on the other side of the world. So everything is interconnected. Our health, the environment, the economy, jobs, biodiversity, how we design our cities or the places where we live, it's all interconnected. But we don't have the tools to visualize or manage those connections. So it is built on quite a long history of working in sustainability. As Guy said, in the 1990s, I co-founded an environmental organization with colleagues, set up a number of enterprises in sustainable forestry, organic farming, recycling. We needed new offices. We ended up building the UK's first zero carbon urban village called Bedzed in South London, which was 100 homes and office and community space. I lived there for 18 years and worked there for 18 years. And soon after moving in, started to get that feel for this community, what it was about, how we were linking together technologies with ways of living and behavior change. And to help spread that idea, I coined the term one planet living. How can we lead happy, healthy lives within the environmental limits or the planetary boundaries of our one planet? and led a process to identify 10 very simple, intuitive sustainability principles to back that up, and then raised more money, did more real estate development, but also worked around the world leading the One Planet Living initiative, working with retailers, big retailers like B&Q in the UK, which is our largest home improvement store, on their One Planet Home strategy, but also manufacturing companies and cities and real estate developments in actually over 30 countries, everything from tiny homes in Australia to New Quarter of City in the Middle East, to the extension to Disneyland Paris, to landscape scale conservation and development projects in Africa. So a lot of experience from that. We also wrote the sustainability strategy for the London 2012 Olympics called the One Planet Games. And I can't take credit for this, but my colleagues held the first workshop at the United Nations in 2011 in partnership with the Colombian government, bringing together our One Planet Living partners, but to propose what became the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So I'm very proud actually that the framework I created is the basis of the UN SDGs. But of course, the new reality now is that we are crossing climate tipping points, and we're getting very clear signals of that over the last couple of years. So we are going to have to transform incredibly rapidly. I don't think we've got decades left to sort this out. It is an emergency. Because I've been in the space for a long time, been talking, I had private conversations with some of the leading scientists. Some of them are saying things like, we're not expecting the majority of humanity to make it through the next 20 to 30 years. So we are going to have, if we are going to continue on this planet, at least in a civilized way, we're going to have to transform incredibly rapidly. And how can we do that? We will need new thinking. So the sorts of thinking that we've got currently, I think, is very siloed thinking. We're tearing our hair out trying to solve issues. Whoever shouts loudest this month gets a policy or a strategy, if I'm not being too rude, to keep them quiet. If it's the cost of living crisis with inflation, if it's refugees, if it's a climate emergency, if it's crime, we put in place a policy or a strategy or a plan or even part of an ESG strategy, but does it all join up? And dealing with the parts does not mean you get a coherent, joined up living system which promotes health and well-being. So instead of that, can we get out of that detail, get out of that siloed mentality, get out of that reductionist mindset, and actually think about, okay, what are the outcomes we want to achieve? What are the shared outcomes? What are those outcomes we share? How do they fit together? And then how can we collaborate across traditional silos of departments, organizations, or even sectors to achieve these shared outcomes? So collaborate in ecosystems on shared outcomes. And that's this whole systems thinking, of course, which so many people talk about, but it's very hard to teach people systems thinking. And when I see people trying to teach systems thinking, actually it becomes very, very abstract and almost impossible for ordinary people to understand. So I love this quote from Buckminster Fuller, who says, if you want to teach people a new way of thinking, don't bother trying to teach them. Instead, give them the tool, the use of which will lead to new ways of thinking. And so that's what we're starting to see with the platform we've created. And it's really, at its core, ultra simple. So we can take any policy, strategy, or plan, break it down into its atomic structure, as we like to call it, or its building blocks of outcomes, what you want to achieve, actions, how you're going to achieve them, indicators, what you might track. You can then play around with it, link it up, see how coherent it is internally, modify it as you need to make it more coherent. But then because we can do that for any policy, strategy, plan, or project, we can connect any number of these together from any number of different departments, any number of organizations, any number of sectors, so that seeing those plans, how they fit together, enables all those different stakeholders to collaborate, see where the synergies are, see where the conflicts are, but really start working together as an ecosystem where, in fact, they become very powerful in that ecosystem by contributing to the most shared outcomes in that ecosystem. And that mind map is great. I believe it is using our right hemisphere of our brains which is underdeveloped in our culture. But then in order to implement this, you might want something which is more linear, which more fits in with the way the left hemisphere of our brains work. And so it automatically converts it into something like a list or a table, so you can manage and implement projects more effectively. We can also create document reports across the whole of the ecosystem. So not just organizational, but say around shared outcomes. So see how everyone is contributing to shared outcomes and in fact share it online as well. And because we use these different database technologies, everyone sees the world in a different way. Everyone has their own way of viewing sustainability. And that makes it very difficult for people to communicate with each other. But in our platform, we have this lenses functionality. And at the click of a button, we can just switch lenses. And so everyone can see how the different plans or strategies fit together through the lens that they're used to viewing the world, and switch it to someone else's lens, when they're looking at it, so that everyone can collaborate in that way. And as well as local governments using it, real estate developers using it, we've also now got community groups using it to map what they can do locally. And we're now also linking those conceptual maps, those mind maps, to geographic maps. So we're very excited. Still early days. It's been a long, hard slog to get here, but we're really excited by the next year, and we want to find more people who want to partner with us to make this a reality. So that's it.
Pooran, thank you very much for that wonderful, very inspiring, very short but concise presentation. I understand that your colleague Peter is also with us, who's going to tell us a little bit about how communities can use the tool and possible strategies for the future. Is that right?
That is right.
Oh, thanks for the introduction. Yeah, thanks, Pooran, Guy. So I was just going to speak to the top and the bottom, really. I was going to speak a little bit to the vision and where we're headed, and then a little bit more about the practical route map of how we plan to get there. Got a couple of slides I can hopefully share as well, how that works out. See my screen okay? Yeah, totally. So the vision, as I've spoken to a few of you about, and I understand it from the Living Cities organization, is to work with around 10,000 cities and to try to capture the best projects that already exist on the planet and to support the replication or the adaptation and replication of those projects across the world. And that's the vision that we've had as well. And I think the challenge there is, what is the practical route map to make that happen? We know we've got awesome solutions out there, whether that's to do with food or to do with energy or materials or whatever it is. But the question is, how are we going to scale those across the planet? We clearly need to move away from silo working and into collaborative working. And the way I like to see those solutions is almost like DNA for a healthy planet. And so the DNA of our own bodies are there to keep us healthy. And these projects that we all know about are the DNA for a healthy planet. And it's really important that we consolidate those and we create a mechanism for their replication. So we also obviously need to move towards coordinated collective action. So rather than just pockets of action happening in certain areas with amazing inspirational case studies, that action needs to be spread so that hundreds, if not thousands of people are adapting those templates and implementing them across the world. And obviously AI would have a place in that. And I think AI is a good topic. Obviously it's very zeitgeist at the moment. And if you think about how AI has been adopted over the last few months, I mean, it was literally weeks from its release with ChatGPT, for instance, to the point where people were starting to work in new ways. And I think that's the challenge that's ahead of us. It's not really so much of coming up with concepts or written documents or websites or new groups, but it's actually, as Pooran pointed to in the Buckminster Fuller quote there, we generally have to create a tool that has that way from engagement through to just to speak then in a little bit more detail on that, some simple slides here. So the basis of that journey I see as being starting with strategic mapping, as Pooran's already done, is what he's been working on for 6 years. It's like, what do we want to do? What do we want to achieve? How are we going to achieve it? And how are we going to measure that? And if we can map those strategic plans across an organization, across a range of partners in an area, or across, say, a network of organizations, say the 450 local authorities in the United Kingdom who have all developed climate emergency action plans, you can imagine how similar they must be, then we can start to then identify what the core components of those and the opportunities for collaboration might be. The next stage, once people have gone through that strategic mapping process, tends to be, what assets have we got to be able to work with? And most people want to do mapping of one kind or another. And that's something that is being developed in the One platform at the moment, but there are obviously lots of mapping tools out there. The question then is, once you've started looking at the resources, then to look at data. There's a lot of data on the air quality, soil quality, water quality, obviously carbon footprint, health, well-being indexes, this sort of stuff. This really gives us an insight as to the health of our communities. And if we've already done the work of consolidating solutions, let's say working with the partners that you all know and consolidating those solutions as templates, then using AI, we can look at the health of the community, and the AI can then suggest the most relevant solutions from their DNA. So that's really the route map in the short term. And then obviously we need to create a citizens app where the route map essentially for engagement is, I open up the app, I see the health of my community, I'm sort of horrified by the health of the soil and the air and the water. I tell the app, select an area I'm interested in, and then it starts making recommendations of projects I could engage with. And that then leads to a Zoom call, and on that Zoom call, I'm then connected up to people who have also opted into that template across the country, and not just people in my local area. And in that way, we're moving from silo working through to coordinated collective action around proven positive impact. So hopefully that gives you some idea. In terms of how we're looking to scale, we've developed a partnership program for a range of different organizational stakeholder types, all the way from community groups who are actually offering everything for free so that they can become experts in the platform and the technology. They can create ecosystems of action plans in their local area for free with our support. And then we will support them to demonstrate this technology as a new way of working to the larger stakeholders in the area, so to the local authorities, the health boards, the universities. So we really actually see that empowerment model of engaging local communities is really exciting in a sense, because they're going to become the experts and they're going to co-develop the functions and features and services that are going to need to make this transition happen. So that's probably enough for now. I don't know, Pooran, whether you want to chip in with anything else on there.
I think that's, yeah, I think that's good, Peter. And we are looking for, we do have a community partnership program, and we're also starting to work with consultants as well who want to use the platform to start implementing it with cities and local governments. So yeah, we're very happy to talk to people about that.
Or maybe I could ask you about the sort of the scalability. We're really talking about digitalization here of sustainability, right? Which is something relatively new. If all of us have been using word processors for the last 20, 30 years and emails and sending each other text messages for at least a decade, as far as I know, at least in every day for sustainability consultants, this is something relatively new. When did the tool come out, and where do you see it maybe in 5 years' time?
Yeah, so we started building it 6 years ago. It's taken time. It's very simple in the end, but it sometimes takes a long time to get to something simple, to really get to the heart of it. Over the last year, we've really been applying it in earnest with local governments starting to subscribe to our system, so they're and starting now to renew as well. So, and starting to expand it through their organizations. We're adding extra functionality, of course, based on feedback from our partners, from community groups, from the local governments. And so I think by we're also opening up what's known as an API layer, so we can integrate with other systems as well. So come September this year, we'll be looking at what we're calling our global launch of it, to really start expanding its use rapidly and unlocking that potential. And I really do believe we won't solve the problems using the parts of the brain that we generally use with the tools we've got, with things like Excel, Word documents. They're all very linear PDFs. We actually need to use a different part of our brain, the right hemisphere, which can see interconnect and see the big picture. And in fact, a lot of philosophers, psychiatrists are saying we're now in a sick culture because we have overdeveloped the left hemisphere, the left part of our brain has become so dominant, but it can't see the big picture. And we have to rebalance that. And the right hemisphere must always be the master. That it is, you must be able to see the big picture first before you focus on the detail, which is what the left hemisphere does. So my own background's in neuroscience actually, so I'm very interested in this, but the way we perceive reality is very different with the different parts of our brains. And in fact, that's why we won't solve these complex interconnected problems by looking at things in silos and focusing in on the detail before seeing the big picture.
Mm-hmm. This idea of bringing everything together, joining the dots, is so important, because and the silo mentality that you're talking about, because we see that problem so often. One of the things which I really love about your tool is the fact that it has these various goals, like health and happiness is the first one, or what's the exact name? These wonderful titles.
Yeah, so guys. So actually, people can put in their own shared outcomes, and I think Lev wants to ask a question, but people can put in their own shared outcomes. But we've also created these global shared outcomes, so that actually, when you want to connect, when you want to connect ecosystems together, we can have actually a set of based on the 10-1 Planet Living principles, these global shared outcomes, so that we can see how we're ultimately contributing to one sustainable planet. Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting to try and go to Mars, but we may not need to go there, as we're turning Earth into Mars at the moment.
Lev, what's your question? Would you like to come in with your question?
Yes, I would love to. We have 4 minutes left, but actually, in a way, we already started our next session, which is exactly about how do we cooperate different organizations to create those systemic changes on a global scale. And Pooran and Peter, thank you very much. The presentation you gave, as Marilyn wrote, is both sort of strategic and systemic and conceptual, and it really talks about very important things like engaging all of our, two of our hemispheres in an equal manner, etc., etc. But it's also very functional and practical, right? So when you come to local managers, they unfortunately don't have much bandwidth to think in terms of overall planet, etc. They want some workable solutions now in their budget, etc. So number one, what I wanted to share is that it's pleasure to know you. And I remember when Guy and myself, we came to visit Pooran in Brighton in the United Kingdom. For me, it was really a special experience, because you meet people who share light, right? They work in different sort of areas, but Pooran is such an amazing individual. And so thank you that you combine those, I call it sky and the earth, sort of the big ideas and the very practical approach. And Peter, I also see that you bring a lot of very specific competences in how to manage basically the whole implementation process, right? So one small question. I understand that the bandwidth, the resources of any team are always limited. So your focus in the next year or so, of course, will be mostly on specific cases which basically have budgets to implement the system. So that's one thing. From your perspective, what efforts do we need to make potentially together to really bring it to the larger scale? And I will share just one insight which came to my mind. I'm right now nearby Seattle, and there is a Bill Gates Foundation here. And one of my friends works as he's a speechwriter on the global climate sort of issues. And if you know Bill Gates, he is sort of one of the richest people in the world. And what she told me is that he decided, and he publicly announced it, that he wants to spend most of his whatever 100 billion plus fortune on different social type initiatives while he's alive. So not to pass it on to the heirs, but to spend them on the initiatives in the next, 10, 15, 20 years. And the problem that he has, he selected right now two. So one was fighting the malaria and some other diseases in Africa, because he found that there are specific ways to really solve the issue. And they worked with it for 10, 15 years, and they actually solved it to a large degree. The second one he found is the global climate. So he's sort of driving this agenda in the best way possible from his perspective. And he's looking for other large-scale initiatives where he could engage with his, connections and money, etc. And according to them, it's difficult to find them. Of course, what we are talking about here is not maybe the complete solution, but how can we build some sort of a global initiative? We should have the technological platform, managerial sort of solutions, and many other things. And then we could come to, not necessarily to him personally, but to people like him and institutions, foundations, who would give us the energy, financial energy, making decisions, etc., to drive those large-scale implementations. That's just a wild idea, but maybe you have some thoughts to share. And we're already in the next section, so we are talking about how to, create thousands of happy cities. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Lev. And we just very briefly on that, what we want to do is join up these solutions, but also enable those solutions to be modified to fit the context. So we'd love to explore more on another call, but we're also starting to provide the platform free to community groups to start mapping what they're doing locally, but then to take it to their local governments and to get them subscribing to it to use across the local government as well. And we want to always share that revenue with the community group so that they can be rewarded for the work they do in joining the dots. So we want to explore that. We've got a number of different partnerships going in the UK now, but we may be able to explore that more globally as well. So very happy to explore that with anyone who wants to. I can see more questions, but I think that might have to wait for another time. And we're very happy, Peter and some of my other colleagues, to spend as much time as people want in exploring the ways we might really scale this as a grassroots up sort of process.
Lev, am I right in thinking we can give both Peter and Pooran some time in this next session? Is that right? Just so that they know what the time limits are.
Of course, we just to quickly announce, because we are 1 minute into the next session, but we invited Pooran to join it as well, because we will be talking. Maybe Alexander will also share. We are the co-facilitators here. The whole idea was to bring together luminaries with practical practical projects and who also want to work on a global scale and do so for many years. I see that Tim has joined. Hello, Tim, and Sandy, and Annaluz has joined, and other people are joining. So maybe I pass it on to Alexander. He quickly introduces what we are going to spend next hour talking about, and then we'll move around the circle and think how to do it all together.
Thank you so much, Lev. Good, Marilyn, you're here as well. Great. What a wonderful flow. It really is almost seamless. We're going from one topic that we just had now. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Pooran, Guy, and Peter. And we're continuing the conversation now. Specifically, the ostensible focus of this next hour is on how could we create 1,000 happy, flourishing, thriving cities together. And that last word is key. So you know the old expression, we are the ones we have been waiting for. And as I like to say, we're not waiting anymore. Here we are. And it's the question, what are we all doing that builds on each other? My dear friend Gail Taylor would talk about how nature scaffolds itself. Nature always is scaffolding other processes that continue to emerge. How do we do that? How can we scaffold this emergence of these thriving, flourishing, livable cities? So what I would love to explore with you is to hear a little bit about your initiatives that speak to this. And as you share a little bit about how, now there are many people here, so we have particularly our guests who are sort of on tab include Lev, who's here, Marilyn, Anna-Lou Smitsman, who's there, Sandy Hinden, Sanford, and Ferial, and Tim Olson as well. So this is going to be a conversation group, but please, Guy, Pooran, Peter, Alexei, John, and Linus, please do jump in. And I think Marina is here as well as hiding behind the Living Cities Earth logo. So what I would like to do again is to ask you to say a little bit about how you feel your initiative is helping create the conditions to, as Pooran was talking about, connect the dots in a way that would help us to create the synergies in the emerging these 10,000 living cities. And when you pass it on to the next person, Peter, you're right up on deck. When you pass it on to the next person, right? I think perhaps we can do it popcorn in this case. So what I would say, don't necessarily pass it on. When you're done talking, put yourself on mute. We will know that the talking stick is in the center. And I would ask that the next person makes a connection to what was just said, that would somehow your initiative connects with what they are doing in some way. So in this sense, we can see how are we creating this living ecosystem of initiatives. Lev, first of all, are you good with this? Anything you want to add? 2 thumbs up. All right, Peter, on to you.
Thank you very much. I wanted to go next because I wanted to connect with what you're saying and with what Lev had already previously asked, which was, you know, what are the barriers to scaling and what do we need to scale? And so I wanted to speak a little bit to that. I'll just lower my hand because you talked about Bill Gates. Fantastic. I mean, one of the barriers is obviously finance. One of the main barriers. We're trying to build obviously a technology platform with all the wraparound services and support for people and training. All of that. It's a huge amount of money. If you think about the amount of money that is invested in social networks, for instance, I mean, multi-millions. And, you know, we're not even on our first. So we need to raise that sort of money if we are genuinely serious about building a technology platform that will then become some sort of, I like to call a cooperating system for planet Earth. You know, we have operating systems for our computers, but what we want obviously is to co-op. And we need to build that cooperating system. I believe Pooran has he spent the last 30 years making that first step. And I believe what I can bring to the table is 20 years of thinking about the main components of that cooperating system, the route map of how that can be built. And obviously that's a big topic, but we can go into in as much detail as you like at any point. But I'll just push over I did touch on the main points of that in the last piece, in terms of the piece that Pooran's built, which is mapping strategy. What do we want to achieve? How are we going to achieve it? And how are we going to measure it? And then people want to move on to geographic mapping. What assets do we have available in the local area? And then it's about data. What data sets do we have on soil quality, air quality, water quality? All of those things then build up a picture of health in our local communities. And once we know how healthy our communities are, we can then look through the solutions that already exist you think about how many entrepreneurs have solved problems of how to regenerate the soil or improve the air or clean up the water, they're all there jumping up and down wondering, how can I scale this solution? Those solutions then can be matched to the health of your community, and then we support people as they opt in, as they pledge in, to coordinate around those templates, adapt them to their local area, and we scale them across the 10,000 cities that you're right. So there's all sorts of detail in there. But when you're talking about Bill Gates, obviously he's built those systems that were largely based on similar sort of protocols, mapping in certain areas in terms of where diseases had broken out and where people were getting healthy, where they're not getting healthy, and all that sort of stuff. So that would be a really good foundational piece. All the components already exist. The only thing that hasn't been done is really to pull those components into a comprehensive cooperating system. So it can actually happen really quickly if we can pull the resources together. And to raise money, what you need is a really good team that people can trust, and you need the authenticity. So if the people that are in the room here and the people that you're all connected with, there is absolutely no reason why we can't come together and form that team. We need to all come together around that route map and buy into that route map, and then we go out and pitch for that money, and we make it happen.
So much, Peter. So there's so many connections here. I want to, again, as the next person wants to come on to follow up, make the connections, and then share about what they're doing, that builds on. Just to mention who's in the room here, and I'm going to go around a little bit on my screen. So Marilyn Hamilton is one of the co-founders of the Living Cities Initiative and comes with a tremendous background based on the integral city framework, which really is the core original inspiration for this entire initiative. Wonderful, again, that she's here with us. I'm just going on my screen now. Ferial Pooran is here. She's waving. There she is. In representing of Ignite Life and several other crossover initiatives, but also very much focused on the leadership that is needed to be able to make the change happen in the world in a collaborative way. You know, this new economy that we were just talking about, the cooperating system. I love that. This brings me to Tim Olson, who is also waving madly over there, so we can see who he is. There he is. He is working with the Social Systems Lab, which is a kind of a combination of several initiatives that include Kodu and Kodu Earth, which is a platform that Linus Svensson is also, who's listening, is also very integrally involved in, who's here. And it has the Connectathon and several other particular activities, including something called the Altruistic Wallet, which I'm sure Tim will be talking to us a bit about. Annaluz Smitsman has made a heroic effort to be with us here today because she is just back from several weeks, I think more than a month away. And now she's back with her family, her two young children who have missed her tremendously, and she was meant to spend the weekend with them, but she's taking time out to be with us in representation of Earthwise and the Earthwise Center and Earthwise initiatives and the Constitution for a global civilization. And so fantastic to have you with us, Annaluz. Many serious initiatives that she's heading up and will tell us about. And Sanford Hinden, who goes by Sandy, who's over there waving. Now as we see who he is. There he is. Who is heading up an initiative called Wiseocracy. And that also has a tremendous number of sub-initiatives connected with it. And the whole idea behind Wiseocracy is, again, as Jonas Salk will talk about, survival of the wisest, not just of the fittest in the competitive frame, but how is it that we can bring into being different culture at the level of our entire planet? So how do we bring this down to the cities now? And Peter was just calling for and asking for this connection that we can do based on the models that Pooran has shared earlier as well, and that he shared together with Guy. So I know who could go next, but it's frankly all of you. So please, who would like to share a little bit in connection with how do we curate this emergence? Tim, please.
Cool, thank you. First off, I'm in Cape Town and we have rolling blackouts here, so that's why I'm looking a little bit ghoulish because I'm using an extra lamp. But hopefully power should be back on in the next couple of minutes. That's about color of face. I wanted to just say that just check my notes are the One Planet framework looks super exciting. I'm sorry that I kind of joined a bit too late to get the full presentation, but it's very aligned with what we're working on. Peter, you made a lot of points that I wanted to speak to weave together, but maybe I should start. Oops, I got a cat jumping up and wants attention. Maybe I should start with Alexander. You said your friend, nature scaffolds itself. And if I was to think of something that the Kodu platform that we're working on, it started out as a social network for change makers, or I've sometimes called it Tinder for change makers. The idea is that you go in, you create a profile. These are my values. These are my interests. This is what I can bring to the table, and then the network or the app would sort of match you with other with projects out there that are suitable, or people out there that are suitable to co-create things with. Oh, there we go. But it is more of it's sort of a social network focused on change makers. And I should say that Ferial is also part of the team. So maybe she can also elaborate a bit later on it. But it's very much at this point a tool for discovery. So it's a social network with the map, basically. So you can see on the planet, we're using Mapbox, you see on the planet where you are and where other people are, which is a good start for social networks. And that means that it gives you can zoom in quite close using Mapbox. So if somebody's running a project, you could, in theory, zoom in and see a satellite image of like the project they're running. But I'd also like to use it more as a map of not just geography, but a map of data. So you could have demographics, you could have like causes of death, you could have many other things on this planet, and it could be co-created. So it's a bit like a Google Earth without Google being involved, but rather being curated by the humans on the planet. And I like what you said, Peter, about different, like you could find out about different soil types, just on a map, and you could find out about best practices using the map. We're in the process, still early days, but we have a beta up and running, and I can share the link later if you'd like to have a look. But the idea is that if you want to create a project, or you want to announce the world what you're doing, or you want to post best practices, we want to sort of create a system where you can search either geographically or using hashtags or using SDGs to find what you're looking for, and then create a system where other people can, I guess you could say, upvote or endorse various types of articles or various types of information. So like, I think this is a really good article about low water use soil management in sub-Saharan Africa, like whatever it is you're looking for. So rather than just Googling it and getting a whole bunch of links, you kind of find the things that people that actually use these practices are using. So that's very briefly about the network we're building. It's based on an open source platform or software building called Circles. So Kodu is simply or technically like the first network that is using the backend that we are also currently building, which is completely open source. We have a few developers and a few more coming in. And our goal is basically that everybody should be able to set up their own Circles server. And then participants should be able to just get information from many different servers and many different networks. So individuals don't have to belong to a single network. They can enter through one network or through their own server at home. But the idea is that they can you can easily find information across the networks, and you decide which servers do I subscribe to. So more like a federated system. Eventually, it'll be entirely decentralized, but that's sort of our step between now and then. And at the moment, the technology that we bring to the table is not advanced enough for us to run several parallel servers at the moment. So now we're just running on Kodu, and there's my light. And then I just, as Alexander mentioned, the altruistic wallet, I think that could be of interest, because we're also looking how do we fund the commons in the future. So we've been playing with this notion of an altruistic wallet, and it started as an idea that, okay, we're building a network. We're not for profit. So what if we have 1 million users and we have a profit of, $1 million every year? What do we do with that? And after some thinking, we said, well, we return it to the users to decide where this money should go. But rather than it going into you buying ice cream, you have to give it to somebody else, hence the notion of altruism. So the idea is basically you get a dividend every year, depending on how the system works. And then you simply vote with that dividend. Okay, I think this particular project is really important, or Annalise is doing a really exciting project. I'm going to put my money towards her project, or I can divide it up between many projects, or I can simply have say that, oh, I'm going to delegate the contents of my altruistic wallet to the people that are most successful at picking good projects, and then they can spend it. So it's a bit like a decentralized system without necessarily using cryptocurrencies or having a DAO at this point. So that's the altruistic wallet. And now I should be quiet.
So much, Tim, and I am going to suggest that what we do here is continue with Ferial is up next, and that we're going to stay with the focus on the current lineup of speakers who were asked as we go through that first round. Then we'll open it up to other people. For example, Linus is working very closely with Tim on all of this, and it'd be great to have his view as well on this. But let's do that when we get to the second round, just to make sure we go through all of these. We'll and I did want to say something else that, of course, has slipped my mind immediately as I wanted to say it. So that's all right. What we'll do is we'll go on with Ferial now, and then we'll go with Annalise, who's up next. Please, Ferial.
Thank you so much, Alexander. Really great to meet all of those that I'm meeting for the first time. And of course, wonderful to be with those that I work alongside. And I want to start off by talking about a puzzle piece and a puzzle, really. And I want to give a huge shout out to what Peter Anderson had said. I really think there's something to be said for us in this moment to really come together in a very, I want to say, strategic way. I recognize that we've also got our trauma, right? Because we have tried to play together in the past, and sometimes things would go wrong. And I think like we've gone away and we've done some inner work, and I'm hoping that we're now ready to re-engage again and really do this well, because I think it's that moment. I just sense it in my heart. It's that moment. And with that said, it is hard. It is hard to find the leveraging points between what we do, but we're going to have to listen in very, very carefully because it is there. And so that's part of what I really do is that, listening into that, meeting up with many people all the time, trying to figure out where are those leveraging points. So I'm a weaver, right, between what everybody's actually busy with. So what I would say here is that I'm going to probably share a few initiatives that I'm involved with in various different capacities. So the first one I'm going to share is something we call SRG journeys. And they are the acronym for Stop, Reset, Go journeys. And what this is really about is probably that bottom layer of how do we human well, right? And if we're going to bring this all together, and I as I'm going out there, I don't see any shortage of solutions or innovations. I see an inability for us to collaborate at a whole other level, which is now required. And so even though we've done our individual inner work, it's now that how do we negotiate and navigate this space with one another so that everyone is feeling that win-win. But some parts of this would have to be laying down some of our names and our flags and our things, and we're still finding that a little bit hard to do. So SRG Journeys is really about how do we help our evolutionary leaders to get to that level of working together, of planning together, of strategizing together, because the point is we're wasting a lot of time with this, doing our own thing, because I honestly wasted a whole bunch of time. I mean, I learned a lot of stuff, but the point is that it's just that I don't have within me everything that I need for this. So I need every one of you in this room and the others that are not here right now, because that's how we're going to do this. And so SRG Journeys, I realized today I had a meeting with a friend of mine called Michael Haupt. from South Africa. And Michael is doing this incredible stuff. So I'd like to throw that out to us here right now, even to say, so Michael and I are starting to say, okay, I see that I have the first part, Michael has the second part, I've got the third part, Michael's got, so we're kind of going to layer stuff like this. And so I know Pavel Luksha, for example, that was in here earlier, I know that Pavel's working on some incredible stuff. And because I've been so busy, I didn't go and sit down with Pavel, and even though I've known him for quite a while. So I feel like I need to do that, right? But so my invitation here is whoever you know out there right now. So SRG Journeys is not, it's not about doing the inner work. It's about awakening us to what that process is, how essential that inner is, that we need to couple with the outer development. So if there is any of you out there that are doing these projects, this type of thing, or to do with education and leveling us up, maybe come and speak to me so that we can do that together. And the other part of what Michael is doing is Michael is gathering really amazing high net worth individuals that you talked about. How do we finance some of this? So what he's doing is making sure that we are able to communicate it in a way that these high net individuals that have now also done that shift within their own hearts are saying, right, now we can engage, because they're tired of the greenwashings and the silly things that aren't connecting up. They want to see evolutionary strategy, some stuff that is going to shift systems. And so I think we have that stuff here, but we got to talk to each other. And Michael possibly can even help us weave some of that in a deeper, more granular way. So that's that. And then I will talk about something that we started working on a while ago called the Transform app. So I love what Pooran had just shared. And I'm thinking, hey, Pooran, can we talk about this? Because the Transform app is about gamifying that that paradigm shift, not necessarily for the evolutionary leaders, but for citizens, for people, even just understanding the impact that they're having. So we have this app that we're working on to gamify that, and just to get them into that process of thinking now differently about how they're contributing within their cities and the communities and even in their homes, right? And then, so please speak to me about if anybody's busy with that. So we've got the groundwork laid for the Transform app. And the Transform app has been something we've developed to go alongside with something that I know Anna Luce had been working with some friends of mine on a while ago called the Tipping Point Festival. So Anna Luce, you'd be happy to know that we've resurrected it. And we're starting to work on this. And in an earlier session, some of the people brought up the idea that how do we make cities happier, right? So people celebrating together, and people, this change stuff, that we don't make it so hard that they don't know how to integrate with that, but actually bring them together in these massive celebrating spaces so that from there we can journey them. So the Tipping Point Festival is really about that. At the moment, we've got a few cities that we're looking at to do this in over the next year and a half. And this would be about testing it, about proof of concept, and then moving it over into prototyping. So we've got Gujarat in India coming along quite well with their planning, and we're going to hopefully be doing that this year. So again, if there's anybody out there, and of course we're going to need to work with mayors and people planning in cities and things like that to do a Tipping Point Festival for their area. And this would be also a space where people like us that are working on these solutions are able to bring that in a very playful kind of way to community, where they can start to touch and feel and taste, because otherwise these solutions and ideas remain here, and that's not good enough, right? It needs to go to those who want to implement in their cities. And then lastly, I'd talk about the Sonic network. Sonic is a network I'm a part of in the UK, headed up by Nate Whitestone, an amazing guy who's kind of brought us together around what we call sociocratic neighborhood circles in Europe. And this is where we now empower citizens to take responsibility and step up in their towns, their communities, in fact, in their little neighborhoods. And it was built on the work of Joseph Rathinam from India, who had kind of done this over 30 years, created these neighborocracies. And so it really is about bringing sociocratic ideas right down to the ground and then connecting. So what we've done differently with Sonic is that we received some funding from the EU to actually create a handbook that we now have available that can put into the hands of people in cities everywhere on how to actually establish their Sonic. And it really is about bringing, like, asking citizens to kind of take responsibility, but also in that process, they are able to then ask of their local governments and their local community councillors and that to be held more accountable for what they're doing. So it becomes this beautiful partnership. And I think empowering them to have that kind of agency on how I am governed and how my neighborhood is governed is really, really important as well. So with that, I could go on for a while, but I'm going to give the space over to somebody else and say those are some of the initiatives that I'd like to drop here today and say perhaps they could be useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ferial. And just as I'm weaving back and forth in the interstices here, what you are saying about connecting and about linking up and about finding each other. This is it. Your organization, Ignite Life, is doing fantastic work exactly around this. And I think what we are maybe if we think as we continue now, it's perfect that Anna-Luce is going to be, Anna-Luce Smitsman is up next. And I think what I wanted to mention, a couple of things. First off, Tim has already put into our chat the link for the Kodu Earth, just to see what he's doing. Please check there. And since I'm just mentioning it now, I'm wondering, Tim, maybe you can put it again so people are now aware as I flag it. This is the link for what Tim was talking about. Ferial, if you could put a link to what you are doing, that would be helpful. And I think each time we go, if there can be a link that you can put also into the chat, we can take it forward in that way. Finally, just to mention that in a way, this is the kind of spirit that what Peter was just mentioning. Also, how do we create a roadmap, right? He put into the chat there, a kind of way that we can understand better where the strengths and weaknesses are, how we can complement each other and where the synergies are. This is what we're hoping will come out of this engagement. So these 3 days here with the summit hopefully will lead to this boiling point, that sometimes is called in a good way, where we can see, here's how we need each other and can work better together. And then this is the ongoing work of the Living Cities Earth initiative, but it is truly no one's initiative. It is all of your initiative, all of our initiatives. And that's exactly what I think Anna-Luce is going to help us see as well, because Earthwise is doing that kind of bigger holding for everyone. Over to you.
Thank you so much, and so wonderful to be here with you. Indeed, I've just come back from literally just landed 5-week trips. I think I must have touched base on at least 30 cities in the United States and to Europe. I'm now in Mauritius. So as this is for Earth Day, I like to weave in that perspective, right? Why are we all coming together and in celebrating Mother Earth? And the last city I was in Bussum in the Netherlands, where there was a conference with Paul Pullman about becoming net positive, the transition to net positive organizations. So as I've been in so many of these talks, before that, Sedona launching the Hollow movement, and there are also, again, hundreds of people coming together with very much the same kind of questions that we're asking here, understanding the urgency of what is going on right now, knowing that we are not becoming a living system fast enough. For Earthwise, always our foundation is to start with living systems. So living systems make life possible and thrivable on our planet on the basis of billions of years of evolution, of collaboration, and of co-creation. And it seems that that's the piece that humanity has forgotten. So we've become very mechanistic systems, and now it's like we're looking for finding our ways back again, how to be wise, like our planet, and just want to, for us to presence that right now, to really ask ourselves, what is asked for us right now? What's the pattern of collaboration that we are seeking? What's the pattern of resource sharing, coordination, and then from there, what's the type of technology that can really support that? What is the common focus? How can we accelerate and support each other? What does it look like for even for us here on the call? Everyone who's participating, also everyone who is participating by watching this right now as this is being broadcasted live. How does it feel to be in a living system that is like a living city? Yeah? Marilyn and I had a wonderful conversation several years ago when we explored that as well, and she shared a beautiful vision around what she sees as living cities. Marilyn, thank you so much, because that really stayed with me. Because you were really approaching that as a living system. As I'm listening in here, what's emerging for me as well is the sense that there's almost a new form of city. We have what we know traditionally around cities is where we're living, place-based, but perhaps we ourselves here are a hybrid kind of digital twin city too. So that would be interesting to explore also. Just in the same way that indigenous people have often spoken of this time as the rise of another kind of supercontinent, and maybe this digital twin supercontinent, as we long ago were a supercontinent, Gondwana, before there were the emergence of the different continents. So just want to bring us some unifying perspectives here. What does it mean for humanity to become net positive, to cohere, to collaborate, and to start acting as a living system, realizing we are part of one larger planetary body, the Earth herself, as we are right now going in fast space through the universe. So what Earthwise is contributing and what we like to support here. So I want to talk not just about what we do, but I'd rather would say, what can we, and many of us from the community of Earthwise were here actually as well, and our partners, what can we support in this emerging new pattern that we are starting to see, where the imaginal cells becoming imaginal organs, the imaginal organs becoming an imaginal body. So that is new emerging consciousness has hands to act, feet to be grounded, eyes to see, a heart to feel. Because I think that is really the deepest shift that's going on. So one of them is the Earthwise Constitution for Planetary Civilization. That's freely available. It serves really as a new social contract for helping to come into a common focus, also common commitments. We are now working on gamifying that. So I'm hearing from some of you as well that you're gamifying that. As a gamifying element, I'd love to see how we can play your game in the same way that we can play each other's game, so that everyone who's participating starts to see of how do we, by playing each other's game and gaming, humaning very well, shifts how humans play the game of life on planet Earth. Then the technology part. So we've been working with Tim and his team to create the technologies for an emerging alliance, partnership alliance, and everyone there is welcome to join, and vice versa. And that's been really wonderful. So we have also, with the technology part, with our partner Haifa, what we've been doing is co-creating DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, that are very important tools for living cities, because it gives people the governance tools also to really get involved in decision making, while also creating new economies. That are the economies as living systems, and that are economies then also that are emerging from this new pattern that we are seeing here as we are weaving that together. So these are also token-based business models underlying that. I think one of the critical factors what these DAOs can do and how they can also attract funding as well as investment is that it can become possible to have a portfolio of projects that can therefore be funded and co-stewarded together by the members of those DAOs and token holders. And I think what that is doing is addressing the scarcity dynamic that is happening among many of the nonprofits. Overall, in my travels, I've heard from almost every nonprofit the same thing: lack of resources, lack of resources. If only we have more resources. And what I've often seen is because of that lack of resources that people are all fishing in the same pond. And therefore, there is an indirect competition. Whilst we're speaking the language of collaboration, people are still feeling like, uh-oh, I better hold on to my resources. So what we're seeking to do, I would love to do that even better with all of you, because we can only do this together, is actually to demonstrate a whole new model of how we attract and then also coordinate, distribute those resources, and by so doing creating these new economies. And so this is what we're doing also in the Hyphen Network, where we are creating the possibility for all of those DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, using the same software language so that they can even start to speak with each other, and it becomes much easier therefore to scale. We're working with lawmakers in both Liechtenstein and in Mauritius to looking at what is the way that this can be incorporated into cities, so that we can actually work with the law is a supportive mechanism. That means a whole new way also that it's pushing systemic change at higher levels of policy. There's much more that I can say about that. I feel I better pause here because there's many more here that I want to speak, but maybe we can just really reflect on for ourselves here, what are the qualities and what are the behaviors of this new pattern for our collective thriveability, and what is it that we also need to let go of, so that we can truly collaborate and co-create better and more coherently and be truly a support for each other. Thank you.
Fantastic, Anna-Luce. Thank you so much. Please do put some of the links into our chat so that we can connect. And again, the idea here is we're looking for something beyond just the multi-initiative, but the trans-initiative potential, right? So we talk about multidisciplinarity, where you say as several disciplines, each one, let's say in a study, is going to contribute one chapter from about what makes a thriving city. A multidisciplinary study would be looking at the economics of it, and then the sociology of it, and then be looking at the infrastructure of it, and be looking at and each chapter would be on its own, but not really woven together. A transdisciplinary work is saying, how are all of these one initiative truly? And how is all of these emerging? How are all of these emerging into an integral effort or a meta initiative? That is, I think, what we need to be listening for here with each other. Otherwise, we can share our respective initiatives, and it's like, wow, you're doing such amazing work, and it's so similar to mine. And now I'm going to keep doing mine, and you keep doing yours. That we need to avoid the Tower of Babel. So the question here is, how do we create and co-create interdependent, not codependent, but certainly not independent initiatives? And I think, Anna-Luce, you were just speaking to that. Fantastic. We'll go with Pooran, and then we have a few more of the, we just want to mention who we have on deck still. We have Sandy, Marilyn, and Lev to share with us, but we have time. So Pooran, please. And you're mutable.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to share that life doesn't have a plan or a roadmap. Okay. Emergence doesn't have a plan or a roadmap. And I think although we can talk about things where we might want to end up, I am going to suggest that actually the core of this is really what are the processes we want to support, and where might those lead? So for me, I think, what I've learned, and for example, the difference between conservation and rewilding is conservation has a roadmap to what species you're going to protect. Rewilding actually puts in place the processes which allows nature to thrive. So for me, it's much more about the processes and just seeing what emerges from those processes. So that's what I think we should look at, is what are the processes that we need in order to support regenerative, healthy systems, and focus more on those than on roadmaps. I think a bit of a roadmap is useful, a bit of writing different chapters is useful, but actually what are the processes which enable those things to emerge so that we won't know. And in fact, there's no one who can create a roadmap from where we are now to where we need to be. And there isn't an endpoint. Life doesn't have an endpoint. So I think it's more about what are the healthy processes we can put in place, and those processes are a combination of competition and collaboration. So let's not try and agree on everything because we won't. And I think we see a lot of failure of initiatives which are trying to achieve agreement on stuff. Let's think about what are the processes we want to put in place, which gives us this good tension between collaboration, cooperation, and in fact, reading Braiding Sweetgrass by the fantastic Wal Kimmerer, is even things like lichens, which are a combination of or a coming together of two organisms, fungi and algae. For example, they sometimes collaborate, and they collaborate when times are difficult, but then they also go their separate ways, or certain types of lichens go their separate ways. So let's so all I want to say is let's think of more about processes rather than endpoints or plans.
From what, Pooran? A good reminder, and I know some people have used the term co-opetition, also trans-competition, but cooperation plus competition as co-opetition. Yes, this is that dynamic tension. It's beautiful. If it was all just preaching to the choir and patting ourselves in the back and saying we're doing the same things, there's no leverage truly to push off of. So excellent. We have Sandy, Marilyn, and Lev. Who would like to take up the sharing? Sandy.
I'm Sandy Hendon. I've been developing Wiseocracy for about 2 years now, 2 or 3 years. And I connect the dots between psychology, economics, and politics. And that's been leading towards trying to create wiser people, wiser economics, wiser politics, and wiser governance. And so I'm looking at the processes in there that help create that, and I've been documenting them. I'm keeping it on the website for free, and people can open up many different documents there with extensive work that's been done. And I realized that, interestingly, that there's 9 levels, I just jotted them down, of people, relationships, neighborhoods, communities. Cities is the 5th one in the middle there, and then regions, like I do regional work also, and then national, international, and on the planetary level. And I realized that I've been working in 8 of those areas, and the missing piece is cities. I've done no work with cities at all. But I've done all the other work on all those other levels, and I continue to do so. And I see there how they're connected. Somebody mentioned, I think Pooran mentioned before, that the human psychology is really distorted right now, and so I'm seeing that, and I'm seeing regarding men, there's so much work being done for girls and women. And I realize we need work for boys and men, because they're the ones that get into trouble. There's the ones that create trouble. They create it through violence. There's domestic violence on both parts for men and women. But there's in the United States, where I do my work, mostly 90% of incarcerated people are men. So men don't know how to think well. They don't know much about emotional intelligence that Fariel was talking about. And so I'm trying to help people think better, feel better, and behave better. And that all interacts through the wisdom area, on many different levels. So it's a pleasure to be with you. Thanks, Alexander, for inviting me in. And I'm astounded at you know, the wisdom that you all have, the intelligence you have, and the ideas that you have. So like I'm in a learning process, and I appreciate that you're thinking about cities, because cities are kind of large units. Oh, you know, I live in suburbia. That's why I realized that originally I didn't think I fit into this group because I live in suburbia, you know, it's suburban, it's not a city. But I realized I have a community here that I don't feel connected to, and because of economic reasons. And so there's a lot of interplay between economics, politics, and psychology, how one feels, you know, and so this is a curious learning journey, a curious process for me to see. We'll see where it goes. And I like Pooran, I like what you said, that, you know, we don't have a, you know, we don't have the blueprint, we don't have the plan, you know, and things emerge, and you just have to keep letting them emerge. And the processes that you create are very, very helpful for emerging things. I meet with Alexander once a month with another friend globally, someone in Germany, and that's a process. That's a monthly process that helps us stay connected, and it helps us emerge, and we support each other in our own personal development. So thanks for listening.
Thank you so much, Sandy. And indeed, this is the humaning that we're talking about. How do we human well? And thank you for modeling that so beautifully, Sandy, as well, with the heart. I can sense the heart as you speak. That's so lovely. So thank you for that. Sandy, you also have in your Wiseocracy, so please put the link there as well. And Fariel, just so you know, Sandy also has the gamification process in Wiseocracy. He has a Wisdomania game that he's also developing for engaging people to learn in a serious fun. It's fun, but it's about serious things such as the health and well-being of ourselves. And I wanted to mention this question of identity and belonging, central to what it means after we explore what it means to human and what it means to be in a city, what it means to think like a city. John Seed asked us to think like a mountain. How do we think like a city? And I think these are the questions that several of you have raised here specifically. And we go from the urban center to the suburbia, to the peri-urban area, to the rural area. So these are gradations. There's never a boundary that says, here it stops. So how do we move in those porous frames of identity that are inclusive and not exclusive? So we don't say, oh, I'm not a city dweller, so that's not my business. Or say, I am not a rural person. All I need to do is focus on, this is, as Pooran has asked us to think about, systemically, this is what we need to be thinking about. We need to think about the integration of all of this, because we have aspects of the whole world in the city, and it connects to all of the things that are not in the city. So we still have Marilyn and Lev.
Thank you, Alexander, and all wise beings who have come before in this session. I was very happy to listen to you as I spoke a lot in earlier sessions. So Sanford, I think our paths have crossed once or twice, and don't feel badly that you haven't thought about cities. I've been given the task, the challenge of cities over 2 decades ago, and within the integral movement, I still struggle to get people to look at cities as a system. And I have to make a lot of, I have to advocate for cities as a scale of human systems. And so I do. It is a calling that I've been given. I can say several observations from this very rich exchange. One is, we'll go back to where Alexander started us with his friend Gail Taylor, who I also go back probably about 2 decades with, and she talks about scaffolding, but I also secretly know that what she really likes is mesh working. So mesh working is actually something that lets us do both and. do both the processes that Pooran speaks to and the structuring that others of us are attracted to. And in fact, if life scaffolds itself forward, if it emerges, it does both. And the reason it does both is because life is emerging ever greater complexity and it needs the structures. And actually, that's how it manages. It's how I understand it manages energy. That once it figures out in self-organizing ways how to do something, then it says, right, got it, there's the structure. Now let's continue to go on and experiment with all the self-organizing. It is how our brains are organized. And for me, that's one of the holograms that reveals itself as the city, the human system. And you look down on, as Elizabeth Sahtouris and I have both looked down on cities and said, oops, there we go. There's a self-organizing, structuring system that we can see. Now we get to see it not only from planes, but from drones, So I feel like we need both sets of wisdom, and that life conditions are such that sometimes what we're called to do to serve life the greatest is the structuring, and other times it's the self-organizing, and we can't forget about either one of them because we need both. The other conversation I had on a beautiful recording that I had with Jude Currivan, who some of you will know is a beautiful cosmologist and just wrote a book called The Story of Gaia. And so I had been sharing with the Vision Holders team for Living Cities Earth my vision for the future. And I often will, when I'm challenged to do this, go into the 7th generation. And there's so many ways that you can hold 7 generations. And in this particular case, I was thinking, I had thought about this in relation to another story I was telling about the 7th generation for me now is the great-grandchildren of my great-grandchild. So I do have a great-grandson. So I can picture, it unfolds that much further ahead of him. And so I spoke about my vision of 7 generations from now of what living cities on a happy planet would look like. And everyone went, yes, that sounds really good. And that's very inspiring. And I really feel it in my heart. And amongst the co-founders of Living Cities Earth, I heard, but we don't have 7 generations. We need to do something now. So in conversation with Jude, she reminded me, well, another way to look at 7 generations is to look at the city, as I have done before, and say, okay, I have all the ancestors, my parents, my grandparents, my great-grandparents, and then I can roll forward from me to my great-grandchild. There's 7 generations, and they're all coexisting, alive at the same time. So it allows us to think about time in a compressed now. And Jude said, in fact, that's what we need to do, is think in 2 ways about time, that instead of us all doing the same thing to heal, restore, regenerate, and create a truly healthy planet, not in sequence, we need to work in parallel. And I think this is a calling that many of you are speaking to as far as collaborating and cooperating or cooperating, or as Peter was saying, doing the whole cooperative approach. There's so much that we need to learn about that and unlearn, as some of you have said, about what we shouldn't continue to do. So that so much of that means for me, I have to release some of my, holy cows and things that I, haven't wanted to let go of. Like even just rethinking the 7 generations meant I have to go back and rewrite a few things. But the other thing that Jude reminded me about, having biology and her many credentials, is, what we can be to the system is catalysts. And this is something that perhaps Living Cities Earth is called to be, is a catalyzer, a catalyst. And I remember when I looked at James Greer Miller's great tome, which was Living Systems, and looked up catalysts in a very scientific definition, I went, wow, you know, catalysts change systems and then they disappear. They don't get any credit at all. They just have the capacity to change the system. And that is the service that they bring. So it seems to me this dilemma that we face of learning and unlearning, of reframing time, of knowing that life is emerging, that being able to be willing to give up that which maybe seemed the most sacred thing that we hold, it's like releasing into life itself. The last thing I would say, that one of the things I've always, or that I have certainly come to admire in cities, is they contain so much diversity, so much capacity, so much intelligence. And many of you know that's exactly how I wrote about cities when I was reframing it, is that what if cities are a complex adaptive living system? How would they think? What would their evolutionary intelligences be? And the driving evolutionary impulse, I believe, is right at the center of all the other intelligences that we have touched on in many ways here. So I do, as some of you know from earlier discussions today, I am an optimist. So I tend to be happy even in the face of challenges that we face on the global level, which I think are very serious. And I myself in Fintorn here, I'm working on carbon neutral 2030. I've just finished reading 4 projects, one on organic food, another on affordable housing in glass houses, in the whole ambient heating, and remaking our microgrid. Wow. You know what I just realized in listening to today? We are doing the whole damn thing here at Fintorn, and we're only an eco-village. But we have taken the courage to look the things in the face that made us in the first 60 years what we are today, because this isn't going to, continuing that is not going to take us into the next 60 years. And what the scientists say is that we need to make a lot of decisions now before another 60 years has elapsed. So anyway, I feel like a lot of you have pointed to that we have all the intelligences that we need, and that perhaps our roles is to catalyze the change, to shift so that we can actually live long enough to apply them. Yeah. Thank you.
Marilyn, thank you. Thank you so much. You know, Noam Chomsky said that optimism is a strategy for the future. I like thinking of it that way as well. So thank you for that. Let's move straight to Lev and see if there's still some time for final reflections from everyone before we wrap up at the top of the hour. Lev.
It's interesting. Thank you very much, Alexander, and everyone who spoke before. Many points of resonance, really, and to optimism being sort of the strategy for the future, I would also like to add that collaboration is the skills of 21st century. So, and it's not easy, right? I mean, it's easy initially, at first get to know each other, etc. But then when you go down the actual projects, you have many different challenges. And what I discovered is that it depends on my identity to what degree I am able to collaborate with other people. So if I think about myself as a separate individual, and there are 8 billion other individuals, and then animals and everybody, then of course I have so much capacity to collaborate, but then I sort of feel that's too much. I forget about the planet, I forget about all the good ideas, and I just need to get resources for myself, whether it's sleep or money or something else. So my sense is that of course, as we grow in terms of this consciousness, levels of consciousness and awareness, we become more open to more sophisticated structures. And Earthwise, I think, is a beautiful example of co-creating the future with very different types of initiatives and leaders, and having this larger goal or larger vision allows us to feel where we could come together in the long term. So answering our specific question, how can we together create 1,000, 10,000 eventually happy, flourishing, thriving cities? My sense is that it's very important to rely on our individual strengths. So, for example, Pooran or Tim, they understand technical platforms. I don't. My mind doesn't work this way. Marilyn has other sort of special talents, and I cannot do what Marilyn does, right? And it's the same for every one of us. So I think if we are true to ourselves, nature gives us energy for all of our life to be productive, to be creative, and to really create results. So it's really finding our individual areas of super competence. And, some people are great communicators. And for example, others don't like to communicate. Some people are great architects of technological or social systems, and others are not. But you also need managers who take things and, create the various concrete results in a time frame and budgets that we have. And that's also a skill and a talent I don't have, for example. So I think we have a general understanding of where we want to be. Cities is, in a sense, it's just one of the channels, right? There are corporations, there are nonprofits. You can slice our sort of pie in many different ways. So cities is another channel, cities where people feel connected to because they live, they work in the cities. That's the centers of power and energy. So we felt that we could naturally leverage this existing network of 10,000 cities because they're connected in many different ways. It's important to understand what can we offer to this channel, right? We have ideas, we have, let's say, solutions, we have products, platforms, etc. And I don't think that neither 10 of us nor 25 of us would be enough to change the world, completely. So it's a larger network or ecosystem of initiatives and leaders, but to find ways to interconnect in a constructive way where we can leverage our strengths, not to lose too much time, in the cracks when there are too many meetings, we get tired and we don't want to meet anymore, or we don't have time to. So finding the way to balance our interconnection, individual action, and action focused on the outside world, being 10,000 cities or whatever, 8 billion people, I think finding this balancing act, and as Pooran also said, trusting the natural process to emerge, right? But still having some overall vision and big sort of dream or a goal, which Earthwise, for example, what I read in the Constitution is beautifully expressing, and maybe other initiatives as well. So that's where I feel we could go. So we should have a group of, and of course we already have many groups, but talking about our collaboration, we will, I think, naturally have a group of vision holders, right? People with big ideas who can work on meta level, etc. We will need a group of communicators, and this is very important because we need to influence people, right? We need some power to make change happen, not only in our minds, not only in our Zoom calls, but on a much larger scale. And we cannot do what we cannot do, right? So we have natural limits, that's fine. So my sense, just to finalize, is that we have a group, and it's not only those who are present here. We have larger connections, other groups we are connected to, but we have sort of a meshwork, right? A network of extremely talented, good-natured sort of people. I think we are all leaders in very different ways. And as Alexander said, by creating interconnections, going in the same direction, but being also flexible in who does what at what period, at what specific moment of time, and also leveraging all of our connections, resources, creating prototypes, and then scaling them right? So when I look at the systems that Pooran and Peter were presenting today, of course with some adaptations, but my sense is it could be really scaled. It could help every municipality on the planet. So 10,000 cities could have one planet solution eventually. Do we need some external resources to do it, or the code-do system, right, from Tim, for all the initiatives to cooperate? So we do need some external resources, and I'm sure that they are available. It's just a matter of packaging what we can do, creating connections, influencing those players, bringing them into the picture, giving them what they need to get. I'm talking very basic things, of course, but so that's my sense that we really are a network and meshwork of talents and meshwork of super competencies, not only individual sort of bodies, but really, if we go down this path, my sense is that the natural emergence will take care of what needs to be done and how it will be done in an effective and productive and joyful way. So sorry for being very lengthy, and I pass it on to Alexander at this point.
Fantastic. Thank you much. Look, we had exactly the amount of time to be able to take 1 minute each. I'm going to go in the same order, so I'll start with Tim. But before Tim, so he can think about the question here, I would like in 1 minute, each of us to say our offer and our request. 1 minute each. But before, so Tim is going to be thinking about that while we ask Alexei to say whatever he would like that's in his heart about what's going on right now. Alexei.
Thank you, dear colleagues. And I believe that everything starts from the emotion, because it includes energy to motion or for motion. And you know me that I believe that everything great things are starting from the personal connections. And if we can get more connected personally, where we can create the magic space, I would say, right, for new ideas, new approaches, new visions, new tools, new approaches, we can really change the cities in a better way, right? And we can support many, many people around the planet. And I believe that connection, that's what additionally, of course, right, should be also at the focus of our attention. Of course, all technologies, platforms, solutions, education programs, services, and summits, and a lot of events are super important. At the same time, if we feel personally connected from heart to heart, if we can really feel inspiration, lightness, joy, happiness, at the current moment, we can bring more together. Thank you so much.
Phenomenal, Alexei. Thank you so much. I'm glad I brought you in. So now we will take then 1 minute each just to say what is our offer and our request, if you could please. Tim?
Thank you, Alexander, and thank you, Alexei. So my offer relates to that a bit. So my offer is, or our offer is an open source platform for visualizing connections, for showing connections, showing relationships, helping us find each other, find the others, to do just that. And my request is that you join and use it and tell me all the things it's missing and all the things it needs, so we can just keep improving it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Tim. Ferial. You're mutable.
Please, apologies. So I'm just going to focus in on the one part of it, which is SRG journeys. And I'm going to say that my offer is an expanding roster of interpersonal development experiences, and a growing community of highly skilled and motivated individuals committed to continually kind of expanding the idea of personal, or I call it interpersonal development. It's also this gateway, this place of that initiation space, where it's how do you connect into those that bring value to your community and to what you're doing. So it's like my offer is, how do we help you and your organizations where you are bring that and help people human better so that they can do these collaborations. And then my request really would be, can I serve you? Right? And really, that's pretty much it from my side. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Phenomenal, Ferial. Thank you so much. And Alus.
Our offer is the Vice Constitution and Partnership Alliance for a Planetary Civilization. So you're all most welcome to join and work with that. You can freely adapt it to your own local context, even change the wording of the Constitution, because it just has a compass that you can contextualize. My request is if we can take some moments this weekend to join the cities of the earth, the cities of the birds, the ants, the bees, the butterflies, the plants, the trees. So Mother Earth has many beautiful living cities, and we are only just one of her species. So if we can just spend some time with the living cities of the Earth herself and be in communion with non-human life. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna Luz. That's beautiful. The invitation to dialogue. I did want to mention also, by the way, the Constitution that Anna Luz mentioned is not a blueprint that's fixed. It is exactly a living, growing, collaborative document. And the idea is to have it emerge in that way interactively. Thank you again. Sandy, on to you.
My offer is actually two things. One is that I used to be a manager of a performing arts center. I learned a lot about managing there, and so I'm willing to offer those skills of like project management or managing the development of things. Secondly is I have a meeting tomorrow. We're focusing on flourishing, creating a blueprint vision of a flourishing planet, of collaboration for a flourishing planet Earth. Because I see the 17 development goals from the United Nations is like a piecemeal effort, they're little efforts to create efforts to improve things in 17 ways, but it doesn't offer a vision of a flourishing planet Earth. And I think we need that to then be able to get China, the United States, Russia, to be able to agree that we can have a flourishing planet Earth, and then we can continue to begin to work together. Because I don't think we have geopolitically, we don't have a vision of a flourishing planet Earth. So just like we're trying to create that for cities, I'm requesting, take a look at it on my website, on the Wisocracy website, and also think about a flourishing planet Earth and creating a vision for that so we can put it out there. And you know, I would appreciate your support and help for that, creating that vision. Thank you.
Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, Sandy. I want to just ask or beg Saeed your indulgence. We're going to be just a couple of minutes over, but literally only just a couple of minutes. So please bear with us as we flow on this. Lev, you want to ask?
And I would like to mention that we can move, if Saeed agrees, his session a little bit. So whatever we take to finish up this session, we will add on the other side. We have flexibility there.
So, Saeed, you will not have any less time, which is wonderful. You will be able to be with us all the way.
I don't know that I have the time to fill a whole half hour, but thank you for your generosity.
Thank you. So almost done. Again, Saeed is coming right up and will be sharing with us about the new developmental frontier, a Gravesian view from Claire Graves, I would imagine, view on climate change and other existential challenges. So that's coming right up after this. So please stay with us. But first, we're going to wrap up with the offers and requests from Marilyn and then from Lev.
So my offer is a framework of 4 voices, a GPS of 12 intelligences, and a set of 5 maps to courageously and powerfully care for the human hive. And my request is that you practice Karma Yoga, care for yourself, others, place, and planet. Thank you.
Beautiful. And that's how we spread the coronavirus. Beautiful. Lev.
I will speak, and because we have some flexibility, I would suggest for Peter to also. I don't think he spoke. He spoke now, and also for Alexei, and even for Said, because Said was with us for last 10, 12 minutes. So maybe if Said, you want to sort of chip in into our sort of global conversation on collaborations, would be great. So what do I offer? I will offer some boring things. We will be investing time, money, energy, connections into building a network of 10,000 cities. It's not a fast process, so we don't say that tomorrow we'll have everything in place, but we have a pretty sort of solid intent. We understand how to do it. It's not the cities, of course, it's people in the cities, right? So we don't have a network of buildings, it's a network of leaders. And we have experience of working with hundreds of cities so far. They're all very different, of course, with different conditions, but in every city there are leaders, there are sort of people who would connect with what every one of us said. Some would connect on a planetary scale, others would connect on a local scale, etc. So we are doing a very sort of step-by-step process of building this. I would call it a distribution network, or just a network of connections, you could say. Why? Because those are the channels. If you don't have channels, there is no flow of information, right? No flow of energy. So we want to build channels to leaders all over the planet, and we see the planet as a planet of cities rather than the planet of countries, to the point that somebody has made about geopolitics. So we believe we need to go beyond geopolitics, to go towards the interconnection of human habitats, and not only human, of course, but human, because they do exercise the largest influence on planet so far. So this is the offer. So co-create and use this growing network of connections with local, regional, and planetary leaders. You're part of this network, of course, yourself. And if Pooran or Marilyn or Tim or any one of us has something to offer which needs to be eventually brought to scale, that's the reason we are doing this, to bring the best of our ideas, the best of our products, and really bring it to as many leaders so they could implement on local or regional level. That's the offer. And what is the second one? Request?
Yes.
Request is very simple. Just be who you are, be happy, and let the life energy flow through you in a free way. That would be the best we can all do. Thank you very much. I pass it on to Peter.
Peter, just before you go, this is going to be the smooth and soft transition now. Some people are going to have to leave, and we want to respect their time. And thank you for your time with us for this particular session. If you have to leave, we will miss you, but perfectly understandable. And I know, Annalise, you have to leave, so that's fine. And others, please do stay on if you can, but otherwise we'll be shifting gently to the next session and continuing this conversation first, before it's quite finished in terms of offers and requests, with Peter and then Syed perhaps, but I would like to pass my facilitator's hat over to Lev, and thank you very much for your participation in this session.
Is that me next? Sorry.
Yes, if you...
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, so an offer, I think my offer is some detail for a cooperating system, both the technology and the wraparound services, to help us scale the most impactful solutions across the 10,000 cities. That is the ambition of this organization, and how One Planet can act as a core component and a great place to start on this journey. And my request would be that we come together to better understand that framework, the cooperating system, and explore how we can each play to our strengths and co-create elements of that system. Thank you very much, and nice to meet you all.
Thank you, Peter. Alexei, would you like to add something, and then we pass it on to Said?
I just would like to invite you to continue stay with us within the next 2 days. We're going to discuss many more interesting topics together, and I'm sure we're going to find the best way to collaborate, to create ecosystems and connections together, and put all our efforts towards to happy cities and happy planet. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Said. If you want to share while everybody is here in this collaboration mode. I know that you're working on many of the things we've been discussing. So if you have an offer and a request, please do share, and then we'll go.
Yes, I apologize for coming in late to the conversation. I've been working on the presentation I'm going to make in the next few minutes. My offer, I suppose, will come clearer as I move into my presentation. But I'd like for our community to engage more in understanding the psychosocial stages of development at the macro level, if you will. How systems change happens, and what we can do as individuals and a community to influence that. And my request is that we look into the concentric structure of what we're doing and see, how we can enact and influence larger hold-ons in order for our work to be effective. And so, yeah, I can't get more specific than that. I'm sorry, I wasn't in on the entire conversation.
Perfect. Well, thank you again. Thank you, Alexander, for being a wonderful facilitator and a moderator. And I think we had a very rich, short, but very rich in this time frame opportunity to connect, to see who is doing what and how we could be supportive of each other's projects, and also build something together in many different dimensions. And now I would like to invite whoever is able to stay. We spoke with Said yesterday, and I'm still sort of totally flabbergasted, I guess is the word. So I'm totally blown away by the beauty of what Said is developing. And this is the first presentation from his upcoming book. So Said, if I could, I pass it on directly to you without further
Thank you, Lev. I'm glad to be here. Nice to see some familiar faces, and nice to meet everyone. I decided to do this presentation as a last-minute thing, so forgive me if it's a little bit rough. But in the last 2 days, I try to sort of condense down what I'm writing about in my next book and bring it to the audience. I don't know, Lev, if you can bring up the presentation I sent you, but I can do without it if we need to.
I will open it. If you don't have it on your site, I will open it on my site. It will take me 1 minute.
So I come to this work basically from a macroeconomics and spiral dynamics background, and I've worked with the spiral dynamics framework for close to the last 2 decades or so. And about 10 years ago, I put out a book called Memenomics, the Next Generation Economic System. And in it, I applied the evolutionary values that are the stages of development in the spiral dynamics model to the macro systems that are the economic and geopolitics that pretty much run the world. And what I put in that book are basically 2 themes. I was able to capture the history of economic activity, at least in the United States, through the different stages of development that a culture or an ideology goes through. And from that, I was able to project what an evolutionary sustainable economy would look like. And that is on the second slide of the presentation. I don't know if you're able to pull that up, yes. Lev. But it's so it's second slide after that, yes. Mm-hmm. So we don't really, it's a lot of information on that, but that's pretty much a summary of my book that pinpoints the different sustainability approaches that we need to take at a holistic, systemic level. That includes how do we redesign a government that is smart enough to capture what needs to be done in order for economics to be sustainable. And, the rest of it really goes into how to make every aspect of what operates an economy more sustainable. So, it gets into the kind of functional financial system, how to adapt the technological and manufacturing advances to make manufacturing process and all the economic output at a sustainable level. But within a few years after I put my book out, something was really nagging at me that says, whatever I put out wasn't going to be enough. And somewhere at a deep level, I've noticed that even, although the book has been successful, and, there was as recently as a few months ago, a Chinese publisher picked it up for translation and publishing in the mainland. So the ideas that I put in it are attractive to a lot of people. But to me, the platform that I put out 10 years ago it's not becoming obsolete. It's becoming less of a platform if we really want to go beyond sustainability, because to me, the issue of quote unquote net zero is no longer an option for us. And if you look at what Mother Nature is telling us, what climate change, what the collapse of different ecosystems are telling us, that these models need to be addressed from a higher fractal, if you will, from a higher level of consciousness. And so what I basically did is I went back to the original work of Claire W. Graves, who is really the ideological father of both spiral dynamics and in part some of the Ken Wilber's work. And Lev, if you can move to the next slide. Yeah. So what I basically created are these different economic life cycles that mimic the pattern of what Graves called the larger meme, the larger fractal of value system cycle. So for those of you who are familiar with either spiral dynamics or integral theory, these capture really the economic activity of the entire first tier. So the values of the agricultural, the egocentric, the traditional, the modern, and postmodern, they're all captured in economic expression in this graph here. But what you notice is that these systems reach a nodal peak, and then they begin to decline. And then at the nexus point, what keeps an economic system open is the ability for the next system of higher values to take over from where the system is reaching decline. And you can, based on that, you can tell that our economic activity, so the economic cycle that we're in now, has not yielded to the values of the green system, of the egalitarian and the humanitarian values that seek to bring on, to get rid of inequality and provide more economic opportunity and more of a humanitarian aspect to economics. As you can tell, these systems were reaching peak, going past the nexus stage, and they were at one point in the future reaching a decline point, maybe a common point of entropy that they would reach. So not being satisfied with my research from 10 years ago, I really went back to discover what Graves's basic research showed. And we can move to the next slide, Lev. So what I've discovered basically is, this is one of Graves's original work from the early 1970s, is that there's a very little known aspect of his work called the 6/6 hypothesis, which basically says that every tier of human development contains 6 stages of development. And so you see on there stages 1 through 6, and there's a typo on there, stage 1, not sage 1, 1 through 6, basically present the first tier of human existence that we've experienced so far. So this is survival values all the way to postmodern values, which is stage 6. And that with every 6 levels, we go to a new higher level, but the theme of every level as we move up repeats in the second tier. So if you look at survival of the individual as the values of the first tier, when we were caveman, those same values repeat at stage 7, which is the integral stage of existence. This is where Ken Wilber has formulated most of his work, where spiral dynamics really focuses on how to change systems and move them forward. But what Ken and Don ignored is this very basic hypotheses from Graves's work is that when the theme repeats, it recaptures the earlier corresponding stage, but at a considerably higher level. So while we're comparing stage 1 to stage 7, stage 1 was the survival of the individual. Stage 7 has to deal with the survival of the species, the survival of a planet, the survival of all life as we know it. So that very realization, brought me back to the place where I said, okay, I have to reassess how I'm approaching this. And what came to me is that, that those declining life cycles were reaching a point of entropy, and I traced that through Graves's work. And this is what he calls the gap and the chasm that we will have to face before we can jump into the stages 7 or 8. It is basically, I'm calling it in my book, the collective shadow. This is the space where we have to atone to the things that we have done pretty much in our modern history. This is where we have to come, face to face with all the unconscious things that have been a part of our modern existence. We have to basically be able to face the reality that we can no longer externalize the cost of our economic activity, our modern lifestyle. We can no longer externalize that to the environment, and this is the big get that I found in my research is that to capture this, we need to move from values of economic growth that is unimpeded to a place in our consciousness where we adopt the values of degrowth. And so that needs to be the goal as we go through this collective shadow and sort of process everything that we have done wrong in the last 500 years or so. The gold on the other side, if you will, is the idea that we will be much more empowered to understand what it means to approach values that are based on degrowth, that are based on the health of the entire ecosystem instead of just the health of an artificially created economy. Okay, and so Lev, next slide, please. So for those of you familiar with both the spiral dynamics and the integral model, Wilbur created the quadrants. Graves's original work shows a tripad, the elements that determine how we move up in our development is based on 3 different things. It is the neurobiology, the psychology, and the environment. So these 3 things interact together to deliver us to higher values of consciousness. Well, if you take into consideration the gap and the chasm that we must overcome, those things fit in that dark gray space that is the inner concentric circle that is made up of neurobiology, psychology, and sociology. But then after we process that collective shadow that I talked about, we will be able to jump to the second tier. So this is the integrative values of the 7th and the 8th level system, where neurology and psychology, neurology and biology become the biosphere. We have to think of no longer of our individual biology, but of the entire biosphere, and then neurology of the entire planet, the neurosphere. Psychology is transported or transformed into eco-psychology, and sociology of the environment is translated into the eco-sociology that the mind has to become aware of in order for us to address issues of climate change and everything else in an effective way. Now, the diagram that you see to the right there, the one with the right and that shows the brain, this is from Graves's original work, and it shows that the first 6 levels there of human existence, which are 97% of what defines who we are now, have used very small aspects of the brain's capacity. That the mind still has a lot of untapped potential that we must access. And then the bigger circle, the dotted line, shows how the integrative level, how the 7th level system activates a lot more of the brain capacity than we have ever done before. So what I'm doing in my new work is instead of calling it what Don and Ken have called it historically, the first tier and the second tier, I'm really simplifying the language down to language that people understand in common terms. I'm calling the first tier the first sapien, and then the second tier the values of the second sapien. So the first sapien, which is primarily defined by the modern mind, has lived on values of subsistence. Once we go through that shadow and leap transition and come into the second sapien, the values of the 7th level system are those of, and that's a Latinized equivalence of it, Homo ecosystemus, and then the 8th level system is the Homo universalis. It is through these values, and only through these values, that we align the values of the lower systems, and only through doing that, we will be able to have a chance at addressing our existential problems. Lev, the next slide, please. So this here, you've heard, from a lot of the integral people who model, the different type of capital that we need to save our planet. This is my view on it. So the first 6 levels there represent the first 6 level of existence and their corresponding form of capital. It's a rough equivalence. It's not 100% accurate. The agrarian level is the tribal existence, that's agricultural. The next level is the resource that is associated mostly with extractive activities. Then you get manufactured capital, then financial capital on the top of that, and then the human capital. So those are the capitals that are represented in the first tier of existence. We don't, those are already existing. What the second tier does is it really does not create new forms of capital. It just makes the existing levels more efficient and more in tune of what we need to do to have a thrivable planet. So the yellow system there, the sustainable capital system, pretty much aligns everything else to a net zero trajectory. So agrarian capital needs to, have a zero net effect. Resource needs to be cannot add more to the carbon footprint, and so does manufacturing. And then the financial capital needs to really be more geared towards, instead of creating wealth for individuals, it needs to create wealth throughout culture, throughout society, and through regenerating our different ecosystems around the world. This is what the yellow system does. It puts it on a platform towards what a regenerative capital would do. So, Lev and I talked about the idea of is sustainable enough, and there's a discussion I think is going on early tomorrow morning about that. Based on my research, to pursue a net zero policy, as far as economic activity is concerned, is no longer a viable goal. We need to be thinking of how we regenerate how we help Mother Nature regenerate much of what we have destroyed in the last 500 years. So that will be the purpose of the 8th level system, the turquoise system in the model. And the last slide there shows bits and pieces of what that transition would look like. So this is the transition, as we overcome that momentous leap, that collective shadow that we have to process, it becomes a transition from where we are now, which is pantometry is a term that was coined by the Enlightenment philosophers. It basically seeks to quantify everything that is quantifiable. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing, except the modern mind has used that to manipulate the system, to create scarce resources, to quantify things in order to monetize them and sell them off as proprietary systems. So the movement is from pantometry to gaiametry. Gaiametry is a term basically that I'm using to substitute for degrowth. As many of you know, degrowth is somewhat a stigmatized term, and it really limits the argument to whether you are arguing for economic growth or against economic growth. Well, this puts it in an entirely different realm. It is about the survival of the planet. It's no longer a debate about whether you could grow economically or not. We have to look to restore what we have used from the planet's resources that have affected the different planetary systems that are in different phases of collapse. So the movement really is from measuring happiness, or what matters to us, from a measure of GDP, a global domestic product, which seems to be the big moving part of the modern mind, to a measure of what I call the index of Earth systems thrivability. Are we contributing to, in our business decisions, in our macro policies, whether they're geopolitical or economic, are we contributing to making the planet thrive, or are we still contributing to extractive activities that affect the health of the planet in the long term? So it's a movement from the values of quantify and externalize, which has been the motto for the last probably 100 years or so. Externalize the cost of economic activity, or whatever the purpose of the quantification was. The byproduct of that was externalized to the environment, to a set of values where we quantify and integrate. So, the science of quantifying is very important as we move forward, but the purpose of it will be used for what the purpose of the second tier system of the integral level and a turquoise level call for, and that is to revive the planet, to do our fair share to bring back vitality to every aspect of the planetary systems. The shift is from market feasibility to planetary habitability. I mean, you can sense the change in texture of meaning when we're in those values that seek to restore the planet's habitability. From egocentrism to ecocentrism, that's pretty much self-explanatory. From the psychology of the individual or the group to the eco-psychology. Psychology has to be informed by the greater psychology in which all psychologies are nested, which is the eco-psychology. And from sociology, which is the environment, to eco-sociology. Again, that's pretty much self-explanatory. Economic philosophy of grow or die must become a degrowth philosophy to restore and live. Scarcity, which is the one of the fundamental pillars of the capitalist system, is that you have to make something scarce in order for it to create value. So we're moving from scarcity in a world of abundance. We had a world of abundance that is now reaching a point of entropy, to regeneration in a world of scarcity. So there will be scarcity, but because it is called the Anthropocene, it is up to us to begin regeneration of the things that we have lost through our responsible, activities in the first year of the first sapient. The Magna Carta had been a source of how to govern in a modern way for the last 700 or 800 years. It is the great charter to the rule of law. We need to move from that to the Gaia Carta. And I heard some talk about the type of open government that was part of the previous discussion. So it is a movement from that to the greater charter to the rule of nature. So we need to become a part of nature again, not separate from it, but with all the knowledge that we've accomplished, that we've acquired, we need to reintegrate back into into taking our role in the natural intelligence of thing, not the human intelligence all by itself. And then finally and there's a whole bunch of these that I discuss in my book. Understand nature in order to tame it. That is what the first Homo sapien has done, is tame nature to understand it. It's purely a mechanical Newtonian approach to help us make sense out of our lives, and that has gotten us where we are now. So that alone is no longer an option to be deployed. So the movement is from that to understand to a place where we understand nature in order to restore it and live in harmony with it. So those are the kind of transition things that that the human journey must really undertake in order for us to thrive and live happily on the other side. And and I'm sorry, this is as much as I can come up with in the last 2 days in extrapolating what I've been writing about the last 6 months or so. I'm putting it in as much of a knowledgeable platform as I can. So with that, I thank everybody for listening, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you very much for the really detailed and profound presentation. I'm sure that we all enjoyed, everybody who is watching here through YouTube and in recording. And if I may, I would ask first question and then open the floor. I'm sure other people might also want to ask you about some specifics for the overall framework. Where I would like to start, I envy you because I want to write a book, but I don't have time. So my first question is, being in this process, as you said, for the last 6 months, how do you see yourself evolve as a human being? We talk about happy cities, living planet, and all those things. I know a little bit your sort of personal trajectory, but in those specific 6 months, thinking about the planetary issues and our challenges and everything, how do you see yourself evolving as a human being on this journey?
Yeah, well, thanks for the question, Lev. It was, I don't know if I want to call it, it's because I live in an open system, but I try my best to keep my mind open to what's next, to what helps people evolve, what helps systems evolve. And maybe trying to focus and remaining in that state is a difficult thing sometimes. Life throws different challenges, our way, and I've had to deal with some personal issues. As some of you might know, my wife Elza, who's worked with me and Don Beck on some an initiative, a peace initiative in the Middle East. About 5-6 years ago, she was diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia. So to me, her illness sort of brought into perspective of really myself asking what the purpose of life is, and if something could disappear so quickly and unexpectedly. All we have on this planet is a very short period of time where we can influence things the way we'd like to maybe see change happen. And I've just been a very lucky person in the sense of being able to work with Don Beck and get exposed to all these evolutionary concepts. Marilyn's work with integral cities, Wilbur's work, all that contributed to me being in an open state. That it was just a matter of a decision, Lev, that 6 months ago I decided that enough procrastination. I've done enough research. I have grieved the loss of my soulmate and my life partner. It was actually right after Don Beck passed away in May that I said to myself, well, this is it. I'm the only standing person. If I'm not going to do it now, it's never going to happen. And so, and that's when I started writing. And it's brought me to really get familiarized with what I've written before and the evolutionary process that I've been through, paralleled with all the changes that have taken place since I left this work, and I'm back to it, looking at it from a deeper and more profound angle.
Thank you for being on this journey. It really provides all of us with lots of wealth and deeper understanding of all those processes. I pass it on to whoever wants to pick it up with questions or comments. The floor is open.
Saeed, it's beautiful to be in the same room with you. It's been a while.
Thank you.
And,
likewise, Marilyn. It's nice to see you.
Beautiful work. I really love what you've done, and as I said in the chat, I love gaiametry.
Yes. Actually, the term was hijacked by some New Age people to express the different kind of gems that you can buy, but I'm sure it's not copyrighted.
Well,
So thank you for saying that. Wonderful.
When you first published Mnemonomics, it was like a radical new reframing of economics, and since then we've had a number of other authors come along and frame things from regenerative economics, and one of the most popular is donut economics.
Right.
Are you seeing those as aspects of the proposal that you're making to frame the evolutionary unfolding? I have to say, I must always, excuse me for interrupting you, I just wanted to say I am always very appreciative of your comments in that area, because I often also find myself alone saying, oh yes, there's another dimension. It's called development, it's called evolution, it's called that trajectory, and we can't just group people together on flat land. That's what I see you're doing in a beautiful way with the economics at a new, I think, a new depth. So I'd love to have your comments about, so when you saw donut economics come up, what happened with your thinking about your own work?
So it's amazing, this synchronicity in this, Marilyn, because this is the chapter that I'm working on now. I'm comparing, one of the last slides that I shared about what the yellow and the turquoise system need to do. And I'm comparing different models out there. Primarily, the two different sustainability models that are out there are the circular economy and the donut economy.
Right.
And to me, the donut economy really articulates what a turquoise system would do. You cannot go outside the bounds of these systems, and it really defines them. And these are planetary systems that, of which we cannot exceed the use of certain resources and so forth. And similarly with the circular economy, the problem that I'm running into is that why haven't they been adopted by leaders? And why haven't we seen them, reach a point where they begin to define bigger and bigger parts of what we're doing? And what came to me is that these ideas are swimming in an ecosystem of first-tier values.
Mm-hmm.
That when you share wonderful ideas like that with a leader, they absorb it through whatever their center of gravity is. So if their thinking is, I'm a politician who needs to provide employment for my people and to save my own political career, while you're asking me to do is going to reverse, a good portion of what I know to be economic activity, I'm not going to adopt them. So therein lies the problem, is that, all these great ideas get to be adopted by the values of the modern mind, by the values that for the last 500 years, all they've known is extractive economic activity. The idea of degrowth is death to the brightest leaders out there. Look at what's happening in France. Everybody thought Macron was the next great leader, and the minute he says, in order for us to save the retirement pension, we have to, and all hell breaks loose in France. These are the kind of, and that's just one tiny fragment of what a second-tier thinker would do. So imagine bringing that to a worldwide economy. It's not. The reason I say there's a collective shadow that we have to deal with. This is exactly it. This is the idea that we have to process everything that we have done in the last 500 years and reflect on where it has gotten us in a very conscious way in order for us to begin to see that degrowth is a thing of the future, in order for I explain a donut economy or circular economy to a conscious leader, and they say, yes, now I'm beginning to see, because my own values have changed, we need to pursue degrowth, the best way we can. And it just flies in the face of everything we have known to be good and true the last 100 years.
And I think, Saeed, I had the reciprocal effect, because I tried explaining the spiral evolution to donut economists. So I actually took the donut through its stages as it becomes less and less viable, and ran it through spiral dynamics to say, this is why we, stretched out beyond our constraints. So it's very nice to see your much more elegant framing. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, in the chapter about the collective shadow, I mean, a lot of this, there's going to be a lot of pain. We're gonna really have to learn to reverse much of what Western philosophy has stood for, in the sense that we can only define life through our own mind, and we can change things. We need to get to a space where we accept that even our own death is a part of life. The death of the ego is a part of the rebirth of the greater ego. And so it becomes more like philosophical and psychological than it does just economic. So it really deals with the other aspects of what it is to be human than it is just, how do we provide, society, an economic model that's survivable. We have to address all the issues that we basically have ignored the last few hundred years.
Thank you.
Alexander, please.
Thank you, Lev. Saeed, thank you so much. And really, put my hand down. My question comes right in line with what Marilyn was just saying. And if you permit me just to set it up for a moment.
Sure, please.
Because I feel like I can consult with you. I mean, I feel like maybe, not that you will have the answer, but hopefully you will have some guidance along these lines from what you have shared, because I feel it's just very powerful. Firstly, I'm fascinated by your own personal journey and life story in this. Fascinated is not quite the right word, because it's much more along the empathetic lines. But it does somehow bring to mind this whole notion of fractal ontology, where what you're experiencing is echoed in what you're seeing in the world in its own dimensions of emergence. And I'm wondering how that plays in, because it obviously provides you with a lens, your own experience, and how that, I mean, you're even saying the same things just now. So the question has to do with the frameworks that Carolyn Merchant, the political philosopher and ecofeminist working at the UC Berkeley, uses. She has a three-tier value meme framework for human civilization. She talks about the egocentric frame, which is that which in the capitalist materialist world is what operates, right? And it's a coherent ethic that says I need to look out for number one. And if everybody did like I did, nobody would be a burden on anybody else. So it's that kind of logic. Then she calls it homocentric. I'm not sure why she doesn't call it anthropocentric, but homocentric ethic, which is taking care of the planet for future generations, but of human beings, so that our great-grandchildren can see living orangutans, not because the orangutans have rights, but because our great-grandchildren should deserve to see that. So it's homocentric. Then there is the ecocentric frame, which is then I'm not trying to save the rainforest as a human being, but I'm part of the rainforest trying to save itself. Change of identity. And then I've added a fourth level rather, which is the evolutionary centric, evocentric, which suggests that things must also die. And there must be also times in which things go into extinction to allow for other things to arise. And that is something to be celebrated as well. Whereas at the ecocentric level, all life is sacred, all life must be preserved. And that doesn't allow for transition, emergence. So to get to my question, I'm going to put into the chat, I hope you can see here, a little framework that I've come up, and I'm wondering if this makes sense to you, because something I might want to ask for Daniel Christian Wall as well when he comes on a little later. And the idea is I see that there's a period in which we really had an extractive framework, and as you said, it's frankly much before 1760s, but there was an extractive engagement with the world. Then sustainability came kind of burst onto the scene in the late 80s, let's say, with the Brundtland Report and so on. Then we've come into the second decade of this millennium, and we looked at a regenerative framework, which is about rethinking, restoring, replenishing. And I've always been struck by how we're not talking about generative frameworks. We're talking about regenerative frameworks. And regeneration is a synonym of healing. It's so important. Sustainability is so important. I'm not trying to say they're not important, but for me, it is necessary but not sufficient. We must have generative frameworks, which is the last one that I put there about evolve, where things also admit the need for certain patterns to decay and others to come into play. So it's not just the regeneration of what is, but it's the creation of the conditions for the emergence of something we can't even conceive of now.
Yes.
What is your holding of that?
Well, I want to put what you just said in a bigger framework that that really got me into starting research into that is now being a part of my book, and that is in our modern mind efforts to make the world a better place, to see it all connected through commerce and development and all that. We have extracted the cost of that to the environment to the point where we've triggered the collapse of the greater fractal, of the greater holon that we're in, and we really don't have too much knowledge. I mean, that's turquoise science. This is science of the 8th level. And what happened is, the way the Gravesian model works is that whenever we begin to sense the problems of existence in a certain area, that triggers the intelligence in our own adaptive mind to begin to address it. So what we've done with climate change is that we triggered the problems of the 8th level of existence, when in reality, the center of gravity is somewhere between the 5th level, that is the orange, the strategic thinker, the modern mind, and the 6th level, which is the egalitarian and the humanitarian mind. If the center of gravity is there, you're looking not only at the momentous leap that needs to take place, but also at 2 levels higher. So my thinking is that we have very little knowledge at what stage. I presented the life cycle model, and the reason I presented that is because when I look to place climate change on the life cycle, nothing got past that introductory phase. It seems like, one day you hear issues of the melting ice cap. They're moving, twice as fast as we thought. And then suddenly, 2 months later, a report comes out and says, oh, no, we were wrong. It's moving 4 times as fast. The carbon parts per million are on this trajectory, and then suddenly new data comes out. Oh, no, we've exceeded. So right away you can gauge that the turquoise science needs to be, empowered a lot more, and that we really have no clue of what stage in the collapse on that. I believe a lot of the Earth system have gone past the nexus point on that life cycle, but we simply don't know it. And so the best we can do is do our best to prevent collapse. But Mother Nature is going to do what Mother Nature is going to need to do for her to reach balance. I mean, let's get our ego out of the way here. We could be looking in another 20 years. And Graves, God, predicted this 50 years ago. He basically told Don Beck that we probably won't be able to go to the integral level of existence without half of the population dying off. And his projections weren't based on, he was very intuitive about that stuff. And to look at what we're heading into, the idea that, half of the Midwest here will be underwater in another 20 years, the dry is going to get drier, the cold is going to get colder, the hot's going to get hotter, and so forth. I mean, that's just an operation of Mother Nature that we could barely begin to understand in order for us to do something about. And the best thing we can do is adapt. It's getting to know ourselves better so we can cope with whatever Mother Nature is going to give us in a more conscious way. It's not that we can contribute to restoring, once that life cycle of Mother Nature, the different aspects of it reach the point of the nexus point, like Leah Pergagine says, the possibilities are endless. You could never predict which direction it's going to happen. And I believe, on half of those Earth systems, we're beyond that nexus point. And so the best we can do is try to manage it the best way we can. Whether it's sustainability, I think, is out of the question. I mean, those values won't save the planet. Regenerative values, generative values will probably make us become more acceptable of our destiny. I picked up a couple of books by an author by the name Roy Scranton. I don't know if you've run across his work. He's not a part of any evolutionary community or spiral dynamics of Ringel, but he talks about a foregone conclusion that we're screwed. I mean, that's the title of one of his books, Climate Change. We're screwed. Now what? And he goes into details on how we have defined our modern values through the lens of Western civilization. When in reality, to help us cope with what's coming, we need to return to Eastern tradition. We need to understand what karma and the role of life is in order to put, the long life and, and the purpose of karma and the soul and what our purpose, in reincarnating and coming back is, all that, it's just, you might not, people might not believe in it, but it just gives you that perspective that allows you to think that, we caused this, and I feel, somewhat responsible or more adjusted to what's going to come, instead of saying, well, I'll just, create some mitigation measures that could be rendered absolutely useless in another 5 years.
Said, and I know that we have Feriel and Lev right here waiting, and so I want to just to put a fine point on it to see if I can get a specific response. In your model, and by the way, the idea of seeing this in the perspectives of the Eastern also was coming out in the quantum physics, is affirming those kind of non-linear. Prigogine had said this many years ago, but there's a non-linear trajectory here. So not looking at this as saying, how are we just going to go from this model, from this way of being to the next one in an extrapolation? No, this is clearly, and this is where I think Marilyn's optimism comes in as well. This is where we have bifurcation points that we can not see what the outcomes of are, bad sentence, but we can at least create the conditions for emergence in a certain direction. Right. Question is, your model seems to end with regeneration, the top level. And I'm wondering, why not generation, like generative power and evolution, or again, those aspects which create the conditions for surprise, for emergence, which the kind of emergence which is healthy, not just healing what is, which is regeneration, but actually creating conditions for that which isn't yet.
Yeah. I to be honest, I have to think about that. Regeneration is putting back that which we have taken out of Mother Nature, restoring it back the best way we can, but not only for it to just be restored, but in order for it to also regenerate and create new ecosystems and new habitats for survivability. Generation is, both concepts are still limited to what that bigger fractal that is, Mother Nature's ecosystem decide to do. We're at the mercy of that. And so, yes, it could be regenerative, it could be generative, it could be sustainable, but in the end, we're bumping up against the holonic structure in which all this is nested, and that we are at the mercy of that. And however we interpret what we need to do, it remains subjective. I mean, it's till we know further about what's causing collapse and how to address it effectively, we're just going to be in that space of trust that we're doing the right thing and hope for the best.
Feriel, do you still want to go ahead?
For me, it was depending on the time. So if there's too little time, I'll let you go.
We have eternity. In a way. But
so clearly, I mean, what's the ageism?
But at least 30 minutes.
I feel so privileged, Lev.
so is it okay, Liv?
Yes, yes. Go ahead.
So it was, I really enjoyed listening to this because it really, I think it, Sahid, thank you for those reflections really and giving it some solidity as well. I think in a lot of my work, one of the things I do, so I'm trying to bring what you're talking in these very big terms down to like the average human being to understand, right? And so I use the analogy of the happily ever after, that there is no happily ever after. Let go of that idea. So, and when I say happily ever after, it's just the idea that everything's going to be right. But at the same time, there's the paradox of everything will be all right. Right. And what I mean by this is, so I use words, for that generative that Alexander spoke about as mystery. And that falling into that mystery and trusting that mystery, because we kind of have been on a cosmological journey, whether it was from our little cell to now, so, and that thing is, it's flowed and it's done what evolution has followed its path, right. and holding the balance and doing all of that. So I think I have a question in here somewhere. And my question is, when I look at your, the little drawing that you had, the graphic with the little kind of the gray area, and that is the transformative, how we need to move from this thinking, the paradigm shift that we have to have, that work we've got to do. Now, I mean, I saw that little valley being from, I think it was 6 to 7 level thinker or 7 to 8 level thinker. And that wasn't even touching the 1st to 2nd level thinker. So this is where, for me, it starts getting to, oh my gosh. Why I say that is because of the work that I have to do. For me, it's about them having that paradigm shift. Yeah. In other words, we're in this playground with all these different levels. So let's call it a schoolroom with like all these different levels of thinkers. So my question becomes, your advice on how do we hold that space for all that kind of paradigm shift having to happen on all these different levels? Because that is really the complexity I ran into in designing that kind of journey for individuals. And so I kind of had to pick a group, and really I would want to hold space for that transition of all of us. And what is your advice about that?
Yeah, well, that gray area that you spoke about, I'm calling the collective shadow. And I struggled, quite a bit to try to define that. And in the end, it really is definable by what you would consider doing shadow work yourself. And, so bring out to the light the things that have been, that have remained unconscious, the things that, you have sidelined as important, as unimportant as an individual. And as you begin to process these things, think of how we as humans have affected, the different ecosystems around us, the different groupings, the different formations, how our policies, the Western world have affected, whether it's colonialism or post-colonialism, how it affected the growth of other humanity. All that is a part of the shadow that needs to be processed. To bring it down to the individual level, I think it's a space where an individual has to be okay with the idea that what's coming might not look like anything we have known. That is, the future, might not involve, employment the way we've known it, or calculation of economic metrics the way we've known them, or the idea that, keep in mind that the 7th level of development is a lot like the survivalistic values of the caveman. So imagine the elemental naturalistic existence of the caveman, with the added benefit of the cognitive intelligence that we have acquired, the technological advantages that we acquired, and put that in a new perspective to create what that system would look like. So it's like a return. If we can skip the industrial age, if you can bypass that and look at what life would have been like, that will paint a very good example of where we will be, on the other side of, on the other side of processing that shadow at that 7th level. And it just so happens that it's you have to integrate the complexity, the healthiest part of the complexity we experienced since that first level system, which translates into, how do you do it with integral cities? How do you do it with thrivable cities? How do you do it with, we cannot, go back to living off the land. So how do you do it with the structures that are already existing and make it sustainable and regenerative? So those are the questions that really, that's the $64,000 question that still needs to be answered. And that's what, I think that's what the purpose of this group is to put our minds together and try to come up with these answers.
Well, thank you for that wisdom. And in the end, if I look at how life, kind of looks, there's life and there's death. So maybe all we're really doing is kind of just delaying the inevitable. Perhaps there is a path that we have to just evolve to something else.
Yes. And you need to have leaders at the community level, at every leadership structure, at every leadership pylon, begin to believe that transition to something that is extraordinary is happening whether we like it or not. We are no longer in charge of what the next system is going to look like. Mother Nature is going to dictate that, and it's up to us and our leaders to adjust to that and lessen the effects of that collective shadow.
If I may pick up from here, first of all, Marilyn, I see that it's time to go. It's quite late also in Europe, even in the United Kingdom. So Marilyn, thank you for your service to Gaia and humanity throughout the whole day today. And I know that we have a long day tomorrow as well. So please rest well. That's a message to Marilyn from all of us.
Thank you, everyone. Blessings.
Thank you, Marilyn.
Thank
nice
you.
to see you.
Thanks, Alexander and Lev, for being such great leaders. Thank you, Saeed. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Marilyn. Take care.
Ferial will conquer Scotland.
Beautiful. So, Saeed, I really want to mention how liberating and uplifting is, to me, is what you have shared today. And I have experienced a similar, but quite in a different context, feeling. If you know a gentleman, his name is Martin Knox. He lives in the United Kingdom. Marilyn introduced me to him a few months ago. He's also a co-founder of Living Cities Earth. So Martin started to work with us. It's a different context, but it will come together in a couple of minutes. So he started working with Living Cities Earth and developing sort of our identity, what we're about in a very short terms, like a branding sort of exercise. And at some point, he was like, we don't need a logo. I was like, how is it that we don't need a logo? Everybody needs a logo to be recognized. He says, no, that's not what I mean. It's not that we don't need a logo at all, but we don't need to establish or to select one logo like everybody does. We're a living system, we're changing, we have different contexts. We could have as many logos as we want. To me, initially, it was a very sort of strange idea. Not in a bad way, but just very unfamiliar. How can we have several logos, etc.? But about a few weeks later, something clicked in my mind, and I realized it's so liberating. We don't have to go by the structure which was established and was very solid in the current system of thinking. And we started using one logo in this context and another logo. Somebody likes this blue, for example, globe you see on one of the avatars. Another person likes something else. And we found that it gives a lot of free energy flow. So that was a very liberating experience to go beyond traditional thinking, sort of, right? And when I listened in our conversation yesterday and today in your presentation, beautiful, those ideas about that we most likely we are going through a very transformational process as a civilization and large sort of ecosystem. And when you look at it from the deeper perspective, right, transformation of consciousness, evolution of life itself, not from my personal perspective or even our group perspective, then there is no problem, really. And you often hear those what's called alarmist talk, that everything is falling down, everything, everybody will die, and it's not the problem with the collapse. Of course, it's not good when things collapse. I'm not suggesting that we should, celebrate it, but it's when you look from a deeper perspective, and also as Alexander, I believe, and you also mentioned, and you understand those cycles of life, which old traditional societies, like with Krishna and I forgot the name of those Indian goddess. One is the god of creation, one is the god of destruction, right?
Shiva, yes.
Shiva, right, thank you. So, and listening to you, it also gave me a great sense of freedom and richness of life experience right now. So I don't need to hold on to some specific trajectory of my personal or even our collective life, but I could be free to experience the unfolding of reality while being connected to my deeper and sort of evolutionary, more and more deeper or higher levels of consciousness, be a force of good to my daughters or my wife or the whole community or the whole planet, but still be free from the attachment to what is, right? And rather be open to the beautiful magic process of evolution. So sorry for my ramblings, but I just
that's absolutely beautiful, Lev. I'm so glad that you shared that. Yeah, that's absolutely essential. Is detachment. What are we really detaching from? This whole artificial construct of we need to have a job in order for us to to have a better home and better clothes and drive a better car and all that. It's all. Attachment begets attachment, and that's just the way the enlightened mind works. And it's we don't need to necessarily bypass it. We need to take its best practices and learn how to detach from it, even if it disappears, that we should be okay. And I think that's really where the shadow work begins, is that how do we bypass the age of enlightenment, the idea that quantification of everything was good? How do we detach from quantification being used to create attachment and consumption and begin to affect the Earth system, cause them to collapse? How do we move from that and use quantification to provide everyone on the planet a better life? And that could only be done by the restorative efforts that we're going to do through our behavior in restoring the different ecosystems to the Earth, the way we relate to each other, the way we relate to all other living systems on Earth. So what you're bringing up is quite important. It's attachment from the ego at its highest form to the to the open state of being open as being just one life form on a planet with limited resources.
Can I mention, while Lev is struggling with his microphone, that this is beautiful because it brings into play many people talking about interbeing, right? And the need for recognizing this comes from Thich Nhat Hanh's work. Charles Eisenstein has brought it forward, and I've found Akomolafe, Bayo Akomolafe has written also about intrabeing. And that's what I'm hearing you talk about right now, Said, that we are actually just one being on this planet, right. And we are all, with our own volition, right, part of that self-similar being. And how can we then recognize not just our interdependence, but our intradependence, because we are actually all in this co-creative sphere. We can't really run away from the planet or from each other, which is us. So I think that's a different holding. I have to go say goodbye to somebody real quick. I'll be right back. Sorry.
But what an incredibly beautiful reflection, right? When you see, I think it was Marilyn that was talking about our brain being this hologram, kind of showing us certain things. And really, nature has really showed us this all along. There is no fear here. I mean, we fear death, but there's no need, because we're energy. We become part of the next cycle of whatever life is. So when we also don't see ourselves just as a being from Earth, but actually a being that is part of an entire cosmos, which it's going to have this cycle, and it's going to have the life and the death embedded in there, and really just embracing that and actually enjoying our part of the story, to the greatest degree that we can.
Yeah. The idea that, there's a comparison between human cognitive intelligence and natural intelligence. You put the two side by side, and you begin to see the kind of work that we need to do. Mother Nature is indifferent about whether we live or die. She's just reaching balance after, all the damage that we've done. She's reaching balance, to remain in that space of Holocene, the ideal place for humanity to exist. And even when that stops without human intervention, Mother Nature will move on. We might die off as a species. It happens automatically without an ego awareness that, the Homo sapien is a preferred species, I'm going to guard them. No, it's just, you have to take into consideration the natural intelligence and how it operates for no other reason other than to help us detach from our ego. We seem to continue on the path of, separating ourselves from nature in order for us to make sense of, how we develop medicines, how to develop better ways of living. Well, that's great. That needs to, we've taken that to the point of no return. And now we need to come back and say, okay, what are we creating? How would us continuing on the same path that we've created affect the natural intelligence of the bigger whole that we live in? And that's really the next frontier to me.
It's interesting, if I haven't interrupted anyone, with Alexander yesterday, we were speaking about creating a sort of a workshop and eventually a course for leaders worldwide on developing the evolutionary leadership worldview, skills, competences, etc. And just looking at who is at the screen right now, I was thinking Chantal Garneau, she's our colleague from Canada. She could share her experience with, let's say, running municipal systems, right? Alexander could really share a lot about systemic leadership and evolutionary leadership. Alexei Gershenko, who is also here, he is a great sort of leadership coach and does a lot of things with developing inner capacity of those leaders. Ferial, with her double Scotland and South African background, could really talk about inspiring leadership and many other sort of skills. And Said, you could bring this framework of first and second sapient, because imagine if we just, it's such a strong idea that we looking the same on the outside could belong either to first sapient, first level of development, right, of sort of Homo sapiens, or we could belong to the second one. And it's really, in a way, a matter of it not only, but also inner choice, sort of conscious choice. Where do you want to, as you said, where is your center of gravity, your center of attention? Is it in survival mode? Then you can spend your whole life surviving. There is no limit to it. You'll always try to survive. Or it's in the evolutionary mode. And I think if we move more and more people towards recognizing this choice and the whole sort of, perspective, and really voting for the internal sort of personal life to go more on the second quote-unquote level, thinking and action and interaction and evolution, that could be an interesting change on a increasing scale. So I invite you to consider to do such a program, and under Alexander's guidance, I think we can create a beautiful program.
I think this platform, Lev, and everything that represents the living city is the ideal platform that can capture the attention of leaders, especially, you know, the more time goes by and the more what I call existential issues that we face, be it climate change, be it the obsolescence of our economic models, be it the idea that you know, we keep doing the same the same thing over and over again, not achieving better results. You know, all of that activity that's happening is going to force leaders to start looking for different answers. You know, 2 decades ago, they weren't. I mean, the awareness that, you know, things are changing and not for the better wasn't there. You know, we were sort of sticking our heads in the sand and saying, yeah, well, you know, that's a fringe thing that we have to do something about, you know, climate change, or that we're depleting our resources, or whatever it might be. But now it's becoming more and more a part of the mainstream consciousness, and that what we're doing here can definitely affect systems thinker that can affect change at a global level. Thank you all. This was wonderful. This was a great. I'm so glad I had more time to engage. I felt like my presentation was just one monologue, and I'm so glad to hear that most of you found something good in it. So I'm so happy to have been a part of this presentation, and I will continue engaging in the next 2 days.
Said, remind me, do you live in San Diego?
San Diego, yes.
Alexei is also.
We're neighbors.
Oh, we are.
Yes.
Yes. Well, we should.
Would love to meet you one day personally. Thank you so much for your presentation. Me and my colleagues were also using spiral dynamics as one of the framework and map which helps leaders to increase their consciousness with where they are and how they can find the opportunities, right, to become better.
That's
people,
fantastic.
Leaders. Yes,
Fantastic.
so I would love to connect with you more. Thank you.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Great. Okay.
Thank you, Said, for the gift of who you are.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you all. Thanks, Lev, for putting this together. Thank you all for participating. Take care. All right.
Well, as beautiful as it is, everything has to end at some point. And I think we're moving in the period of, we'll take a break, actually, until we have a session on freedom to choose, I believe, actually. Freedom to choose. Alexei, please correct me if I'm wrong, but we have a freedom to choose section starting at
2:45 p.m.
2:45
Pacific daytime.
And Ferial, I think it's about falling asleep soon. That means the European colleagues, everybody left. You're the only one left. And Katya in Italy, who is helping us with all the technical support. Everybody
and Marina also, yeah.
So I will be saying good night now, and I will be seeing you in the morning.
That's so beautiful.
Oh, in my morning. So thank you. It was wonderful. Thank you for all the wonderful curation and beautiful conversations. Thanks.
Enjoy your night. Good night sleep.
Thank you.
Thank you too. Thank you so much.
Alexei, I don't know whether you met Chantal or not. She was part of several discussions today, including how we build sort of happy cities, etc. So Chantal, if you are here, I would invite you to share a couple of comments on how it went for you, because it was your first time, in our events. And if you could share a couple of minutes, would be interesting to hear, and then we'll share our key takeaways and wrap it up.
Yeah, okay. I'm just painting right now.
Wow.
So I'm listening and I'm painting. I found it interesting, and I guess what I notice is sometimes I feel like I live in two different worlds. So I am a municipal councillor and dealing with the system as it is and learning a lot. So I was elected in October, so I'm recently in this field and finding it really interesting to learn how decisions are made and where power lies and where it doesn't, versus what is the perception of the public around the decisions that can be made by towns and cities versus how much power they actually have. And like that will change depending on what country or province or state that you're in, because there's going to be different rules everywhere. And then coming to conferences like this, and I feel a lot of like, yes, this is where we need to go. And then going back to the system, that's like, how does that actually translate into, like, how do the ideals come into form? And I think it can be easy to spend a lot of time debating the ideals and like what word to use, and but it's when it starts to actually come into form that some of those details will show themselves, right? So I enjoyed what I was able to listen to today. And just one comment, somebody had shared that Mother Earth doesn't really care if we survive or not. And I would like to gently disagree with that. And that if we are to see ourselves as part of nature, then why would we not be loved and cared for the same as anything else? So those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Very beautiful. And I love that you come into those last moments with your paintbrush, right? And being in the process of creation. So we're constantly creating something new. And it was really nice to have your presence and your smile and your energy in our sort of collective field. By the way, the city where you live, is it East Coast, Central part, or West Coast of Canada?
It would be towards the east. So
Toronto?
Near Toronto.
Near Toronto, okay.
Yeah.
So
and I'm painting, we have a big community event tomorrow for Earth Day. And so I'm going with a display. And so I'm painting my display.
Wonderful. I was just thinking that between Alexei, who is in San Diego, me between Vancouver and Seattle, and you being next to Toronto, we're about a few thousand kilometers and miles each.
Makes a triangle.
Right,
Yeah.
in a way. Well, if I pick up from you and just to share a couple of my sort of key insights, there were a lot of course, very rich ideas, and as you said, ideals, values, many things, frameworks we're discussing. But also I noticed that the quality, and I would call the caliber of people who joined is very, very high. And my belief is that changes never happen by themselves. They don't happen by artificial intelligence, at least not yet. They always happen through the activity of concrete people. I call them leaders of positive change for simplicity, like you, like Alexander, like Marilyn, like Alexei, like many others. So my sense is that our ideals would really come and become a reality when more and more people are inspired, engaged, and empowered by what we share. And it's not that we will try to sort of pull them into our thinking, right? But it's really helping them to feel it inside in a natural way. Because it's not our ideals, the universal ideals we're also trying to channel, to express in different frameworks and words. So if we are on the right path, and if our actions are filled with love, respect, and appreciation for humanity, and as you said, all of life, I believe other people who don't have too much of armor around their hearts and minds, who are more sort of open, they will catch up. Maybe many of them are far ahead of us, but many will catch up, and they will want to do it together on a global scale. So that's where my hope and intent lies, of building those networks of love, light, and concrete action as well. And I pass it on to Alexei.
Thank you so much, dear colleagues. First of all, I want to say thank you, Lev, to you and to our support team and to speakers and moderators. It's been 10 hours. How Lev is hosting the first day of our Earth Day celebration, and I congratulate everyone, of course, with this huge celebration, which we started a little bit earlier today, right? The actual Earth Day is tomorrow, and who is gonna for everyone who is going to watch us in a recorded video. So we're inviting you to participate tomorrow and after tomorrow. And I agree that we always discussing in ELC that we should, I think, find the forms and formats and platforms and ecosystems and all other tools to bring together the high-level ideas, perceptions, systems. It's amazing. I've been watching so today's day program, right? From the 6 a.m. It's like been 7 hours, and I'm so inspired. And that's what just Lev mentioned, that we can attract. I also love the word attraction, right? We can somehow personally, by energy, by ideas, by words, by forms or something, we can attract many people to really start feeling something inside as a motivation, as an energy, as an interest, curiosity, or something to get together, to contribute, and to, through the certain action and the certain formats, to release all our potential towards to happy cities and happy planets, to humanity in general. And that's how we can do it. And we have a vision, right? We have a vision, I mean, how we can organize these processes. And we have a lot of ideas, and our colleagues today presented the platforms and solutions and the projects which they're already doing, right? So, and everyone can connect, right? And support them and contribute. So I think we are on a very right way. And I got a lot of ideas about how the really economy, ecology, psychology, neurology, and other I would say science, right, or maybe spheres of our lives can really should come together, because we have what we have now, and we cannot deny anything, right? So we need to integrate. That's why we love this integral approaches, right? Because it's not about how to identify what is right, what is wrong, right? It's about how to put everything together in thriving, I would say, right, or developing direction. And my feeling from the first day today, we are not finishing the first day, right? It's going to be one more session, very interesting cases which are going to be presented by Michael and Stephanie. They're going to share real examples, how they work with the people in the prisons, right? In United States prisons, I think around the world also, right? How they help people to get back to the social life and to continue contribute in the their society, right? In their territories and the planet and the cities, right? But what I feel at the current moment, right? I feel huge alignment. because we are so different, but we are aligned, and we have many opportunities to align more. And one of the idea which came over also to me today is maybe one of the focus of attention. We spoke, and Marina shared that it's very important to fall in love with your place, with your territory, with your city, right? I would invite us also to fall in love with the human diversities and the differences, right? Because I think if we can fall in love with the differences, right, with changes. Also, we discussed, who was it? I think it was Pavel Luksha, right? Mentioned about VUCA world, right? And everything is changing, right? I think if we can really fall in love with the beauty of change, with the beauty of differences and diversity, that might be one of the key to our humanity, unity, and of course the future of our planet. Thank you so much. Congratulations again with the Earth Day. We're celebrating it, and thank you for coming, and thank you for participating, and we're waiting, of course, every one of you on the next session, which is going to start at almost in 1 hour, right? In 1 hour later, and we're going to talk about the freedom to choose, right? Of choice, I think, freedom of choice, the program, and it's going to be very interesting. And of course, second day, Saturday, and the Sunday program, International Day program on Sunday, we're going to, I think, represent it tomorrow. So a lot of interesting discussions, presentations, new opportunities, new people, new connections, new emotions, and new actions, right? Which we can align together to change the world, cities, and planets in a better way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
See you in 1 hour.
Bye.
Sorry, I had my mic turned off. How are you? Can you hear me okay? I cannot hear you. Oh, your mic is off.
Maybe because I was muted.
There you go. There you go. Wonderful.
No better.
Yes, yes. Well, we are the early birds.
Oh, okay.
Yes, uh-huh.
So this is at 2:45, right?
Yes, we'll be starting at 2:45.
Okay.
And so we're just now getting the handout set up, and Eric Rodriguez is coming in.
Yeah, people are starting to come in. Well, I better go grab a sandwich, huh?
You need a sandwich? Okay,
Yes.
well, if you need a sandwich, you better go get it now.
I'll be back.
Okay. Hi, Eric and Rhonda.
Hello.
How are you?
I don't think it's just showing my name.
Yeah, it's just showing your name, so you need to turn on your camera.
How do I do that?
Let's see. Are you on a computer? Because there's a little thing that says stop video down at the bottom. It's like a little video camera. And
My thing's really tiny.
if you touch that, if you touch the screen, then down at the bottom, you should see a little camera. Are you on? You on the?
There we go. I got it.
That's the miracle of modern technology.
Is there a way to make it bigger?
Let me see. You're on a computer or on a phone?
Eric was helping me get on.
Okay. Okay. Good. Good.
I'm on a computer. But I'm not sure how to. My thing's just super tiny.
Okay. If you grab the edge of the window, you should be able to pull it and make it bigger, like stretch it. Hey, Eric.
Hey, how's it going, Michael?
Hey, good to see you, man.
Likewise, brother.
And that's twice in 1 week.
I was just about to say the same thing.
Yes,
It's good to see you, Michael.
You too, Rhonda. Dang, it's been a minute. It has been a minute.
Has.
Mm-hmm. And Stephanie Balzer is volunteered, is in the room. Stephanie, meet Eric and Rhonda.
Hi, you guys.
Hi,
nice to meet
Hi,
you.
Stephanie.
Hi, Stephanie.
Freedom
Hi.
to Choose alumni. Yeah.
Cool.
And Rhonda is the reason for the season. We wouldn't be here without Rhonda's courageous act, writing a letter.
Thank you.
Yeah, you
Cool.
listened. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Michael has me on the agenda as a co-facilitator, but I really feel like my role is to listen and learn. So I am happy to jump in where needed, but really I'm super excited to learn more about this project, Freedom to Choose, and all you guys. So
Awesome. Awesome.
Great.
Indeed.
Oh, you know what I'm going to do while I have a second? I'm going to change my background
Oh, okay.
to the one you sent over.
Yeah, they're a little undersized for the HD. I think if you do standard definition, it might fill the whole screen. Did you get them right, Eric? Did you get those new backgrounds?
I did, but my computer doesn't allow it without a green screen.
Got you. Got you.
I know I downloaded it. Where did it go? Oh, here it is. Let me try this. Oops. Let's see what happens.
Oh, nice.
Oh, wow. Yeah, yours fits perfect.
Okay, good.
What the heck? Why does mine not? Wait a minute. You know what it might be? I'm using a little app. Let me see if that's affecting my background. Let me see. Hey, there, I'm getting smaller. Let's see, how's that? No, that didn't do it. Rats. So technology is all around us.
Technology is a lot to get used to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. That's been one of the reasons why I've been, doing the cybersafe classes, just trying to help, people get a handle on cybersecurity and staying safe, because there's so many things out there that are just not true,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, folks will start coming in about a quarter of, and then I'm going to ask Alexi. Let's see, Alexi, I think, is going to be our tech host. Well, he's the Living Cities tech host, and they are broadcasting this on YouTube. It is a global event, and it'll be available for replay afterwards.
Wonderful.
So, yes, indeed. So we are partnering with livingcities.earth. And Stephanie, did you get the little blurb in the spreadsheet?
Yes, I've got that here.
Yeah. So Stephanie and I were invited to be co-founders for livingcities.earth, which is a great honor and a wonderful opportunity to take FTC Global as a partner for livingcities.earth.
Nice.
So we are just
That's
so excited. And then Danielle Martin, who's in Sydney. Is she in Sydney or Melbourne?
She's in Australia.
Yeah, she's in Australia, somewhere
Victoria?
down.
I don't remember.
Yeah. Well, it's tomorrow there, right? It's
Yes.
already Earth Day there.
Yes.
Yeah. So she's gonna drop in and represent our Down Under constituency. So and apparently their Ministry of what is it called? Ministry of Prisons. They're very much interested in our work and have dug down deep in their pockets and said, "Bring it." So
that is so cool.
Yeah. So we're gonna be taking a contingency down under to go help them get set up.
I would love it.
Get ready, Eric. Buckle up.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab my water real quick.
Okay, dope.
I think I'm going to do that exact same thing.
Yeah.
Do I have to do anything, or is it okay to just leave it?
No, you're fine.
You're fine.
Okay, I think I have to go grab my charging cord too.
Okay. All right. Cool.
I'm gonna do the same. Be right back.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm gonna see if they've given me screen share capabilities. While the other participant is sharing. Okay, so someone is,
And Michael, just so I don't know if you got a chance to talk to Eric.
Not yet. Not yet.
Our workshop this morning, we did not have very many. There may have been more live streaming, I'm not sure, but we didn't have very many people. So we just didn't go into breakouts. We just stayed one whole group because it just didn't seem like the vibe. So just I don't know, in case that comes up, in case you have to pivot to.
Yeah. I'm just sending out a message here.
Hello, dear colleagues.
Oh, there's Alexi. All right, great. How are you, my
Michael,
friend?
Stephanie, hello. So nice to see you. Eric.
How are you?
Doing well. So
Pleasure
nice
to see you as well.
Yes.
Are you having a good day?
It is, yes. So from 4 a.m., right? It was for 10 hours streaming, and we just took the break right before our next session, your session, right? Cool. So excited.
Cool.
Wonderful. Will I be able to share a screen during our slot? It says that someone is screen sharing right now. Or it might be livingcities.earth. I'm not sure.
Yeah. So it's our tech support, right? Yeah, so let me clarify it, right? With our tech support now.
Yeah.
Michael, you would like to share your screen, right? Your presentation.
Yes, I would like to share my screen and have co-host capabilities. I want to put an asterisk by the name of all of our new people so that when we do the breakout sessions, they're in the room with somebody who knows how to do this. And I also have a document that I want to post. Hey, you know what? I might be able to do it though. Let's see if we can. Okay, I got co-host. Ready?
Try. Can you share your screen?
Yes, I'm in just 1 second. I'm just getting the
just want to also remind you that all our conversation is streamcasting, how you call it, right, to the YouTube channel, so people can watch us even now, and we can invite them, right, to join our Zoom call. So if you would like to participate, because the next session, it's going to be practical workshop, right, Michael, Stephanie? Are we going to do some activities?
Yes. The next session, starts at 2:45. It's the Freedom to Choose demonstration. So we're actually going to go into rooms and we're going to use the handout that's in the chat. If everyone sees that handout, if you could download that handout, that's going to be the instructions. And we're going to get a chance to actually participate. So some people that are attending, this will be new. For other people, this will be just a refresher, right?
Yes. So for those of you who are watching us now on the YouTube channel, please join us on the Zoom through the Zoom link in Zoom that you can participate in our activities. You can find the Zoom link in your email, which you got when you registered, right? The same place where you got your YouTube link. So please, if you would like to join us, come over to the Zoom and let's do it together.
Absolutely. And
Mike, let me know. Oh, so sorry for interrupting.
No,
let me know if you need something else from our support team. Do you have access to the sharing screen, to break rooms?
Yeah, let me make sure. Yeah, we can create breakout rooms. Okay. And the handout is in the chat. Rhonda, do you know how to get to the handout?
Okay, I just found it,
Okay.
but I'm not sure how to get into rooms.
Oh, we're going to put you in there.
Oh, great. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
It's kind of like Star Trek. You sort of get virtually pinged into another space.
That's so cool.
I know.
Yeah.
And I'm just chomping at the bit here. I'm so anxious to go, but I know we told people 2:45, so we don't want folks to miss out. But Eric, could you read the handout with me when we get to that part?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Should I download that?
Yes. Yeah. So you'll be able to access it.
I also downloaded it. That's amazing. So structured. Yeah. So excited.
Alexi, what's been your favorite part of the day so far?
Wow, it was several points. I would love to share, maybe let me say my common feelings, right? So it was many our colleagues who shared their approaches, platforms, products, services, programs, ecosystems, which they're already using to help cities and people around the world and planet to thrive, right, and to become better. And my main inspiration that we already aligned together. So we have the same vision, the same goals. We want the same future for the humanity, for cities, for our planet. And that's so exciting. It's so exciting. And we just need to maybe, that's what we're going to do with our co-founders probably, right? We're going to just organize maybe the certain, again, space, place, ecosystem or something where we can put all these things together in action, right? And involve more people from the cities administrations, from the organizations, corporates, and from other places, right? To join these activities, to contribute, to co-create the happy cities together and happy planet. So that's we discussed many different interesting and so I would say high intellectual levels topics and it was amazing. Thank you for asking. And I think that's amazing that the first day we are gonna ending right with your practical workshop, right, where we can a little bit land it probably, right, and make a bridge to our discussions tomorrow, because tomorrow we also gonna start with panel discussions. We're gonna again build the picture, right, on the happy cities, happy planets, and on the second part of the day we're gonna discuss more products, services, real programs, concepts, platforms which already existing and everyone can join. So I think that's amazing. That's amazing. Your workshop, right, which we're going to join soon. It's amazing bridge.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes. Thank you for doing that.
Wonderful. That's exciting. In my first conversation with Marina, we talked about how, connecting happy people, happy cities, happy neighborhoods, it starts with connecting happy people, two human beings coming together to connect, right? And the magic that creates, as a ripple effect throughout the planet as we create connections, relationships, neighborhoods, networks, cities, and ultimately 10,000 living cities where people are flourishing and thriving. So
It's so resonating with me because I just maybe like 40 minutes ago, right, just shared also my perception that everything starts from the personal connection, from heart to heart, from the attractions, from the emotion, from the energy for motion, right? Which we can feel right away, right? And after that, we can think together, talk and discuss some things together, can create things together. But I believe the same, Michael, like you, that everything starts from the connection point. Yes.
Yes. That's a perfect segue to introduce another board member from Freedom of Choose. Kirk Souter has just popped into the room. Hey, Kirk.
Hello. So nice to meet you.
Greetings. And let's see, you may not have met Alexei and Stephanie. They're both co-leaders of the livingcities.earth movement. And let's see, I think you know Rhonda Leland, live and in person.
Hi, Kurt. I can't see him.
Let's see.
Hello, Rhonda.
So in the upper right-hand corner, you might have like a little box that says view. And if you click that little box and choose gallery.
Okay.
And then you should be able to see everybody in the room.
Hi, Kurt.
Hi, Rhonda.
It's so great to see you.
Oh, God, what a joy it is to see you. You look fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So do you.
Kirk, can you see the handout that's in the chat?
Oh, I'll get it. No, I didn't know
You
that.
see it? Okay. I wasn't
No,
sure.
I don't have it. I'm sorry.
Oh, you don't have it.
I
Okay.
came in too late.
Yeah,
Okay.
you'll have to put it in there after everybody's in again because they don't get the chats
got
before.
it.
Probably it's better to do it before activity, right before.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll do it right before the activity, but we'll do a little bit of introductions and whatnot. Welcome, Kimberly.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Great. How did you hear about us?
I'm from Alexander, and I was here earlier, but I was working, and now I'm back, still working, but no one else is here. So
Awesome. And where are you calling in from?
the southern shore of Lake Erie, the Great Lakes bioregion in Cleveland.
Okay. Awesome. Well, welcome. We're going to be starting up in just a couple of minutes. So we're so glad you could join us.
Thank you.
I just still marvel at the fact that we can now just connect with people all over the planet, by just setting up a virtual Zoom room and saying, hey, come on in,
I love it.
Yes, indeed. I'm still waiting for the time when we can share coffee and crumpets,
In Europe.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Well, it's let me see, 9:45. So it's 11:40 in London now. Is that right, Alexei? I think they're about
check. So it's 11:45. Yeah, that's the PM, right? The workshop starts on European time.
Yes.
So it's almost midnight.
Yeah, so one of our challenges in planning this was that, Earth Day is like one day, but when it's today here, it's tomorrow in Australia, and it's some other time in India, and it's like, how are we going to do this? And through the genius of our collective mind power, we decided, well, hey, let's do a 3-day event. We'll start on Friday. Danielle Martin will be joining us from Tomorrowland in just a minute, and she's representing Australia. So, we're going to have a global hookup here in just a moment. And Alexei, have you been opening each segment, or are the co-leaders doing that?
Lev said that he's going to join us also, so
Awesome.
we can wait because Lev was hosting all 10 hours, let me say, program right before. So he said that he's going to join us also. But if he is not, we can start right when you're ready. Yeah.
Okay. And Eric Koner, another co-leader, just joined us.
Hello.
Hey, Eric.
What's up?
Hey, good to see you, brother.
Good to see you too, my man.
Yeah, I had no idea that your session was 5 a.m.
Neither did I. I got a text from Stephanie saying, "See you 5 a.m." I went, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, Eric Lev and I have. Well, I was going to say, you know, we saw each other at 4:45 this morning. Here we are again. Cool.
Exactly.
Thank you so much. You're like, you know, keeping the frame, right? So you started and you're going to end it today, right? Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell on Eric. You know, he delivers workshops on the what's it called, a graveyard shift for folks that are in. Is it the South Pacific? Is that how that works?
India, and Europe.
Yeah.
So I start work at 11:30 at night and end at around 5 a.m. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So you're used to it then, right?
I'm up late right now.
Yeah. Hey, Deanne's popped in from Colorado, another Freedom to Choose volunteer. And I'm going to make up that she will one day be a co-facilitator in training. I'm just making that up. Chantal Garneau, where are you calling from? Did I pronounce your name right, Chantal?
Hi, I'm from near Toronto in Canada.
Awesome. Welcome. So we are officially international. And we've got Annette Spence from Altadena, California, dialing in. So we are globally represented. I think we represent the planet. And Lev is another co-leader who I understand normally opens us up. But a little inside information about Lev is that he has recently been the host of a new human to the planet. There is a little one in his home, a little human being, brand new to the planet. And I'm going to make up that little one is demanding Lev's attention and time right now. So we're going to send them both light and continue in our efforts to lay some groundwork for a happy planet for that little one to be able to enjoy. So Alexei, would you like to open us? Is that the protocol or?
We don't have any protocols, right? So we are just going with the flow, and I just would love to invite you to continue hosting and to start your workshop. And
Awesome.
Alexander Lasla also joining us, I see.
Oh, good. Welcome, Alexander, from Buenos Aires, Argentina. That's down under, isn't it? Considered down under, yeah.
That is definitely the Southern Hemisphere. Yes, indeed.
Awesome. Well, it's an honor to be with all of you at this global event. I am just buzzing with enthusiasm at what we're about to experience together. I'm Michael Lattimore. I'm honored to be one of the co-founders of Living Cities Earth, invited to be a co-founder, and all of this while I am a Freedom to Choose board member, facilitator, ambassador. Another one of our facilitators just popped in, Anthony Albright, who's holding down a session over at the California Institute for Women. I want to talk to you a little bit about Freedom to Choose in a moment, but I want to first acknowledge the Living Cities Earth movement of global co-leaders who have come together to ask the question, how can we create 10,000 cities where people are happy, are vibrant, are flourishing? And you know, just asking the question moves us into the question and moves us into the energetic. And we'll see in just a moment that 20 years ago, somebody asked a question that planted the seed that started the Freedom to Choose movement, right? And it was just a tiny little workshop of volunteers who walked into a prison, you know, and I'm going to make up they were scared because they locked those doors behind you, you know, and they were wondering, like, what am I doing here in prison? And lo and behold, after 20 years, we have a program that can lift humanity at large. This is huge. And I think that the rise of Living Cities.Earth is a clear indication from the higher realms, from the divine, that it is time for this curriculum. This is an idea whose time has come. And I want to invite one of my co-founders to talk a little bit about Living Cities.Earth, what we are, what we're up to, why do we even have Living Cities.Earth? So I'm gonna spotlight Stephanie Balzer and put her on the platform. Stephanie?
Thanks. Thanks, Michael. Hi to Eric. Hi to everyone. It's first of all, let me just say, I'm so excited to learn from you all today. I feel like as much as Michael has shared that I am a co-leader of this group, a co-facilitator, I feel like I am learning as much as I am contributing. So I have two things. I'm just gonna take a minute. And one is a statement about Living Cities.Earth that explains a little bit more. But before I read that, because I don't have it memorized, I'll read it. I just want to share my own personal conviction or excitement around it. And that is, like Michael said, and like Alexi was saying at the start of the call, how much of this is experiential, is connecting to each of us personally as much as, and then linking that personal to research, to global participation, to workshops. But kind of let me get more specific, just all around, like, what does it mean to, why we're on this planet? We are experiencing so many great things, so many scary things. Like, what does it mean to each of us? So making that real personal and so much of a conviction that we get to contribute. I'm not a scientist. I have nothing to do with climate science or, you know, geopolitical activities, but the idea that my vision, my energy, my contribution can make a difference, that's huge. That really makes me feel like I have something to contribute. So this is the official statement. Living Cities.Earth is a global research, education, and action ecosystem headquartered in Switzerland and creating impact in 100 countries. LCE is co-led by 48 co-founders from 5 continents who united to co-create a better future, to support evolution of humanity and make a positive impact on lives of people in 10,000 cities, as well as all life on Earth. It's big. I like that it's big. It's big and it's cool.
I love that. I love that. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you. And, you know, over 1 billion people celebrate Earth Day. So we are just super excited to welcome all of you and congratulate you for joining the Global Earth Day Summit, Living Cities, Happy Planet. And of course, as we mentioned, it's organized by our Living City Earth and our partners. I am honored to be a co-founder and am just prophesizing that Freedom to Choose is moving into position as a service provider, as a partner of Living Cities.Earth. We're making history today because Freedom to Choose is 19 years old now, starting in March. And we believe that true, enduring, and self-replicating change starts as an inside-out process. And so when we activate ourselves, our own humanity, at the level of individual human consciousness, we see inner transformation, create outer change naturally, as within, so without. And so today we're going to experience the work that Freedom to Choose has taken into 33 California prisons, and we'll see how it can positively impact the mission of livingcities.earth to help create those 10,000 vibrant cities filled with flourishing human beings. How does that sound? I'm telling you. But we like to start all of our events with a little centering process. It's just an opportunity for us to come together in the silence for a moment. We will ask for the assistance of Spirit, God, your higher power. And please do this inside of yourself in a way that works for you. Maybe your wise part of yourself, your higher self. And, we embrace, all faiths, all beliefs, the one who has many names and who responds to them all. So maybe just a moment of silence if that works for you. And so I would invite you to just join with me as we just turn within. We focus our attention on our hearts and we just draw in a deep breath. We breathe in together. We breathe in love and we breathe out peace into this virtual room, knowing that when peace is known anywhere, it's known everywhere. And so we just set an intention inside of ourselves for learning and for healing, for connection and empathy. We set an intention for the upliftment of our planet, of one another. And we just send this light of love all around the room, all around the planet, to all of our co-leaders, all of our Freedom to Choose volunteers, our brothers and sisters in blue. We send it around the entire planet, and we know that it returns to us multiplied 100-fold. How grateful I am for this gathering, for all that is unfolding here, as I simply allow it to be. And so it is. Yes, yes, yes. And so I have introduced to you some co-leaders in the room, and I just am curious if any of the co-leaders in the space would like to just speak anything into the room as we get this train started. Is there anybody with a burning desire that just wants to? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there you go, Kurt. Go ahead, Kurt. You're ready.
Thank you for the invitation. And I love you, Michael. Like the energy that everything you say rides on is just so powerful. And I do want to remark when you said like everything starts with a question, an inquiry, and on this Zoom is the person who actually had the courage to ask that question 20 years ago, Rhonda Leland, that started the whole Freedom to Choose movement. And the question she simply asked in a letter that I've seen these words of, would you come and help us in that thing of human evolution, and that brave single question is what sparked the whole thing. And I just wanted to draw that connection between what you said, which is so true. The moment we even ask the question, we switch the energy, and that there's a person here who actually asked that question 20 years ago. And now, we're in virtually every prison in California. It's amazing.
Wow, thank you, Kurt. That was perfect. That's perfect. I'm going to ask Rhonda now to just come forward and I asked her a question on Facebook. Could you come and just share a little bit about your story? Like, how did you meet? What happened, right? Like, why are we here today? Rhonda, would you like to share a little bit with us?
Sure. Well, Actually, when I went to prison, I felt like it was a pretty hopeless situation and a pretty hopeless feeling. And I was looking for something just to help get through it. But it wasn't just for me. It was for everybody that I knew that was facing the same thing as me. And a big part of that was trying to find my voice. And when the letter got answered, it was like somebody said, "You're important, your voice is important, and I hear you, and I'm going to show up for you. So that was the first time in my life that had ever really happened. And I've watched, I mean, Freedom to Choose has changed my life dramatically. I've found my voice and I've changed who I am. I'm a lot kinder to myself. I'm a lot kinder to the world, but more than that, I've seen the impact of how it's changed my community and the people that I love. It started as that very little small group of women, and I'm still in touch with most of those women to this day. And they always tell me how impactful learning how to communicate with themselves and the world on a kinder, non-judgmental way has changed their lives. And it certainly changed my life, and I've watched it change our community. Even a small little group of women that know unknown caller. Sorry, I don't know how to mute my phone.
That's all right.
Okay, sorry. Even a small little group of women who took this class created a big, huge shift in our prison. And people started gravitating towards us and started asking us, like, what did you do differently? And more people got involved in this work. And as it spread throughout the prison went from being a pretty toxic environment to a pretty kind and loving environment over the matter of the span of maybe a few years. So I've seen it firsthand impact a community, and I just love the work. And I think it's so very important in all areas. I know it's been important to me, and it's definitely changed my life for the better.
Wow. Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you so much. And, I'm going to just, my eyes are just leaking here right now, because I'm going to just say that I have known you since I first went in 2009, right? And I have watched the way that you impacted women around you, and how you supported them, and then even when you moved, from up north and then came down, like, that same energy just came with you, So I just really want to acknowledge you, for sharing this work and for being here today as we share it with the world, right? Because this could work anywhere, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rhonda. And I'm also going to say that I saw the picture of you and your grandbabies, and I'm telling you, oh my God, those are your little mini me's. Like, what a blessing. What a blessing. Thank you for joining us today. Yes, indeed. And so we have in the room what we call alumni. These are people that we met on the inside and who are home with us now. And some of them, lo and behold, are actually working for Freedom to Choose. Can you believe that? That has always been a vision of mine, that we could begin to create jobs to share this work. Like, imagine having a job sharing Freedom to Choose. Like, what a deal, right? So I want to introduce to you my co-facilitator. We just did a gig at California Institute for Women last Sunday. We did a victim impact workshop, and he's in the room. So I'm going to out him. Eric, would you like to share a little bit about your Freedom to Choose story and how you ended up working for the organization?
Yeah, absolutely. I came to meet Freedom to Choose. I was actually on my way to the chapel one day and at Valley State Prison, and I seen this big group of free people like sitting down and having lunch with other people who were locked up just like me, and it looked like they were really happy to be there, which was completely foreign to me. And after inquiring, I found out who this group was, signed up, and ended up in the next workshop about 6 months later. And what was special for me was just like walking into this gym full of volunteers and other guys just like me. And I was sitting down next to this lady, and she just kept staring at me with this really, really huge smile and just telling me how happy she was that I was there. It felt like really weird, mostly because we're not usually that close to any free people. And then like she was just had this big old smile. And I just rolled with it. And then one thing that is really cool about Freedom to Choose, which we're gonna think experience in a little bit, is the trios, and the volunteers always the first person to share. And she opened up. It got vulnerable. Like it got emotional. I started shedding some tears. This guy I just met from one of the other yards was, shedding some tears. And like normally, like that's not the first thing you do when you meet people in prison, but it definitely was safe enough to do so in that moment. And so like I was hooked. It definitely helped me to like do some really, really deep inner work and help, like I say, reconnect me with humanity, because I had this big, huge wall that I had been taking with me throughout the world and in my lifestyle, that I didn't want nobody close. And that wall was completely, it was shattered that day. And so I kept going to the groups, the workshops for the next few years. And then when COVID hit, our executive director reached out and asked if I'd be willing to help out, like on the education team. I said, absolutely. From the inside, it's great to have any close interaction with whether it's a nonprofit organization or college. And what turned out even better was it ended up turning into an employment opportunity, which was cool because for the most part, I never even knew if I was coming home. I had a life sentence. I got home 2 years later, I had a part-time job. Now I'm full-time staff, and I get to help create the workshops, the curriculum, facilitate, go back in and still be part of the work, which is just really astounding. Because that one day, that very first workshop, on my way back to my cell, I was talking to one of my cellies and I'm like, man, you know what? It would just be so cool to be involved in some capacity, like in the future, if I ever get back home. And then lo and behold, several years later, I was actually at the first CIW workshop facilitating with the co-founder herself, BANI. And so like that was just amazing on so many levels. That's where I got to meet Rhonda. And it's just been a blessing in so many ways to stay connected to the work, to continue to do the inner work, and then just really be of support to the men and women who are inside.
Awesome. And let me tell you, Eric, it was like a dream come true to co-facilitate with you on Sunday. We met at Valley State, maybe 10 years ago or something like that, and for us to be standing up there on that platform together, man, was just really an honor,
Really cool.
I really appreciate you, brother. We have a thing that we say in Freedom to Choose, that is our mantra, right? And this mantra is, we are so flexible. And we say that because we know that one who is flexible shall not be bent out of shape. So we kind of did things a little different today. I mean, from the way that we normally do trios. We normally start off telling you about our history, who Freedom to Choose is, and so forth. But, we thought that the people were so important that we want to put the people first. This is the reason why we've all come together here for this global event. It's for the people. The information, the data, that's all fine and good. It's good information to know, but the people are the primary reason for being here. So a little bit of background information before we go into our skill, because we're going to practice respectful communication today. There's going to be a handout, and we're going to put that in the chat for you. And then we're going to put you into breakout sessions where you'll be in a room with 3 people. There's a good chance you'll be in a room with strangers. Oh my God, strangers from around the world. Oh my goodness. And you're going to experience the magic of Freedom to Choose. So that's a preview of coming attractions. But let me just tell you a little bit about Freedom to Choose. You heard that Rhonda wrote the letter. The letter went, a group of people went in to do like a little workshop. They had no idea what was going to happen. Well, 20 years later, this work spread. And through the pandemic, we were able to get self-study, self-directed education into 33 California prisons. So this work is based on the work of Viktor Frankl. And Viktor Frankl, the author of Man's Search for Meaning, was a Jewish psychiatrist. And of course, he was incarcerated in the Nazi concentration camps. And he observed something there, that there were individuals who took their last morsel of bread and they fed other men. And what he wrote in his book is that you can take everything from a man, but one thing, the last of human freedoms, and that is the freedom to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way. And that's the core, that we have the freedom to choose our way, our attitude, our direction. So lo and behold, here we are now 20 years later, and after 20 years of diligent iteration and care, in the words of Kirk Souder, we have a program that can lift humanity at large. It's not just about the prisons, built out of the walls, but it's about the mental prisons that we build, that keep us from connecting to one another. So this freedom to choose curricula is ideal for business, education, government, families, and communities of all kinds. And I'm going to make up that what we're up to is in the business of like recreating neighborhoods, because, neighborhoods are comprised of neighbors, and neighbors are people who connect one-on-one. And I'm going to make up that if freedom to choose could spread like wildfire like it did, that we can ride on this wave and we can connect with one another as co-leaders and co-leaders in our communities and also our little circles of influence, just like Rhonda did. Like everywhere she went, people gravitated to her. They want to know, Rhonda, what did you do? So they knew that she had done something because there was a light coming from her. Mm-hmm. So I could go on and on and on about freedom to choose, but I think you need to experience it. So let's move into the experiential. We're going to give you some background. Eric, you wanna help me out as we tell people about the trios?
Yes,
I know I'm putting you on the spot. Let's see. Let me see.
Yeah. So, I'll just if you can, we have put the respectful communication handout in the chat. And we'll just kind of read through this handout and go through little teach the skill. One of the things that I love is we don't just teach the skill like with words on paper, but we get to apply it, which kind of brings it to life. And it's really the magic of freedom to choose, because it wasn't just like learning something, putting it in memory and moving forward, but actually living it out. So I will go ahead. Are you gonna?
You know what? I think I can actually share the handout if I can get it pulled up. Okay, so the handout's in the chat. Brittany has placed it there. You can click it to open. Let me do that. Okay, and now let me put this over here, and then I'm going to share. I'm going to share my screen. How's that?
Sweet.
Is that it? Did I do it?
You did it.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay. So we're going to read the handout. We know everybody here can read, but what we've noticed is that when we read the handout, it accesses a part of our brain that maybe we might not, activate under other conditions. So we want to make sure everybody's got it down pat. So there's a quote at the top of the page. And is there anyone like to read the quote? Anyone, not everyone, just one at a time.
I can read it.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a difference between listening and waiting for your turn to speak.
By Simon Sinek. So the objectives for the facilitator, there's going to be 3 rows in the room. We're going to put you in a breakout room with 2 other people, and each one will have a role. The facilitator, your objective is to improve your ability to stay present, listen, and then communicate that you understand what the other person means. The sharer, you're going to communicate authentically, and you'll be learning more about yourself. And for the third person, the neutral observer, you're going to improve your ability to listen in a non-judgmental way.
And one of the most important abilities on the pathway to freedom is learning how to live and work peacefully with others. Communicating effectively is a skill that we can all work on improving. This involves both ends of the conversation. respectfully talking with others, and listening respectfully. What is one of the biggest challenges in communicating? Well, we don't really understand each other, but we assume that we do. We have two.
Go ahead. Yeah, no.
We have two forms of communication that we want to elaborate on. First is broadcasting versus two-way communication. Broadcast communication means that one person speaks and everyone else silently listens. This is useful for speaking to large groups, radio shows, TV, etc. And the speaker usually has no way of knowing if the audience understood. With two-way communication, it means that two people engage in a dialogue. The speaker pauses to confirm that the listener understood, and the listener actively communicates what they understood. Two-way communication promotes authentic connection and respect.
Awesome. And here's how to confirm understanding. First, listen carefully to what your partner is saying, not just the words, but the meaning underneath. Set an intention to listen from your heart. A lot of communication is nonverbal, including body language, tone, and volume of voice. Share with your partner what you understood they said. For example, I heard you say blank. Did I understand what you mean? Or if I heard you accurately, you mean blank. Is that correct? Or I just want to make sure that I'm tracking with you. Here's what I heard. And could you please pause for just a moment? I want to make sure that I understand you. Sometimes that could be helpful when people are really excited and they're talking really fast, a lot of information. Right? And if your understanding was correct, invite your partner to continue. If what you understood was not accurate, then invite your partner to say it again, perhaps in a different way. And here's the most important piece. Avoid giving advice or trying to fix their problems. We know that each person has the wise one inside, and we encourage people to access that wisdom, on their own, inside of themselves.
Yes. So, and we boil down those into some quick 4 easy steps for confirming understanding. First off, listening to words, voice, and body language. So much that we can pick up from that. Say what you understood. And after that, ask if you're correct. Usually, if we're not, the person sharing will, elaborate a little bit more just to make sure you are correct. And as Michael said, the one that I love the most was no advice. The last thing I wanted to hear was somebody else giving me all the answer to my problems. And just by holding that space and people asking me if their understanding was correct really helps to process and find the answers from within.
Absolutely. So let's practice. 1, the facilitator will ask the questions and the sharer will answer the questions. The neutral observer listens quietly. 2, all trio partners. This will be the way that we start each segment. Ask for the assistance of Spirit, God, your higher power, in whatever way works for you, for the highest good. 3, facilitator. While practicing confirming understanding, ask your partner to answer one or more of the following questions. You don't have to answer all the questions. You don't have to answer them in order. You can just pick one, out and ask as you're led. A, what's important to you about the mission of Living Cities Earth? That's a good question to ask a co-leader if somebody has identified themselves as a co-leader, right? B, what is something you've done that you're proud of which contributes to that mission? And I think everybody in this room could answer that one. C, tell me about a leader within your community that you really admire. What qualities do they have that you admire? And D, this is referring to if you spot it, you've got it. How do you already express those very same qualities? How could you further expand these qualities if you chose to do so? And finally, how could you use the skill of confirming understanding to make our world a better place?
Yes.
And there's a quote at the bottom?
Yes. At the bottom, we read that from an incarcerated participant in one of the California state prisons, that this is a very powerful skill to have. A person just listens and not agree or disagree, but it isn't surface. It's the person talking deep within themselves and hearing what they're saying and allowing the person to have the space. It's a relief to have somebody just listen.
Mm-hmm. Awesomeness. Okay. So there we have it. Do we have any questions? Now I'm going to invite Brittany. Brittany, can you set up breakout rooms? See if you've got the co-host. I want to introduce you to Brittany St. Julian, everyone. She is our Zoom Tech co-host. She's facilitated a lot of gun violence prevention sessions in the state of Illinois. As a matter of fact, she supported them in passing an assault weapons ban in Illinois. And she was their Zoom Tech host, made it all possible. So she's here today helping us out. And are you able to access the breakout rooms, Brittany?
Yes. Hi, everyone. Hope everyone's having a wonderful day. And yes, I can do that. How many would we like to create?
Well, we want 3 in a room. And let's see. Can I put asterisks? Let me see if I can do that on the names. Because we have a couple of people who are new, and if they're new, we want to make sure they're in a room with people that are what we call veterans. So I'm going to put some stars in. Okay, there you go. Annette Spence, she's new. Chantal, are you a part of the Freedom to Choose community?
Not yet, no.
Not yet. Okay, so I'm going to put an asterisk by your name.
I love the yet.
Yep, there you go. You are now. We just adopted you. Curtis Johnson and Kimberly. Kimberly, is this your first time at a Freedom to Choose event? Yes? Okay. All right. We want to make sure that you're well cared for. We're going to put you in a room with somebody and then let's see, we got Lev in the room. Kirk is OG. Deanna, let's see. Curtis, where did Lev go? Did Lev? Oh yeah, Lev put a star on his name. Stephanie. All right. So we want to. You can put 2 stars in a room, but you want to make sure that you put one of the other folks in the room with them. Okay.
You got it.
All right. So, are there any questions about the process? I'm going to just, I know that we learn from repetition, repetition, right? I know we learn very well. So I'm going to restate what's going to happen. In a moment, Brittany's going to put us in the breakout rooms, and those rooms are going to be for a total of, we're going to do 3 sessions. The trio timing is going to be 5 + 3 + 3. So after 5 minutes, you'll be answering the question, reading the questions on the list. So after 5 minutes, you'll get a broadcast that says there's 3 minutes remaining. And then after those 3 minutes, you'll come to completion, and then everyone in the room shares about their learning. What did you learn about yourself from listening or from participating in this session, right? So you'll be getting broadcast messages that let you know about the timing when it's up. So that's 5 + 3 + 3. So that's a total of 11 minutes in each round. At the end of the round, we'll send a broadcast message that says, bring that to completion, and then you're going to rotate. So now the neutral observer becomes the facilitator. The sharer becomes the neutral observer, and the facilitator now becomes the sharer. And the facilitator will read the questions again. If we have the handout, but one of the things we may do if you need assistance is that we can paste the questions into your chat once you get into your breakout room. So we're prepared for a backup plan just in case. Yes, hand is up. Yes, sir.
Can you put how to switch in the chat room so
No. So you're just doing a virtual switch. You're just saying, okay, so I was the facilitator. Now I'm going to be the sharer. So you don't have to move. There's no magic.
No, I don't mean move, but I'm gonna forget. I'm gonna forget. So can you just put in the chat? Facilitators now the sharers now the listener, or whatever. You know.
Yes.
That way I don't have to think.
Right. And you'll also have an experienced trio partner in the room who will shine a light on you. Okay, so you won't be alone.
All right, I was getting uptight, man. I get lost up here. You know
I feel you, bro.
I got you.
All right,
I got. I get it. Sometimes I have CRS. I can't remember stuff. You know. So
exactly. I sniffed too much glue. You know.
Okay, message in the chat. There it goes. Deanne put it in there. The sharer goes to the neutral observer. The neutral observer goes to facilitator. Facilitator goes to sharer. Oh, that's great. Thank you, Deanne. That's teamwork makes the dream work. Any other questions about the positions? Okay, so let's see. We've got 5, 10, 15, 16 people. So the livingcities.earth person will not need to go. That is our tech leader. So we should have 15. And hey, Lev, welcome. Glad you could join us. We have another co-leader in the room, family. He's the father of the littlest co-leader. What is your little one's name, Lev? What did you name his baby?
Dasha Bella Luna.
Wow. Dasha Bella. Lumen, that means light, right?
Luna, moon.
Luna. Yeah. Wonderful. So rooms are set. Let me just take a look. You got 3 in the room. Okay, so I can't see the rooms. Okay, well, we're just gonna guess it. You want to read to me, Brittany, who you got in the rooms?
Sure, absolutely. So
Thank you.
room 1, we have Lev, Eric, and Kirk. Room 2, we have Alexander, Anthony, and Curtis. Room
Alexander's
3,
going to have to head out. I'm sorry.
no worries.
Okay,
not a
Well,
problem.
they can maybe. Okay, I can join that room.
Okay, no problem. We'll switch out. Okay, and room 3 would be Kimberly, Rhonda, and Stephanie. Right, room 4 would be Chantal and Deandra. And room 5, because we have an extra spot, and I don't want to chop your name. Is it Alex?
Alexei.
Alexei, I love your name. It's wonderful. And Annette and Eric would be in our room 5.
And who's in room 4?
Chantal and Deandra.
Okay, so they need one more person in there.
It would have been Alexander, but he has to take a step out. So we got a bonus person.
Okay, maybe I could join that room then.
Sure.
So
it won't give me the option.
Yeah. I'll see if I can join it once. If not, we are so flexible.
Yes, absolutely.
So
if
now
if you're the co-host, you can roam. That's how you can do it.
I can roam. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna copy. I'm gonna copy the chat so that if anybody needs it, if you do not have it, I could pop into your room and I can paste it into your chat for you. So you'll have the questions in there. So so we'll be 5 + 3 + 3. And we'll send out the broadcast at, when there's 3 minutes remaining. And then at the final feedback section, you'll get a little broadcast across the top. And then we'll start you all over again. So 3 rounds. So we'll be back in about 33 minutes or so, 35 minutes. And then we'll come back and we'll have a little large group sharing about what that experience was like to be with strangers from around the world. Okay, family, here we go. Breakout rooms are now opening. Okay.
Perfect. All right. Everyone has joined their room.
It's joined. Okay. So I need the broadcast messages.
Okay.
I need to.
Oh, I see it right there.
You see them?
Yeah. So it's in the meeting chat, and I think if you join the room, you should be able to paste it into the chat itself.
But there are some prompts in the script for everyone to get started.
Got it.
I
Let's see
think
here.
before I do that, let me see, can I send a broadcast message? Oh, there you go. I can.
Perfect.
Okay, so I'm gonna broadcast. I'll do the first broadcast, and then you let me know if you can see it. Right?
Okay. Sounds good.
So first I'm gonna say, so choose who is sharer, facilitator, and neutral observer. Okay, so we'll send that out.
I can see it.
Okay. And alrighty. Okay, then I send this next broadcast out, which is going to be, so everyone, please take a deep breath, connect with your heart, set an intention for learning and healing, ask for the assistance of, you know what? It won't let me put it all in. I have to do it in two. I have to do it in two broadcasts. Ask for the assistance, spirit guide, your higher power, and when you're ready, let's begin. Okay, so now we have to time it. So we're going to go for 5 minutes.
Okay, that's perfect. It's exactly 3:30.
Okay. So at 5 minutes, we then give them the second cue, which is Shara has 3 minutes left.
Okay.
Do you have this script by chance?
I believe so. Let's see right here. I think you emailed it to me, but for some reason, I think the compatibility of it didn't download properly. Let me check. Okay, let's see. I remember getting that email, the script. Okay.
Everybody should be good.
Okay.
I wonder, could I pop in the room?
Excuse me.
That's all right.
Sinus has just started running. Okay. Yeah, I downloaded it, but it did not configure properly. Let me see. That's a little odd. Okay.
Well, we'll just have 2 rooms that have duos. That's okay.
Yes. I don't know why it did that for some reason. I know sometimes formatting can change from one app to another.
Yeah. Are you on a Mac or PC?
PC?
Okay, could be because this is a numbers sheet. I forgot to
I see.
save it
Okay.
as Excel. Yeah, I'm sorry. I could save it. export it to Excel, and then maybe drop it in the chat. Okay, let me try this. This is going to be experiment. LCE. Number spreadsheet, Excel. Okay, so let's try that. Okay. All righty, there you go.
Okay, let's take a look at that. Okay, I think it's getting, all right, perfect. It's going to Excel. Okay, yes, perfect. I can see it now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here.
So I'm at line 25 right now.
Okay,
Where it
line
says,
25. Okay, perfect. I can see that.
Sharer 1 has 3 minutes left. So that's going to be the next broadcast.
Got it. Okay, perfect.
And that'll be in 40 seconds. So I'll send that out.
Shoot, I need to take a deep breath myself.
Mm-hmm. You got sinus going on?
Yeah, it's just weird. I left the nice lady's house after doing the class, and as soon as I walked in the house, just started sneezing. I said, "Whoa, okay." I know it's retrograde right now, so that's why I've been having some issues with my technology. And
Okay,
I know
so
me, I have a high electrical output, so I'm being very careful with things. Like earlier, I got kicked off the Zoom as I was doing Zoom Tech. I said, okay, let me go stand over here and let some roll off of me.
Okay, so I just broadcast. Sharer has 3 minutes left.
That's okay. I have some essential oils that will fix that right now.
There you go. And then the next broadcast is going to be line 29, which says that after 3 more minutes, that'll be, okay, please bring your sharing to completion and all share your feedback.
Perfect, perfect, perfect.
So that'll be that. So then we repeat that 2 more times.
Okay.
And then we go to line 35, which says, please bring your sharing to completion and thank your partners. You will be taken out of the breakout room in 1 minute. If you are complete, you can rejoin the meeting when you're ready. So that'll be the final post.
Excellent, excellent. That sounds great.
Yeah. So the next time that we have one of these, we'll set it up so that you can participate, because it's a powerful practice. The exercise is just really inspiring.
Absolutely. Look forward to it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Matter of fact, maybe for the next round, I'll ask you one of the questions, and we can have a little trio while we're out here in Zoom.
Sure.
Okay.
Works for me. I just put some essential oils on, so I think my sinuses should be calm here in just a moment.
Okay, about 1 more minute. I might, for the last round, I might be able to join Anthony and Curtis.
Okay.
Yeah, for the last round. Okay. 8 minutes. Bring your sharing to completion. All right, here we go. Let's broadcast. Okay. Bring your sharing to completion and all share your feedback. So we're at 8 minutes now. Oh, nice. Lev is sharing stuff. That's great. Okay, 3 minutes. Okay. Okay. So we got 2 more minutes. And that'll be please bring your and rotate your position. Okay. One more minute. So how did your crypto class go today?
Oh, it was wonderful. It was I was introduced to her from my parents, and because she wanted to take care of her health. And the initial conversation kicked off, want to detox, et cetera, et cetera. I said, oh, that's great. That's great. And, told her about, my grandmother, she had been in business for 41 years in Long Beach as a master herbalist, and studying under her, for the last 6 years, and then I was at a fork in the road because I wanted to be able to exercise both, being able to help people with their health and finances. And she said, oh yeah, she said, finances, tell me about that. So I've been wanting to learn crypto. Come back next week so I could do a class. Just let me know your fee and I'll be ready. And I got to tell her about DeFi, and she said, do you understand how powerful that is? And I said, yes. I said, that's the reason why it's disruptive to the banks. Because I said AI, things like smart contracts, protocols are in place now where people no longer need to utilize the banks, need to utilize their social security number, their credit score, or even income to do lending or borrowing. You don't have to do that with DeFi. As long as you have the collateral in the form of assets, there's no need to do anything anymore. I said, but that's the reason why the banks or Congress, per se, have all of these opposition. And interesting enough, Black man created DeFi, decentralized finance, as we call it.
So I'm moving into the next round. Hold on just a second. Identify.
No worries. I hold that thought.
Yep. Share it too. You will have 8 minutes to answer the questions. Okay. So now I'm going to post. So everyone, please take a deep breath and connect with your heart. Set an intention for learning and healing. So let's send that broadcast out. And then I'll set the timer. Okay. All right. We got that. And then we're going to set the timer for 0 again. Here we go. Okay, when you're ready, please begin. So I'm gonna stop, reset, and start again. Okay, there we go. So now we're good for for another 8 minutes. So tell me about a leader within your community that you really admire. What qualities do they have that you admire?
Man. Let me see. Someone in my community that I really admire. I love Billy Carson.
And what qualities does he have that you admire?
Leadership. He's someone that has disrupted the space for a long period of time by posing the elephant in the room, addressing it and bringing it to the forefront. And while he could have followed the mainstream way to get out there, he decided to create the resolutions himself. And he's now has made a name for himself for being able to provide knowledge to people who, of course, are seeking for it.
Right.
But he does it in a way to give back. He's not looking to pull a quick one on people, but present the information to those that. And I think that that's something that the community lacks much of, which is being able to have the uncomfortable conversations that need to be had while posing a solution to problems that people have always had.
Yeah, that's huge. That's huge. So what I'm hearing you say is that you admire Billy Carson because of his leadership, that he's not afraid to rock the boat.
That's right.
And that he's an innovator. Like he really is out there on the leading edge, innovating.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear that. So how do you already express these same qualities?
Man. I think I've been rebellious from the day that I've been here, or this time around. I think I've always had that rebellious nature. A quick story: back in 2018, when I joined the insurance agency, and I had to make a decision because we relocated offices, and I was not feeling how things were in order, and I walked away from taking on my securities license because I wanted to teach people about real assets, and I couldn't do that with a securities license. So I dropped my my insurance agent license to pursue further knowledge so that I could teach people about real tangible assets, because I understood that the system, Rome was falling. The dollar was going to do exactly what it's doing now 4 years ago, and I needed to prepare people, and I couldn't do that with that. So I walked away. From the system at that time
So if I'm hearing you right, I just want to make sure that I'm tracking, because it's
all
a
good.
lot of information, right?
No worries.
So you were working for an insurance agency, right?
Yes.
And you had a vision that something else was like on the horizon, and you saw an opportunity to really help people, right? And that inspired your move. Like you left because of that. Is that right?
Yeah, I sure did. I made that call, and I basically said, hey, either you're gonna move me so that I can do this. And they said they couldn't. I said, well, thank you for your services. I'm gonna do me.
Yeah, there you go. Sometimes you have to choose, and you have the freedom to choose, right?
That's right.
Yeah. Right. So how could you further expand these qualities if you choose to do so?
I think the biggest benefit of the decisions that I made thus far is aligning myself with those that have come before me that have laid down the path. So I don't spend a lot of time with people my age. I seek knowledge from my elders who have already laid out a form of a vision, and I find a way to critique it to what I am attempting to achieve, but for those that are with me or those that are coming behind me.
Yeah, I'm hearing that you are aware of yourself as like a keeper of the memory, that you are picking up the wisdom that is held by the elders and and the ancestors, right? And am I hearing that right?
That is absolutely right.
Yeah, that's powerful. I acknowledge you for listening. I think a lot of people, hear, but not many people answer. They say the call, many are called, but few are chosen. And I think that it's the call actually goes out on a loudspeaker,
Yes.
but only some people say yes to it, and you have obviously said yes to it. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, they remind me every day what I said yes to. Like a couple days ago, I was up at 3 a.m. I made a promise to my nana at her celebration of life. I was going to make sure to stay in touch with the clients, and if they ever needed anything, I'd be there. And I had not, with everything that had been going on, I had not been in touch with them for about a month or two. She woke me up at 3 a.m, made me write down their names and say, you need to be in touch. You need to get that office cleared up. You got to continue what I left for you, regardless of the circumstances of how it left.
So you made a commitment to continue your grandmother's work. Is that right?
Yes, that is true.
Oh, wow. Wow, that's deep. That's deep. Yeah. And
Yes,
she's making sure that you follow through too.
Oh, yeah. Because like I said, the first time after her transition, I mean, for 8 straight months, once or twice she was visiting me, or I was visiting her on another timeline, and I was always right there. And once the visit started, her voice got louder, her visuals got clearer. As soon as I slip up, she right there, and she makes sure I hear her. Because if I act like I don't, or not even act like I don't, if I ask, she gets offended. Like I don't know her, or her voice, or her spirit, or her touch, or whatever symbolic thing that she leaves for me. Like her thing is butterflies. I could be out in the car just giving gratitude to God and the universe, and boom, here comes a butterfly sticker on the car. And I just laugh. Or I turn the corner and here's a butterfly on a billboard, and I laugh and say, always with me.
Right. So I'm hearing you say you're aware that there's no coincidence, that there's synchronicity and intelligent design, right? Yeah.
I tell her that all the time. I said, Nana, there's no such thing as coincidences. I said, synchronicities, I said, the more you understand it, the more humor and joy you get from it, because it's like a language. It's like a silent language that you understand. And so it makes life even a little bit more joyful because you get it. It's like kids play,
It's not random, right?
No, never random.
Yeah. That's powerful.
God, I love it. I absolutely love it.
Very insightful. So let me tell our folks that we are now going to share feedback as they move into the next thing. And then the next question I have for you is, what is something that you've done that you're proud of, which contributes to a mission like Living Cities?
Willing to take on all of the trauma of the family legacy and transmute it.
That's deep. That's deep. And that requires connection. It requires communication, right? And empathy and understanding. Yes. And that's very much in alignment with the Freedom to Choose mission, because I think that when I first started going in, I thought I was going in to bring something. And then I get inside this prison and I realize I'm here to get something, that there was something that, about setting people free from their limitation, that, we have to be in a world that's about isolation and competition and win-lose, and, that's the way the world is, and we just have to suck it up and let it be that way, and it's like, that's not true. That's not true, right? We each have a circle of influence. We impact. You're impacting your grandmother's clients, and in their lives, and and then the lives that she touched, right?
Yeah, I think about some of those stories where I think it was a weekend right after the weekend that she had transitioned. And some of the clients came in and said, do you know, when I first came to her almost 30 some years ago, I was dying and she saved me. I would always say that she was an alchemist at work. And I knew that she knew, but only I and her knew that she knew that she knew.
Mm-hmm.
And I was always the bold one to say, Nana, don't feel the need to suppress who you really are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I'm curious.
What's up?
How did she get this mission? Like, did she explain to you where her gifts came from?
Well, she originally was a nurse for about, I think about 10, 15 years. So, she was from Ohio, she came to California to pursue her lifestyle. And when she was here, she met someone who healed her of an ailment that she had with her kidneys and gallbladder. And she was open to it. She's always been an open-minded person. But she said that she would always tease that people always, when she was a kid, they would tell her, she had witchy habits. Like she loved silver and herbs. And so she made the decision as a Black woman at that time, when it was not popular, to walk away from the medical industry to pursue natural healing. And 45 years later, never missed a beat. She was in the hospital, which, I have my own bias about this whole shenanigans that's been going on for the last couple of years. That even in the hospital, while she could barely breathe, she was still trying to make sure things were taken care of for the child.
Wow.
And she used to tell me that there was a number that she saw all the time, synchronicities. And I looked that number up, and it basically said, following in your purpose.
Wow.
And so she would always tell me, she's like, Brittany, she said, I don't know. I never claim to know a lot of things, she says, but I know herbs and I know that I want to help people. And that had been her mission for 45 years. And
was there someone else in the family, like in her ancestral line, that had this gift? I'm gonna make up that somehow they may have passed it on to her and she didn't know it, but I
it's
think that's
possible.
an ancestral line. Yeah,
it's very possible. I know with at least on my father's side, my great grandmother was the medicine woman in Louisiana. So it's interesting enough, because I always tell people, like, when people are like, who are you and where'd you come from? That, and I tell them I got dropped off on Earth. I feel like a star that crashed on the planet, and day by day I start to remember certain things, and I truly believe that she's part of my soul tribe. And just give or take, I feel that she was my mother in another lifetime. And because she always wanted a daughter and she never could, or what she expressed to me, she never could have that daughter. She felt like she aborted it away. And I always feel like I've been here before, I'm on the next go around. So I very much allude to that. I was the daughter that was supposed to come, but just needed to come a little bit later.
Yeah.
So,
that old soul. You got that old soul vibe,
Oh yeah. Absolutely. I remember as a kid just being an observer. Like, I pay attention and I'd just be like, humans lack such empathy,